Chapter 4, Guardian of the Depths. Hajime and Yue harvested the flesh from the defeated scorpion and cyclops, then carried it all back to his base. Transporting such a huge quantity of meat was no easy feat, but after giving Yue more of his blood to restore her energy, Hajime was able to enlist her help. With their combined strength, enhanced by her body-empowering magic, they were able to transport the vast quantities of meat to his hideout. Originally, he had suggested using the room Yue had been sealed in as a new base, but she had rejected the proposal. He supposed it was understandable. She was probably sick of staring at the walls of what had been her prison for centuries. Even if they were going to be stuck on this floor until Hajime replenished his stock of supplies, it was better for her mental health to have Yue out of that room. Thus, they were both spending the time talking and getting to know each other better while they scavenged for supplies. So that means you have to be at least 300 years old, right, Yue? It's rude to ask a girl her age. She glared angrily at Hajime. It seemed even in parallel worlds, asking a girl about her age was taboo. From what he recalled, the vampires had been destroyed in a massive war that had enveloped the land 300 years ago. Chances were Yue had lost track of time, trapped in the silent darkness as she had been, but it stood to reason that she must have been at least that old. If she'd been sealed at the age of 20 or so, then she was most likely far older than even 300. Do all vampires live as long as you? No, I'm an exception. I don't age because of my regenerative powers. According to her, she had stopped aging ever since she had awoken to her powers at a young age. Average vampires could still extend their lifespan by drinking the blood of other races, but even then, they couldn't live much longer than 200 years or so. As a frame of reference, humans in this world lived an average of 70 years, while demons' lifespan was a bit longer at 120. Beastmen had varying lifespans depending on the specific race. Elves, for example, could live for centuries. The reason for Yue's exceptional powers was because she had inherited the blood of the ancient atavistic vampires. Her lineage had made her one of the strongest creatures in the world at the time, and she had ascended to the throne at the tender age of 17. I see. No wonder she was able to blast through that scorpion's shell so easily. Better yet, she was nigh immortal. Only gods or devils could aspire to that level of strength, and it seemed Yue had been classified as one of the latter. Her uncle, blinded by his greed and ambition, had perpetrated the misconception among his fellow vampires that Yue was indeed a devil. He had then used that as justification to try and kill her, but had been stymied by her automatic regeneration. As a result, he had ended up sealing her here in this underground abyss instead. At the time, she had been too shocked by the sudden betrayal to resist capture. By the time she'd regained enough of her composure to understand what had just happened, she had already been sealed inside the rock cube. Which was why she had no idea how that scorpion had come to dwell there, how she'd been sealed, or even how they'd managed to bring her down here into the depths of hell. Hajime had been a little disappointed when he'd heard that, as he'd hoped she might have known some way out. She discussed the specifics of her powers with him at length as well. Supposedly, she had perfect affinity with every element. At one point, Hajime recalled saying, "What the hell, you're totally overpowered." To which Yue had replied by saying she wasn't very skilled at close-quarters combat. The best she was capable of doing was using strengthening magic to increase her physical abilities to run around while firing off spells as fast as she could. Of course, her ability to ignore wounds, thanks to her innate regeneration, and the overwhelming might of her spells meant that was still enough to kill most everything. An interesting thing to note was the fact that she still said spell names out loud, despite having no need for chance of any kind. It seemed it had just become a habit since she had started learning that way. Even those with an affinity for magic usually had to say something related to the spell to keep a firm image of it in their minds, and it seemed even Yue was no exception. Her automatic regeneration appeared to be a kind of special magic similar to what monsters had, and would naturally activate so long as she had mana remaining. Unless she was literally reduced to ashes in an instant, she could come back from any injury. But looking at it from another angle, that meant that once her mana dried up, her injuries would no longer heal. Had she taken any damage in that fight with the scorpion, she would undoubtedly have died. Anyway, on to the most important question. Yue, do you have any idea where we are, or any idea how to get back to the surface? Unfortunately, I don't. However, it seemed Yue was unsure of their exact location too. Though her tone was apologetic, the way she trailed off implied that she knew something at least. According to legend, this labyrinth was built by one of the Mavericks. The Mavericks? On top of being an unfamiliar word, it had a rather ominous ring to it. Hajime stopped his transmutation work and turned to face Yue. She tore her gaze away from his work as well and met his eyes before nodding sharply and continuing. They were rebels that tried to bring about the end of the world. With how reticent and expressionless Yue was, her explanations always took time. For his part, Hajime had a boatload of transmutation to get through, so he settled back to listen while he worked on replenishing his supply of ammunition. The previous battle had also shown him just how lacking in strength he was, and he had started work on a new weapon to rectify his insufficient firepower. Supposedly, there had been 7 descendants who had colluded together to plot the destruction of the world. However, the gods put a stop to their plans, and they were forced to flee to the ends of the earth. Their bastions of exile were what later came to be called the 7 Great Labyrinths, the Great Orcus Labyrinth being one of them, of course. The maverick who created it was rumored to reside in the deepest depths of this abyss everyone else called Hell. It's possible there might be a path to the surface there, in the deepest part of the labyrinth. I see. I can't imagine there being some huge, 1,000-story long staircase at the bottom, but if this whole thing was made by someone from the Age of the Gods, then there's probably a teleportation circle or something. Hajime smiled at this new possibility. He returned his gaze to the work at hand. Yue followed suit. Her eyes were glued to Hajime's hands. Is it really that interesting to watch me work? She nodded silently. Hajime thought she looked extremely cute just then, sitting there hugging her knees with her fingers barely poking out of the sleeve of his baggy overcoat. He was overcome by a burning desire to hug her. Man, I can't believe a cute little girl like her is really 300 years old. Parallel worlds really are something. They even have eternal lowlies. Even transformed, Hajime never forgot any of his otaku knowledge. As if reading his thoughts, Yue suddenly looked up. You just thought something really rude, didn't you, Hajime? What do you mean? He played dumb, internally sweating at how perceptive her woman's intuition was. Silently, he returned to his work, clearly hoping to distract Yue's attention. He apparently succeeded, as she started bombarding him with questions about himself. Hajime, what are you doing here? That was the question he had most expected. This was, after all, the bottom of the abyss, the figurative pits of hell, a place no one but monsters called home. But that was just the first of many questions to come. How are you able to control mana directly? How can you use the special magic of monsters? How are you able to eat monster meat and not die? What happened to your left arm? Are you even human, Hajime? What's that weapon you used earlier? After the first one, it was as if a dam had burst, and she pelted him with questions ceaselessly. For his part, Hajime too, had been starved of conversation for far too long. He answered each question thoroughly, not at all annoyed by the storm of inquiries. It looked like Hajime had a bit of a soft spot for Yue. He probably also unconsciously realized somewhere that she was the only reason he hadn't truly fallen to the level of an unfeeling monster that cared only for his own survival. Starting from the summoning, he retold the tale of how he wound up there. He told Yue about how they had been selected as heroes, and how he had been a worthless synergist with no useful skills, to the labyrinth excursion and his fight with the behemoth, to his betrayal at the hands of one of his classmates, his descent into hell, how he lost. His arm to the claw bear, his discovery of the potion, Yue later explained to him that it was ambrosia, how he started eating monsters, how his knowledge from his original world gave him the idea for his weapon, his rematch with the claw bear, and finally his descent through the dungeon until he reached her floor. He talked at length about everything he could remember. And, as his tale wound down, he could hear her sniffling. "What's wrong?" Hajime asked, the concern evident in his voice. When he glanced back at Yue, he saw tears spilling from her eyes. Surprised, he hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and repeated his question. "What happened? What's wrong?" "Sniffle, Hajime. You suffered so much, just like me." She was crying for his sake. Hajime was momentarily taken aback before he smiled reassuringly and patted Yue on the head. "Don't worry about it. All that stuff's in the past now. There's no point in getting hung up over it. I don't even really care about my old classmates that much anymore, and I'm not all that interested in getting revenge. All I care about now is polishing my skills so I can make it out of here alive and find a way to return home." Still sniffling, Yue closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation of having her head patted, looking very much like a big cat. However, she suddenly jumped with a start when Hajime mentioned returning home. "You're going to go back." You mean to my own world? Of course I am. I miss it. A lot of things have changed now, but I still want to go home." "I see." She looked down dejectedly, then quietly whispered, "So I don't have a home to go back to anymore." Hajime took his hand off Yue's head and awkwardly scratched the back of his own. He was by no means a dense person, which was why he had already vaguely realized she had started treating him as her new home, so to speak. It was the same reason she had asked him to give her a name. She was worried she'd lose her home again if he returned to his original world. "Didn't you promise yourself you'd live only for the sake of your own wish? Just how soft can you get?" Hajime mentally berated himself, but he still extended his hand to pat Yue's head once more. "Well, how about coming with me then?" "Huh?" Her eyes went wide with surprise as she processed his words. She gazed deeply at him with her crimson eyes, wet with tears. Unsettled by the intensity in her gaze, he quickly began talking. "I mean, well, back with me to my world. It's a boring place with nothing but humans, and someone with powers as amazing as yours might not find it to your liking. But, well, I guess at this point my abilities are just as crazy. Anyway, I have no idea if you'll even like it or not, and it's only if you want to come, but, well, what do you say?" She blinked at him in confusion for a few seconds before timidly asking, "I can really come with you." Though her voice was meek, her eyes were overflowing with hope. Hajime smiled when he saw how vividly her eyes were shining, and nodded. As he did so, Yue smiled so brightly it almost felt as if her expressionless mask until now had just been an act. For a few moments, he was completely captivated by her radiant smile. After a while, he realized he was staring like an idiot, and he quickly shook his head. Unable to keep looking at her, Hajime returned to his work. Fascinated, Yue sidled up to watch. However, this time she stuck much closer to him as she observed him transmute. he had to keep reminding himself not to get flustered. "What's this?" She pointed to the mechanical parts Hajime was currently transmuting. There was a thin cylinder about 1 meter long, red bullets 20 centimeters in length, and a few other strange objects. They were all sections of a new weapon he was developing in order to make up for Donner's lack of power. This is an anti-tank rifle, railgun enhanced edition. I showed you my other gun, right? This is basically just a bigger version of it, with special bullets. Once the parts were all slotted together, it would turn into a rifle that was 1.5 meters in length. He had pondered earlier how he could possibly increase his firepower, and had come to the conclusion there was no way to increase Donner's explosive force or the acceleration of its bullets. That simply meant that if he wanted something stronger, he would need to make a new gun. And said gun would of course need a wider and longer barrel, so it could fit larger caliber bullets and accelerate them for longer. Hence why he decided to model this one after an anti-tank rifle. Its size made it cumbersome to carry around, and it could only hold 1 bullet at a time, but its power would be theoretically unmatched. Donner alone was already slightly more powerful than a standard anti-tank rifle, so it stood to reason that a railgun-enhanced rifle would fire with enough force to pulverize most anything. The recoil alone from such a gun would be enough to destroy any normal human's arms. Theoretically, his new Schlage would be 5-6 times as strong as Donner, or at least that was the hope. He had used parts harvested from the Scorpion to make it. After the battle had concluded, he had examined the Scorpion's super-hard shell. To his surprise, his ore appraisal had been effective on it and had shown him its properties. Sh-tar ore, a peculiar ore with a unique affinity to mana. The more mana it absorbs, the harder it gets. It appeared the Scorpion's toughness had come from building its shell from Sh-tar ore. Since the Scorpion had probably been able to pour a huge amount of mana into it, it made for a perfect defense. If it's classified as ore, I should be able to duplicate it myself, right? He had tested that theory and had found he could replicate the ore quite easily. After which, a truly depressing thought had run through his mind. Wait a minute, if this is ore, I could have just transmuted that stupid Scorpion's shell off to save us a ton of trouble. In the end, they had still succeeded, and he had gotten his hands on some interesting new materials, so he supposed it was all right. Once he had analyzed the ore's properties, he had instantly gotten to work making Schlagen's barrel. His skills had progressed considerably since the time he had built Donner, and his work went far more smoothly than before. He was very precise with how he made his bullets too. He used tor for the shell's core and applied an outer coating of Sh-tar over it to harden it. It was his fantasy version of a full metal jacket bullet. He also made sure his ratio of compressed blast rock for the new bullets was perfect. Thanks to his duplicate transmutation derivative skill, he was easily able to mass-produce the bullets once he had finished. Satisfactory prototype to work off of. He talked Yue through the entire process as he worked, and the time flew by quickly as he finished Schlagen. It looked quite intimidating once it was all put together. He gazed at it proudly, satisfied with the quality of his work. Having finally finished, he realized he was quite hungry and grilled some of his Cyclops and Scorpion meat. Yue, you want some wait, you probably shouldn't eat this, should you? I really don't want to let you experience that kind of pain. Actually, since you're a vampire, can you eat monster meat just fine? Eating monster meat had become a natural routine for Hajime by that point, and he almost invited Yue to eat with him out of habit before correcting himself. He glanced over to her and saw she was fiddling with his new weapon. When she noticed his gaze, she put it down for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I don't need any food." "I guess that makes sense. You survived 300 years without it after all still. Do you not get hungry at all?" "I do, but I'm full for now." You already ate something. He tilted his head in confusion at Yue's declaration. She pointed at Hajime. MHMM, your blood Hajime. Ah, I see. So does that mean as long as they've got blood, vampires don't need to eat? We can absorb nutrients through food as well, but blood is more efficient. He supposed it only stood to reason that a vampire would be fine with just blood. So Yue's full from the blood she sucked out of me. As he nodded to himself in understanding, Yue licked her lips. Suggestively, "Oh, why are you licking your lips like that? Hajime, you taste good." That's not true. I've eaten so many monsters by now that I probably taste disgusting. Your blood tastes very rich. According to Yue, Hajime's blood tasted like a very savory soup. Come to think of it, she looked pretty happy when she was sucking my blood last time too. He imagined it must have been akin to eating a first-class meal after starving for weeks. But when she licked her lips like that, she looked eerily seductive, so Hajime wished she would cut it out. It was times like those that he remembered she was far older than him. But her outward appearance was still that of a young girl, which made Hajime feel guilty for thinking dirty thoughts. A delicious blood. Please just give me a break. His new partner was quite dangerous, in more ways than one. The same day that Hajime and Yue had met and fought off the scorpion, Kuki and the others had returned to the entrance of the Great Orcus Labyrinth. This time, though, it wasn't the whole class, but just Kuki's party of 4, Hiyama and his band of thugs, and a judo club member called Jugo Nagyama, along with his 5 burly party members. Their reason for returning was quite simple. Even if they avoided talking about it, Hajime's death had still been weighing down on most. Of the students, they had realized they might really die fighting here in this world, and that fact had greatly shaken their confidence in their abilities. Hajime's death had traumatized them. Naturally, the Holy Church was not happy with the turn of events. They urged the students to go back and gain more practical fighting experience, thinking time and familiarity would heal their wounds. However, Eiko had vehemently opposed that plan. She hadn't been present for the fateful excursion where Hajime fell. Because of the rare and valuable job she possessed, the Holy Church wanted her to focus on cultivating the land over building up combat experience. So long as they had her agricultural powers, they could easily solve their food problems. When she had learned of Hajime's death, Eiko had fainted from shock. She had felt responsible for the students and couldn't forgive herself for hiding back at the castle where it was safe, while one of her students had fought and died. She blamed herself for not being able to bring everyone back to Japan safely. Hence, why she firmly refused to allow her students to be exposed to any further danger. Her job was special enough that she was capable of single-handedly revolutionizing the agricultural standards of this world. So when she protested any further practical training exercises, the Holy Church had no choice but to acquiesce. They couldn't afford to antagonize Eiko. As a result, only Kuki's party, Hiyama's party, and Jugo's party, who had willingly volunteered to return to the battlefield, were at the labyrinth. In order to grow stronger, they had chosen to once more challenge the Great Orcus Labyrinth. Captain Meld and a contingent of knights were escorting the students this time as well. Today marked the 6th day of their expedition. They had made it all the way to the 60th floor. After only 5 more floors, they would arrive at the deepest point humans had ever explored. However, Kuki and the others were currently stuck. It wasn't that there was no way forward, but rather the sight before them brought back old fears that kept them frozen in place. A huge cliff spread out in front of them. Though it wasn't the same one Hajime had fallen from, it was similar enough to bring back unpleasant memories. In order to advance to the next floor, they would have to cross the suspension bridge that spanned the length of the room. Normally, that would have been no problem, but past memories bound the students in place. Kaori especially just stood there, gazing intently down into the abyss. "Kaori," Shizuku worriedly called out to her friend. Kaori slowly shook her head and turned to smile at Shizuku. "I'm fine, Shizuku-chan." "Okay, but don't push yourself, yeah. You don't have to pretend to be strong in front of me." Thanks, Shizuku-chan." Shizuku returned Kaori's smile. A powerful light still dwelled deep within Kaori's eyes. She was no longer in the grips of despair. Shizuku, who was gifted with above-average powers of observation and a knack for understanding the feelings of others, realized Kaori was telling the truth when she said she was fine. Kaori really is strong. It was all but certain that Hajime was dead. His chances of survival were honestly less than hopeless. Despite that, Kaori chose neither to run from that fact nor to deny it. She simply kept going forward, determined to see the truth for herself. Shizuku admired her strength. But as always, the class's thick-headed hero was unable to realize that. To Kuki, it seemed as if Kaori was doing nothing more than grieving. At the death of her classmate, she truly must be kind if she's still sad over his death. Thus, when she smiled to Shizuku, he concluded she must be forcing herself to look cheerful. He didn't even consider the possibility that Kaori had feelings for Hajime, or that she still thought he could be alive, and walked up to offer some unnecessary words of consolation. "Kaori, I really admire how kind you are, but you can't let yourself be depressed over your classmate's death forever. We have to move forward. I'm sure that's what Nagumo would want too." "Hey, Koki." "Please let me finish, Shizuku. I know she may not want to hear this, but as her childhood friend, I have to open her eyes. Kaori, it'll be all right. I'm still here with you. I won't ever die. And I won't let anyone else die either. I promise I won't let anything make you sad ever again." This guy never changes. Kaori, Ahaha, don't worry about it, Shizuku-chan. I get what you're trying to say, Kuki-kun, so you don't need to worry either. "You do. I'm so glad I got through to you." Kaori smiled awkwardly, feeling a little guilty for fueling Kuki's misunderstanding. But even if she tried to explain herself to him, she doubted he'd understand. Hajime was already long dead in Kuki's mind. So it would have been impossible for him to fathom that the reason Kaori threw herself into training so fervently, and was so eager to return to the labyrinth, was because she wanted to look for him. Because he never once doubted that his own beliefs were the absolute truth, he would simply think Kaori was unable to face reality, or that Hajime's death had somehow mentally damaged her were she to tell him her real feelings. She'd known Kuki for long enough that she understood how he thought, and therefore decided it was far simpler to just go along with his interpretations. That having been said, he had no ulterior motives in trying to cheer Kaori up either. He was seriously concerned for her well-being. Shizuku and Kaori were both used to his behavior, so they usually just ignored him, but had that line been directed at any other girl, she would have fallen for him in an instant. Kuki was smart, kind, handsome, and athletic, the kind of perfect guy that no girl normally thought to resist. However, there was a reason his two childhood friends had no romantic interest in him whatsoever. Shizuku had spent her childhood training in her father's dojo under his strict tutelage, along with many other adults. Her upbringing, combined with her naturally observant disposition, had led her to quickly realize Kuki's fatal flaw, his misguided sense of justice. A sense of justice that had brought nothing but trouble for Shizuku. Of course, she still cared for him as a friend. For her part, Kaori was naturally dense when it came to matters of love, and she'd heard enough complaining from Shizuku to be more or less aware of Kuki's true nature. She did think he was a nice person, but his cliched lines failed to set her heart aflutter, and she had no romantic interest in him. Kaori-chan, I'm here for you. If there's anything I can do to help, just ask. Yeah, we're your friends, Kaorin. The two girls, Iri Nakamura and Suzu Taniguchi, walked over to Kaori to try and cheer her up. Kaori had only met the two of them in high school, but they had hit it off immediately and were now counted among her best friends. In addition, they were powerful fighters that were strong enough to fight in Kuki's party. Iri was a beautiful girl that kept her black hair cut in a tiny bob and wore glasses. She was a quiet and gentle girl that usually observed things from a distance. She loved books and resembled the stereotypical bookworm. She had, in fact, also been the class librarian. Suzu, on the other hand, was a tiny girl, barely 142 centimeters tall. Despite her short stature, she had a boundless supply of energy and always looked like she was having fun. She kept her hair in braids and was constantly jumping around. Her hyperactive personality had made her into the class mascot. The two of them had seen how distressed Kaori had been when Hajime had fallen off the cliff, and they both understood and approved of Kaori's decision to see things through for herself. Yeah, thanks Iri-chan, Suzu-chan. She smiled reassuringly at her two friends. Oh, you're so brave, Kaorin. Nagumo-kun, you better not make Kaorin any sadder than this. If you're not alive, I'll kill you myself. Ooh, Suzu. You can't kill him again if he's already dead, right? Who cares? Fine, if he's dead, we'll just use your necromancy to revive him, Aririn. Suzu, don't say that. Kaori still thinks Nagumo-kun's alive, remember? Besides, my necromancy isn't. Iri scolded Suzu for her tactless behavior. That interaction was indicative of how the two usually were. Kaori and Shizuku smiled happily as they watched their two noisy friends. Kuki and the others had gone on ahead, so they didn't hear the conversation between the four girls. Along with his overbearing sense of justice, he was also blessed with the ability to conveniently go deaf whenever someone said something that didn't fit with his worldview. It's okay, Iri-chan, I don't mind. But Suzu, you should still tone it down a little. You're bothering Iri. Suzu puffed up her cheeks and pouted at Shizuku's words. Though relieved to hear that Kaori wasn't hurt by Suzu's words, Iri was nevertheless still pale. Aririn, are you still uncomfortable with using necromancy? It's such a cool job, too. Yeah, sorry. I know I'd be more useful if I could use it properly. Iri, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. You also have a really high magic affinity, so don't worry too much about it, okay? That's right, Iri-chan. The fact that it's your job just means you have an aptitude for it. It doesn't actually mean you have to force yourself to use it if you don't want to. You're already more than helpful enough with just your magic. I know, but I still think I should try and master it. I'll be even more helpful that way. She curled her small hand into a fist and solidified her resolve. Suzu hopped around Iri going, "That's the spirit, Aririn," while Shizuku and Kaori watched on. Iri's job was necromancer. It used dark magic to alter the minds and spirits of others, and was primarily a magic debuffer class. The most advanced of its skills involved using dark magic to recall the lingering attachments of the deceased. The Holy Church employed a number of necromancers as mediums, and they used their powers to converse with the dead and relay their final moments to their families and friends. It was regarded as quite the sacred job. However, necromancy's true strength didn't stop there. The proper way to use a necromancer's magic was to wrap those people's lingering thoughts in magic, then use them to possess their corpses. The corpses revived through this method were capable of using the skills they possessed when they were alive, to an extent. Furthermore, necromancers could possess the bodies of the living and copy their skills to some extent. However, the revived corpses were not truly brought back to life. Though they could respond to basic commands, they retained little of their original personality, and their skin remained pale and lifeless. They were more zombies than anything. Furthermore, Erie's conscience prevented her from doing something as immoral as resurrecting the dead, so she had trained her necromancy abilities very little. While the girls discussed Erie's powers, a certain figure watched them, or rather Kaori, from the shadows. Daisuke Hiyama. A few days after their return to the capital, Hiyama began to be shunned by the other students. Once they had calmed down a little, as he had expected, they began to resent him for leading them all into that trap. He had planned for this, and once the insults started flying, he instantly got down on his knees and begged for forgiveness. He knew trying to argue back would only make things worse. To make sure it had the maximum amount of impact, he had chosen a particular time and place to give his apology. Specifically, he made sure to do it publicly, in front of Kuki. He knew that Kuki was likely to forgive him if he apologized sincerely, and would then smooth things out with the rest of his classmates. His plan succeeded perfectly, and people quickly stopped directing their scorn at him. Kaori was fundamentally kind by nature, and even she forgave him when he got down on his knees and begged with tears in his eyes. Everything so far had gone according to plan. However, Shizuku was still vaguely suspicious of Hiyama and disliked him for manipulating her friends. Meanwhile, Hiyama began surreptitiously carrying out the orders he'd received from the figure that day. They were quite frightening orders he would normally have never accepted. But now that he'd crossed a line, there was no looking back. As much as he hated it, he had agreed to carry out his master's orders. He was terrified of this classmate of his, who was capable of plotting something so dreadful and could still mingle in with the rest of their classmates somehow. Still, mixed in with the terror was a small seed of joy at the sheer brilliance and audacity of the plan. That monster is totally insane, but if I do what they say, Kaori'll be mine. If he followed orders, Kaori would eventually be his. He felt a surge of fierce joy, and his lips curled up into a wicked grin. Hey Daisuke, what's wrong? Kandu, Nakano, and Seidu all looked at Hiyama with puzzled expressions on their faces. Those three stooges were still hanging around Hiyama. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Their relationship had become slightly strained when Hiyama had come under attack, but his contrite apology had restored their friendship. Whether it could still be called friendship if they only got along when it was convenient was debatable, but that was just how it was. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy we made it all the way to the 60th floor. Oh yeah, I get what you mean. 5 more floors and we'll be the greatest dungeon delvers in history. We've gotten pretty strong, haven't we? Man, those guys who stayed behind have no balls. Now, don't say that. We're just that much stronger, that's all. The 3 others accepted Hiyama's explanation without question. Believing themselves special just because they won a few fights was the trademark trait of all small-time bullies. And like the bullies they were, they had actually been throwing their weight around among the students who had chosen to remain. Their arrogance had started bothering the others. However, they were still strong enough to make it as far as the 60th floor, so no one was brave enough to complain to their face. Besides, even they couldn't match up to Kuki's party, so they at least remained docile in his presence, just like the small-time thugs they were. The party managed to advance without any real difficulty, and before long, they stepped foot on the historic 65th floor. Stay sharp, everyone. This floor still hasn't been fully mapped. There's no telling what might happen. Captain Meld's loud voice echoed throughout the room. Kuki and the others had grim expressions on their faces as they stepped into the unknown. After a few minutes of walking, they found themselves in a massive chamber. Everyone present suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. An ominous premonition settled over them, a premonition that proved all too soon to be accurate. A magic circle suddenly began glowing in the center of the room. A very familiar, pulsing, dark red magic circle. "Yeah, you've gotta be kidding me, it's that thing again." Cold sweat poured down Kuki's forehead. Everyone else was clearly nervous as well. "Seriously, I thought that bastard died when he fell," Ryutaru screamed, the shock evident in his voice. Captain Meld replied to the group in a stern but calm voice. "We're still not sure what causes monsters to spawn in the labyrinths, but it's possible to have to fight a monster you defeated once before. Everyone, stay sharp. Make sure there's always at least one open path of retreat." His foremost priority was securing an escape route. The knights under his command all hurried to obey. However, Kuki seemed unhappy with his orders. "Meld, we're not the same weak kids from before. We've gotten way stronger. I promise we won't lose this fight, so let us take him." "Heth, you said it. I can't stand being beaten and having to run away all the time anyway. It's time for our revenge match," Ryutaru said, a feral grin adorning his face all the while. Captain Meld shrugged with exasperation at their eagerness, but he had to admit that they might have a chance with their current strength. He, too, smiled grimly. The magic circle exploded in a burst of red light and summoned forth the nightmare that haunted all of their dreams. "Graya!" The behemoth roared angrily as it stamped the ground. Those familiar red eyes, dripping with murderous intent, glared squarely at Kuki. Among the cowering students, one girl glared right back at it with unwavering determination. "Kaori," in a voice so quiet that no one else heard it, Kaori said the following to the behemoth. "I won't let you take anyone else from me. I'll trample over you and make my way back to his side." With her determination thus expressed, the battle to overcome their past began. Kuki made the first move. "Soar into heaven, O divine wings, celestial flash." With a thunderous roar, a shockwave of light slammed into the behemoth. In their previous fight, even his strongest skill, divine wrath, had been unable to scratch the behemoth. But as Kuki had said, they were no longer the weak kids they had been. "Graya!" The behemoth backed away shakily, screaming in pain. There was a long red gash running down its chest, spilling blood. "We can do this. We've gotten way stronger. Nagyama, you circle around to its left. Hiyama, take it from behind. Meld, encircle it from the right. Rear guard, give us some spells, the strongest you've got." Kuki swiftly began barking out orders. His quick assessment and judgment were a result of Captain Meld's personal training. "Heth, you've gotten pretty good at giving orders, kid. You heard the man. Everyone, follow his lead." Captain Meld confirmed Kuki's orders, then led his troop of knights around to the behemoth's right side. Everyone sprang into action at once, surrounding the behemoth. The vanguard set up a defensive perimeter, preventing the behemoth from wreaking havoc on the back lines. Graya! It decimated the ground as it charged forward, trying to break through. "Like hell you will. You're not going anywhere." The class's two burliest guys, Ryutaru Sakagami and Jugo Nagayama, grappled the behemoth from each side, holding it in place. "Grant unto your servant the strength to shake the earth, Herculean might." Clad in their body-strengthening magic, the two boys halted the behemoth's charge. "Ugralea! Uralea! You-hoo-hoo-oh!" The three of them each let out a different roar as they squeezed out every ounce of their strength. The behemoth, enraged that a pair of mere humans had stopped its assault, stamped impatiently on the ground. Seeing this, the other students took advantage of its momentary distraction. Peerless swordsmanship that rends even the heavens, eternal severance. Shizuku drew her sword, slicing through one of the behemoth's horns. Her lapis lazuli-colored mana wrapped around her sword, an artifact with a magically sharpened cutting edge, and increased the speed of her draw. However, her sword failed to cut all the way through the horn, instead getting lodged halfway into it. Gah, why's it gotta be so hard? Leave it to me. Pulverize, shatter, decimate, bonecrusher. Captain Meld leaped forward, slamming his sword into Shizuku's own. The speed of Shizuku's slash was enhanced by the sheer strength the captain had put behind his own blow, forcing the sword deeper into the behemoth's horn. Finally, her sword cut all the way through and sliced the horn straight off its head. Grah! Infuriated beyond reason, the behemoth flailed wildly, flinging Shizuku, Meld, Ryutaru, and Nagayama to the corners of the room. Enfold the weak with your gentle light, hallowed nimbus. Before they hit the walls, countless rings of light intersected to form a net behind them, cushioning their fall. Kaori had used a rather peculiar defensive spell to soften the impact of their landing. Her artifact, a white staff, glowed light purple as she fed it her mana. Without pause, she began chanting another spell. Heaven's blessing, shine thy grace on all thine children succor. In an instant, all 4 fighters that had been flung away were healed. Long distance, wide area healing was on the upper end of the intermediate level of light spells. This particular one was an advanced version of the Heaven's Blessing spell she had used once before. Kuki shifted stances in preparation to thrust, then charged the beast. He chanted a spell as he ran forward, aiming for the wound he had created earlier. Dazzling eruption! Vast quantities of mana gathered at the tip of his sacred sword as he thrust deep into the behemoth, which then exploded from within. Grah! The behemoth howled in pain as spurts of blood poured out of the new wound gouged into it, but it still managed to land a counterattack while Kuki was recovering from the effects of using a skill. Gua! Kuki screamed in pain as the behemoth's clawed paw flung him into the wall. The claws themselves failed to pierce his sacred armor artifact, but the force of the impact still left him gasping for breath. Still, at least the pain vanished almost instantly. Kaori had started chanting another healing spell before Kuki had even hit the ground. Heaven's blessing, grant thy progeny the strength to fight once more, divine ray. Unlike the mass heal from earlier, the new spell was only capable of healing one target at a time, but in return it was far more potent. Kuki was momentarily wrapped in golden light as he was fully healed. Meanwhile, the behemoth roared mightily and leaped into the air, tired of the other flies buzzing around it. The shockwave sent everyone tumbling back while its broken horn began glowing red. So it can do that even with a broken horn. Brace yourselves, everyone. Shizuku yelled out a warning as the behemoth began hurtling down. Everyone present was familiar with its special magic, and they had already prepared for impact. However, the trajectory of its leap surprised everyone. Rather than aiming for Kuki and the others, it was headed straight for the back line. During the fight on the bridge, it had always leaped only toward what was directly in front of it, and the members of the vanguard all panicked when they saw it pass over them. One of the members of the back line, Suzu Taniguchi, stepped forward and switched over to chanting a new spell. Let this be a holy ground that denies thine enemy's passage, hallowed ground. A glowing dome of light surrounded them not a moment too soon, and the behemoth crashed into it. The shockwaves from the impact was so powerful that the rocks on the floor nearby were swept away like cobwebs. Suzu's barrier successfully ground those shockwaves to a halt as well, but because she forcibly shortened the 4-verse spell into only 2 verses, the shield was imperfect. Cracks had already begun appearing within it. Had her job not been barrier master, her improvised barrier wouldn't have done much of anything. She grit her teeth and held both hands out before her. Frantically, she supplemented the verses with a mental image of an impenetrable barrier. A good shield never cracks. My protection is absolute. Yoo-hoo, like hell I'll lose to this stupid thing. The behemoth's murderous gaze fell directly on Suzu, making her arms tremble in fear. The artifact that she used, a pair of bracelets, went dark for a second before glowing bright orange with her mana once more. She banished the fear from her mind and shouted again. But unfortunately, her willpower wasn't enough to keep the barrier alive. The behemoth was attacking relentlessly, and in a few more seconds it would crumble. No, it's going to break, Suzu lamented. Heaven's blessings, grant me thy wonder, transference. Suddenly, her body was wrapped in light, and she felt her mana increase exponentially. Kaori must have healed her. Normally, the spell would only restore a little of the recipient's mana, but by adjusting how much of their own mana the caster used, it was possible to restore all of it. Transference was a very practical spell, and only someone like Kaori, who possessed the priest job, could use it. I can make it now. I love you, Kaorin. Suzu poured her newly replenished mana into the barrier, cementing its strength. With a sharp snapping noise, the cracks in the barriers began melding. Angry at being cut off from its prey, the behemoth glared at Suzu. She glared right back. Finally, the red glow started dissipating from its horn. It slumped to the ground now that the force of its charge was completely spent. Suzu's barrier vanished at the same time. The behemoth decided to kill that heavily panting girl next. But before he could do anything, the vanguard arrived and began surrounding it again. Backline members, retreat. At Kuki's signal, the rearguard all took a few steps back, and the vanguard filled in the space between them. They continued their hit-and-run tactics until finally the backline had finished chanting their strongest spells. Everyone fall back. Eri, the leader of the rearguard, gave the signal. The vanguard all simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks and leaped away. Momentarily winded, the behemoth was unable to avoid the barrage of fire spells that came flying at it right after. Royal Flare? 5 people chanted in unison. A miniature blazing sun bore down on the behemoth, scorching everything in its path. It grew to 8 meters in diameter before colliding with its target. Blistering heat scorched every inch of the behemoth. The spell was so powerful that it threatened to engulf even the students, and Suzu hurriedly erected a barrier. Unable to escape, the behemoth's helmet melted from the heat of the blast. Gra-ah-ah. Its dying screams echoed throughout the chamber. They were the same screams the students had heard when the last one fell off the bridge. The ear-piercing cries slowly faded to a pained gurgle, until finally the behemoth was nothing but a smoldering pile of ash. Only the blackened walls and charred ashes served to show there had even been a monster there before. Duh, did we get it? We won. We really won. Seriously. Is this real? Everyone stared dumbfounded at the remains of the behemoth, tentatively muttering words of disbelief. Kuki was the first to regain his senses. He held his sword aloft and proclaimed, "That's right, we won." His holy sword glittered in the dim dungeon light, declaiming their victory for all to see. The reality of what they'd just achieved finally hit them, and the students all broke out into cheers simultaneously. The guys all slapped each other on the back, while the girls hugged each other with joy. Even Captain Meld was moved by the victory. Kaori, however, was simply staring blankly at the pile of ash that had once been a monster. Shizuku noticed she wasn't joining in on the celebration, so she walked up to her. "Kaori, is something wrong?" "Huh? Oh, it's just you, Shizuku-chan. No, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking, we've made it so far. Kaori smiled wryly as she answered Shizuku. She was even more moved than most that she'd gotten strong enough to defeat the monster that had once haunted her. Nightmares. Yeah, we've gotten a lot stronger since then. Shizuku-chan, do you think we'll find Nagumo-kun if we keep going? That's what we're here to find out, isn't it? That's what all of this was for. Yeah. They could finally move forward. There was finally a very real chance Kaori could find out exactly what happened to Hajime. She suddenly stiffened up in fear, scared the answer might not be the one she wanted. Shizuku noticed the change and chose to tightly squeeze Kaori's hand in response. Reassured that Shizuku was with her, Kaori banished the fear from her heart. They stood there silently for a few minutes until Kuki walked up to them. Are you two all right? Kaori, that was some amazing healing. As long as you're here, I'm not scared of anything. He flashed the two girls a dazzling smile as he praised Kaori and Shizuku. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. And you, well, you're obviously all right, Shizuku muttered in a tone full of mirth. Yeah, I'm fine, Kuki-kun. I'm glad I was helpful. They returned his smile, but their smiles slipped slightly at Kuki's next words. With this, I'm sure Nagumo can rest easy too. The classmates he protected were able to take down the monster that killed him. He was already lost in thought and didn't notice the two girls' expressions darken. Apparently, Kuki really thought it was the behemoth that had sent Hajime to the depths of hell. In a sense, that was true. After all, it was the behemoth's magic that destroyed the bridge, but more precisely, it was the person who had thrown that errant fireball that had killed Hajime. Even if everyone agreed not to talk about it, it didn't change the fact that it was true. But it seemed Kuki had forgotten that fact, or perhaps simply never been aware of it in the first place, since he seemingly thought killing the behemoth would be all it took to let Hajime rest in peace. Kuki, who believed everyone was a fundamentally good person, probably didn't want to keep blaming someone for a mistake. And of course, he couldn't even imagine the possibility that someone might have done it on purpose. But Kaori couldn't put that thought out of her mind, even if she wanted to. She could only hold it in because she didn't know who it was, but she knew for sure if she found out she'd chase that person to the ends of the earth. Which was why it amazed her that Kuki could just forget about it so easily. Shizuku let out a long sigh. She really wanted to reprimand Kuki, but she knew he didn't mean anything ill by what he said. In fact, he had been thinking only of Kaori and Hajime when he had said that. Sadly, it was his good intentions that made the barbs sting even more. Besides, the other students were still basking in the glow of victory. Shizuku wasn't so tactless that she'd try and start a scene. After that, the class's most energetic girl jumped into the conversation, dispelling the strained atmosphere. Kaorin! Suzu jumped into Kaori's arm, calling her by her strange nickname. Zefwa. I love you so much, Kaorin. If you hadn't saved me back there, I would be flat as a pancake right now. Yeah, you're exaggerating, Suzu-chan. Wait, stop touching me there. Jehe, do you like it? How about this, you like this? Kaori blushed as Suzu started feeling her up like some old pervert. Shizuku stopped her rampage with a quick chop to the head, though her blow had a little more force behind it than what was strictly necessary. Cut it out. Kaori doesn't belong to you, she belongs to me. Shizuku-chan. Humph, I won't let you get in my way. The only one who gets to XXX Kaori's XXX is me, Suzu. Suzu-chan, what are you trying to do to me? Trapped between Suzu and Shizuku, Kaori could only wail helplessly. The strained atmosphere from earlier was nowhere to be found. From there on out, they would be heading into uncharted territory. After defeating the specter of their past, Kuki and the others advanced deeper into the labyrinth. Meanwhile, damn it. You can do it, Hajime. Aren't you a bit too relaxed? Hajime was running through a clump of grass with Yue on his back. Thick, tall grass, coming all the way up to Hajime's shoulders, stretched out in every direction as far as the eye could see. Yue would be completely buried within the 160-centimeter tall grass. The reason Hajime was currently whacking weeds out of the way, as he ran for his life, was because he was being chased by 200 monsters. Once they finished their preparations, Hajime and Yue had set out for the bottom of the labyrinth. They'd cleared 10 or so floors with ease already. His new equipment and improved skills had been part of the reason, but another important factor was Yue's devastating magic. She could cast any elemental spell nearly instantly and supported Hajime from the rear. Though she was unparalleled when it came to offensive magic, it appeared Yue wasn't very skilled with barriers or healing. Perhaps it was because she unconsciously regarded them as unnecessary since she was able to automatically heal any wounds. Furthermore, Hajime had his ambrosia with him, so he had no need for healing spells either. That was why their travels had progressed smoothly until now. When they had first descended onto the floor they were currently on, they had been greeted by a massive sea of trees. Each tree was over 10 meters tall, and they were packed together tighter than sardines. The entire floor was extremely humid as a result. However, unlike the jungle floor he had traversed earlier, it wasn't sweltering hot. As they had been searching for the next staircase, they suddenly felt a huge earthquake. Seconds later, they had found themselves face to face with a huge reptilian monster. It looked just like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The only difference was, for some reason, it had a beautiful flower adorning the top of its head. Its sharp fangs and overflowing bloodlust clearly marked a dangerous foe, but the sunflower resting atop its head made it seem more comical than deadly. This was quite possibly the most surreal monster Hajime had faced thus far. The Tyrannosaurus roared angrily and charged the two of them. Unfazed by its onslaught, Hajime calmly moved to draw Donner, only to be stopped by Yue, who raised her hand. Crimson Javelin, a spear of whirling flames formed out of thin air, then shot straight through the mouth of the T-Rex. The heat melted the T-Rex's entire head, leaving him dead in seconds. The ground shook as the beast crumpled. The flower perched on the remains of its head came off with a plop. Hajime stared on, speechless. She'd been asserting her strength more and more aggressively recently. Originally, she had just supported Hajime from behind, but as time passed, she eventually just started preemptively one-shotting anything that intended to do him harm. He had fewer and fewer opportunities to show off his skills and was starting to feel rather useless. Is she just one-shotting them because I'm nothing but a burden to her in combat? He began to think worriedly. If she really told him that he'd probably be depressed for weeks. And so, he holstered Donner and awkwardly asked Yue the question on his mind. Yue, I'm glad you're pumped to fight, but I feel like I haven't been pulling my weight recently. Yue turned back to Hajime, and despite her poker face, he could tell she was rather proud of herself. I want to be useful, because I'm your partner. It seemed she just wasn't satisfied with only covering Hajime from behind. He certainly did recall saying a while back that they would need to rely on each other in fights as partners who shared the same fate. It had been just after one of their fights. Yue had overextended herself and collapsed after running out of mana. Hajime had to rescue her, and she was beating herself up over it pretty bad, so he had told her that to comfort her, but it seemed she'd taken those words to heart. She wanted to show Hajime she was a partner worth relying on. Haha, trust me, you're more than useful. But even though your magic is ridiculously strong, you're not good at close combat, which is why I asked you to guard my back. Being the frontliner's my job." "Hajime, fine." Yue looked a bit glum as she listened to Hajime lecture her. Hajime just didn't want her to be hung up on the idea that she had to somehow be useful to him. He smiled reassuringly and gently stroked her soft hair. That was all it took for Yue's mood to improve, and Hajime lost the heart to keep lecturing her when he saw her contented expression. He didn't want her to end up dependent on him, so he tried to warn her from time to time, but in the end, he was just too soft on her. He was actually disgusted at himself for how weak-willed he'd become in that regard. As the two of them were having their faux lover's spat, Hajime didn't neglect to continually use sense presence, and he suddenly realized there were enemies approaching them. About 10 of them were circling around to surround them. If they're coordinating their movements, does that mean they hunt in packs like the twin-tailed wolves? Hajime thought warily to himself as he motioned to Yue and began retreating. If they were outnumbered, it would be in his best interests to at least move to more advantageous ground. As they began to close their encirclement, Hajime chose a point to break through and charged. They pushed their way through a dense copse of trees, and as they finally jumped clear, they found themselves face to face with a massive, 2-meter-large, raptor-like monster. This one had a tulip blooming on its head. "And cute. Are those in fashion or something?" Yue blurted out those words before she could stop herself, and Hajime found it hard to take the raptor in front of him seriously. As he stared at it, an impossible hypothesis came to mind. Like the T-Rex, the raptor's blood-curdling howl was at complete odds with the cute flower on its head. Everyone began getting ready for combat. The flower fluttered peacefully on the raptor's head, but Shaya, it paid it no mind and leaped at the distracted Hajime. The 20-centimeter-long talons extending from the raptor's feet glinted cruelly in the dim light as it attacked. Yue and Hajime both jumped in different directions to dodge. Not content with simply dodging, however, Hajime also used aerodynamic to leap multiple times through the air until he was directly above the raptor. As a test, he shot off the tulip poised on its head. His bullet passed effortlessly through the tulip, scattering its petals in all directions. The raptor spasmed momentarily before tripping over itself and somersaulting into the trees where it lay motionless. A moment of silence descended. Yue tottered over to Hajime, and they both stared at the tulip petals scattered across the ground. "Is it dead?" "Doesn't look like it to me." As Hajime had so astutely observed, the raptor wasn't dead. It twitched for a few seconds before slowly standing up and examining its surroundings. When it noticed the tulip petals, it patted its way over and started crushing them underfoot, as if the tulip had done it some great harm. What on earth is it doing? Why's it crushing the petals? Maybe someone put it on its head as a prank. I'm pretty sure the monsters around here aren't some elementary school kids that go around sticking, "Kick me" signs on everyone they see. Once it had finished grinding the tulip into dust, it looked up contentedly at the sky and let out a high-pitched screech. It then finally spotted Yue and Hajime and jumped with a start. Looks like it just realized we were here. Just how absorbed was it with that tulip? Maybe it's being bullied? As Hajime marveled at its inattention, Yue looked at it with something akin to sympathy. The raptor stood there for a moment, overcome by shock, before suddenly lowering its stance and baring its claws. It let out a low roar as it rushed Hajime. He calmly pulled out Donner and shot an electrically accelerated tor bullet right into the raptor's gaping maw. It made mincemeat out of the raptor's head and bored its way through a few of the trees behind it before vanishing from sight. Carried by the force of its own charge, the dead raptor slid a few feet across the ground before coming to a stop. Yue and Hajime both stared down at the raptor's corpse. Seriously, what was all that about? First it was bullied, and then it got shot, poor thing. Can we just drop the bullying part? I'm pretty sure that never happened. He had no idea what had just happened, but the monsters on this floor made no sense to him anyway, so he just stopped worrying about it. Their encirclement had started closing in on them, so they quickly moved to find more advantageous terrain. As they pushed forward, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of trees, each 5 meters wide at the base. The trees were packed so closely together that their branches were entwined, making a natural pathway through the sky. Hajime used aerodynamic, while Yue used wind magic to hop from branch to branch. He planned to shoot down all the monsters that came after them from above. In less than 5 minutes, the ground below became a hive of activity as one raptor after another poured into the area. He was about to throw down an incendiary grenade when suddenly he stiffened. Next to him, Yue also stiffened, her hands still outstretched to cast magic. The reason for their sudden hesitation was none other than, why the hell do they all have flowers on their heads? It's one big garden. As Hajime had so eloquently stated, the dozen or so raptors all had flowers adorning their heads, all of varying shapes, sizes, and color. His outcry had alerted the raptors to their presence, and as one, they all turned to face him. Each of them got ready to leap. He quickly threw his incendiary grenade and began shooting down the raptors outside its range. After each gunshot was a brief red flash, signaling that Donner had torn the head off its quarry. At the same time, Yue used her crimson javelin to take down raptors one after another. Roughly 3 seconds after the battle began, the incendiary grenade exploded. Burning hot tar splashed everywhere, incinerating a swathe of raptors. Hajime breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his other weapons were still effective on this floor. It appeared that Scorpion had just been exceptionally strong. The entire flock of raptors was taken care of in less than 10 seconds. But for some reason, Hajime's expression was still grim. Yue saw the look on his face and tilted her head in confusion. Hajime, don't you think it's strange, Yue? They're too weak. Yue was taken aback by that unexpected response. It certainly was true that both the raptors and the T-Rex had moved in very simplistic patterns and had been easily defeated. On top of that, though they exhibited a fair amount of bloodlust, they had felt almost unnaturally mechanical in their actions, especially when compared to the raptor whose flower Hajime had blown off. The way it had ground the flower to dust had felt far more natural. Hajime turned to Yue, but before he could say anything, his sense presence detected a new wave of monsters. There was a veritable army of them closing in from all directions. His sense presence had a radius of 20 meters, and there were already more monsters than he could count heading their way, with even more pouring into range every second. Yue, we're in trouble. There's at least 40 monsters heading our way. They're surrounding us from all sides, too. It's almost like someone's controlling them. Should we run? No point. With how many there are, we won't escape. It'd be smarter to climb to the top of the tallest tree and pick them off from there. Okay, already a big spell then. Yeah, let 'em have it. They sped through the branches, searching for the tallest tree in the area. Once they found it, they hopped onto one of its branches and destroyed all of the surrounding footholds, making it harder for the monsters to follow them. Hajime held Donner at the ready as he waited. He felt a slight tug at the hem of his shirt and realized Yue had grabbed onto him. That restricted the movement of his arms a little, so he leaned into her to free them. Her grip strengthened as he did so. Finally, the first wave of enemies appeared. It was a mix of raptors and T-Rexes this time. The T-Rexes started ramming into the trunk over and over while the raptors used their claws to make footholds and leaped up the tree. Hajime squeezed Donner's trigger. Chunks of flesh rained down to the ground below as one of the raptors had its head blown off. That had been the last of his clip, so he detached the revolver's cylinder and spun it to dislodge the empty shells before sticking it in his left armpit and reloading. The entire process only took 5 seconds. But he had still made sure to drop an incendiary grenade in the downtime to keep the raptors busy. A curtain of flame fell to the ground below. Seconds later, a barrage of bullets followed. Hajime had already killed 15 of them, but there was no time to rest. A group of 30 raptors and 4 T-Rexes had formed down below, and they were frantically trying either to climb the tree or just topple it outright. Hajime, "Not yet, wait just a bit longer," he replied without taking his eyes off the enemies he was shooting at down below. Trusting in Hajime, Yue concentrated only on pouring more mana into her spell. Finally, when there were more than 50 creatures swarming around the forest floor, Hajime decided that must have been all of the enemies he'd detected, and he gave Yue the signal. "Yue now." "Okay, Frost Prison." The moment Yue unleashed her magic, the ground all around the tree began to freeze. In the blink of an eye, all of the monsters had been encased in tombs of pale blue ice. They dotted the frozen landscape, looking like crystal blossoms. Trapped in their pretty frozen coffins, the light of life soon drained from their eyes. The field of frost expanded 50 meters in all directions. Her magic really was a weapon of mass destruction. Ha. Nice job. I'm so glad I have a vampire princess on my side. Egufofu. Hajime couldn't help but marvel at the frozen hellscape Yue had created with a single spell. But casting such a high-level spell had drained her of all her mana, and she was panting heavily. She had completely exhausted herself with that attack alone. Hajime gently supported her with one arm and bared his neck. She'd recover her mana if she drank his blood. The ambrosia could heal her exhaustion too, but perhaps because she was a vampire, it took a lot of time to fully take effect on her. He supposed it made sense that blood was the best remedy for a vampire. Yue smiled faintly at Hajime's praise before sinking her fangs into his neck. A slight flush crept up her cheeks as she drank his blood. Before she could finish, however, Hajime suddenly dislodged his neck and stood back up. His sense presence had discovered another 100 monsters heading their way. "Yue, we've got twice as many as before heading our way." "Iwa. There's definitely something strange going on here. We just wiped out a huge group of them, didn't we? But they're still rushing us anyway. It's like they're being controlled. Don't tell me those flowers are parasites." "You think so too, Yue." Yue nodded in agreement. "It should have a main body somewhere." "Yeah, if we can't get the bastard that stuck those flowers on everyone, we'll have to fight our way through every single monster on this floor." They decided to look for the mastermind behind the flower parasites before they got overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Until they defeated the puppet master, they wouldn't be able to do a proper search of the floor. As they no longer had time to let Yue leisurely suck his blood, Hajime tried to pass her a vial of ambrosia. However, she didn't take it. He tilted his head, puzzled. Yue was holding both her arms out to him instead of taking the vial. "Hajime, carry me." "What are you, 5? Wait, don't tell me you expect me to carry you and run while you suck my blood." She nodded emphatically. He supposed ambrosia would take too long to take effect, and in a pinch, they would need Yue's magic to save them. However, he wasn't thrilled about the idea of fleeing from a monster army while she sucked his blood. I suppose drastic times call for drastic measures. In the end, he agreed and lifted Yue into his arma, and then realized that would hinder his movements too much, so he slung her over his back instead. His preparations complete, he leaped down. And so, we return to the earlier scene, in which Hajime was being chased down by 200 monsters. Hajime hacked his way through a dense clump of weeds with Yue still clinging to his back. Though she had finished sucking his blood, she still hadn't gotten off. As he ran, he heard a massive rumbling noise behind him. The entire floor shook as the army of dinosaurs charged toward him. The raptors hid themselves in the tall grass and threw themselves at Hajime from all directions. He killed the ones that managed to reach him and ignored the rest as he ran as fast as he could. He was currently making his way to what he thought was the most obvious hiding spot he could think of. Yue launched magic projectiles left and right, keeping the monsters at bay and preventing them from getting completely hemmed in. Slew up, she sucked his blood again as he ran. Their destination was the dungeon wall located at the other end of the sea of trees. On that wall was a massive fissure that opened into a cavern. The reason he had chosen to investigate that location first was because of a peculiarity he had noticed in the monsters' behavior. While Hajime had been running through the forest, it was only when he had headed in a certain direction that the monsters' attacks became more frantic, as if they were trying to prevent him from going that way. It wasn't much to go on, but it was all they had. Besides, if they took too long, they'd be overwhelmed anyway, so they had no choice but to bet it all on whatever clues they managed to find. He had hoped to hide among the grass as he made his way over, but that plan had clearly failed already. Instead, since his position was already compromised, he decided to speed up and activated aerodynamic along with supersonic step to shoot forward. Slew up. Yue, can you please stop sucking my blood at every opportunity? I need it. Liar, I know you've barely used any mana since the last time you took a sip. Their flowers are draining my ka. Stop playing the tragic heroine card. I know you're just fine, you moron. I can't believe you're screwing around like this when I'm running for my life. Even in such a tense situation, Yue was more interested in Hajime's blood than their impending crisis. Man, she's got no shame. Guess I should have figured since she's royalty and Allah, and despite her playful attitude, she was still shooting down every monster that leaped in range without skipping a beat. After a few more minutes of running, they arrived at the cave entrance, with 200 monsters in tow. The fissure was narrow enough that 2 grown men would have trouble walking side by side. The T-Rexes wouldn't fit at all, and the raptors would have to follow in single file. One of the raptors leaped at them, claws at the ready, but before it could even make it a few feet, Hajime blew it to bits with Donner. Once they were through the fissure, Hajime transmuted it, closing it behind him. Hala, we can finally take a break. You sound tired. If you're worried about me, how about you get off my back? Fine. Reluctantly, Yue slipped off of his back. She must really like my back. Now then, considering how desperate those guys looked, I'd say we're in the right place. Make sure you stay on your toes. Okay. The inside of the cavern was dim since Hajime had closed the exit, so they proceeded cautiously. After a few minutes of walking, the path opened up into a wide room. There was a second fissure on the other side of the room. Maybe that's the path that leads to the next floor? Hajime started combing the room. Sense presence didn't detect any enemies, but there was this ominous feeling he just couldn't shake, so he kept his guard up. He had learned the hard way that some monsters could evade his sense presence. It was when they reached the center of the room that it finally happened. A countless number of what seemed like green ping-pong balls flew at them from every corner of the room. Yue and Hajime stood back to back and began shooting down the ping-pong balls. However, there were over 100 coming at them fast, and he realized he couldn't get them all in time. He instantly changed tracks and transmuted a wall to protect himself. The balls all crashed into the wall, unable to pierce through the thick stone. Though fast, they didn't appear to have much force. Yue had no problem taking care of the ones on her side with her superior wind magic. Yue, I think that's the main body's way of attacking. Do you have any idea where it is? Yue, Hajime asked, inquisitively. Though she didn't possess any perception skills like Hajime, her honed vampire senses provided her with a useful amount of information, unavailable to Hajime. However, Yue didn't respond. Confused, he turned to her and asked again, but the reply he received was completely unexpected. Run, Hajime? Her hands were pointing at Hajime. Gales of wind whipped dangerously around them. His instincts screamed at him to run, so he leaped away as quickly as possible. Not even a second later, a blade of wind passed through the spot he'd just been standing on and neatly sliced through the wall behind him. Yue, Hajime could barely believe what he was seeing. He raised his voice in surprise, but then understanding dawned on him when he saw what was above Yue's head. Blooming atop her golden hair was a small flower. It felt almost as if the monster had chosen that flower specifically for her too. After all, the scarlet rose above her head suited her perfectly. Damn it, those green balls must have been flowers. How stupid can I be? I want to punch myself right now, he thought, as he evaded another one of Yue's wind slashes. Hajime, her usual poker face was replaced with a grief-stricken expression. When he'd shot the flower off the raptor's head, it had stamped on it with a surprising amount of hatred, which meant that it had recalled the time it had spent under the flower's control. The flower controlled only the body and not the mind. Fortunately, he already knew how to free her from it. He took aim at the flower and prepared to pull the trigger. However, it seemed his quarry was aware of what his weapons were capable of, and that he'd shot down a flower before. It controlled Yue, forcing her to protect the flower. It made her bob up and down, meaning that if he missed, he was liable to shoot right through her skull. He ran forward, intending to pluck it off, but Yue pointed a hand at her own head as he did. Oh, now you've done it. The message was clear. If he tried to get close, the monster would force Yue to attack herself with her own magic. Though she was practically immortal, Hajime couldn't say with confidence she'd still be able to regenerate if she blew herself to smithereens with a powerful spell. And she was more than skilled enough to cast even the strongest of spells in seconds. He wasn't willing to risk Yue's life on a gamble like that. Sensing his hesitation, the monster slithered out of the crack in the back of the room. What crawled out of the depths was a woman-plant hybrid that closely resembled something like a dryad or Alran. There was no better way to describe the creature they faced. According to legend, they took on the forms of beautiful women to sap their opponents' will to fight, and if one treated them well, they would be blessed with good fortune. However, the creature standing in front of them didn't seem anything like the legends. While it did still look like a woman, its face was as ugly as its fighting style was dirty, and the countless vines writhing around it like tentacles only served to make it look all the more disgusting. It might have been better to call it an Alran wannabe. There was a wicked grin plastered across its hideous face. Hajime lost no time in pointing Donner at this new opponent. But before he could fire, Yue got in between him and the Alran wannabe, blocking his line of sight. Hajime, I'm sorry. Yue gritted her teeth in frustration. Not being able to control her own body must have been unbearable for her. Even now, she was desperately struggling to move. As Hajime watched, crimson droplets began trailing down the corners of her mouth. She must have bitten her lips so hard she drew blood. He couldn't tell if it was frustration at her own powerlessness or an attempt to inflict enough pain that she could break the spell. Perhaps it was a little of both. Using Yue as a shield, the Alran wannabe fired another green ball at Hajime. A bullet from Donner blasted it to bits. Though he couldn't see them, he was sure the ball must have sprayed flower spores everywhere when it burst. However, Hajime didn't feel a flower blooming on his head. The Alran wannabe suddenly stopped grinning when she saw Hajime was still unfazed. The spores seemed not to work on him. Must be because of all the resistances I have. His guess was more or less correct, as the Alran wannabe's spores were a form of neurotoxin. Hence, his poison resistance made him immune to their effects. In other words, the only reason Hajime wasn't a puppet was because of sheer luck. It wasn't as if Yue had let her guard down or anything, which was why she had no reason to be blaming herself. Realizing her spores couldn't control him, the Alran wannabe pouted and commanded Yue to attack him with her magic. Another blade of wind shot out toward him. From how simple Yue's movements had become, and how single-minded the earlier raptors' attacks had been, Hajime surmised that the Alran wannabe couldn't bring out her controlled subjects' full strength. I guess that's some consolation at least. When he moved to jump out of the way, Yue pointed a hand at her head again, rooting him in place. Unable to dodge, he activated the diamond skin skill he'd taken from the Cyclops to defend himself. Diamond skin involved coating the caster's body in mana and then hardening it so that they were surrounded by a shell literally as hard as diamonds. He hadn't trained it much yet, so it was probably barely even a tenth as strong as the Cyclops version of it had been. Still, it was enough to stop Yue's wind blades, which were sharp but lacked power. There is a way I can end this fight right now, but I'm worried about the aftermath. Should I try throwing an incendiary grenade at it? As Hajime pondered how best to escape the deadlock, he heard Yue's grief-stricken shout. "Hajime, don't mind me, just shoot." It seemed she'd resolved herself. If she was just going to get in his way and attack him, she'd rather just be shot at herself. There wasn't even the slightest hint of hesitation in her crimson eyes. Normally, this would be a scene where the main character said something like, "There's no way I can do that," or, "I'll save you, no matter what it takes," and strengthen his bonds with the heroine. And in fact, the old Hajime might have done just that, but the current Hajime was a much harder man. "Wait, really? Thanks." Bang, a single gunshot resounded through at the room. Upon hearing Yue's words, Hajime had fired without hesitation. Silence filled the room as the gunshot's echoes faded away. The red rose spun through the air before soundlessly falling to the ground. Yue blinked in surprise. The Alran wannabe did too. Yue uncertainly patted the top of her head. The flower was gone, but the hair near it was frizzly and torn. Even the Alran wannabe, wicked as it was, glared scornfully at Hajime. "You of all people don't have the right to judge me." Bang, Hajime fired angrily at the Alran wannabe. Green goop splattered everywhere as it lost its head. Its limbs spasmed momentarily before the whole thing crumpled to the ground. "Are you all right, Yue? You don't feel weird anywhere, do you?" Hajime casually walked up to Yue. However, Yue glared angrily at Hajime while continuing to flatten down her hair. "You really shot me." "Huh, I mean, yeah, you told me to." "Oh, you didn't even hesitate." "Well, yeah, I was planning on shooting from the start. I have confidence in my skills, but I figured you'd get mad if I just shot without warning. I was just being considerate by waiting for you to say something first." "You grazed my head." It'll heal up right away though, won't it? So there shouldn't be any problem. Ugh. Her expression screamed, "So what?" as she beat on his chest with her fists. It was true that she was the one that told him to shoot, and that she would have preferred that to continuing to get in his way. But Yue was still a girl. She had dreams, too. She'd hoped Hajime would have hesitated at least a little. She was mad at how lightly he'd taken her resolve. For his part, once Hajime had realized the Alran wannabe couldn't control Yue well enough to use more advanced magic, he had thought there was no longer any reason to worry. There weren't many attacks that could overcome her immortality. Despite that, he had hesitated, the greatest taboo of fighting, until Yue had given him a signal that it was okay. He couldn't understand why she was still so mad after, in his mind, he had given her the ultimate amount of consideration. She got even angrier when she heard his explanation and sulkily turned her back to him. Hajime sighed to himself and started thinking on how he could improve her mood. Something that proved to be infinitely harder than defeating the Alran wannabe. It was a few days after they'd defeated the Alran wannabe and Hajime had soured Yue's mood. She'd nearly sucked him dry before she forgave him, but it had been worth it to make her happy again. Once Hajime had recovered from near-death blood loss, the two of them went back to exploring the labyrinth. The next floor would mark the 100th from the one Hajime had started in. Before they delved into it, he decided to make sure his supplies were in perfect order. As always, Yue watched him work with unbridled enthusiasm. Though it was perhaps more accurate to say she was more interested in watching Hajime work than in watching his work itself. Today, too, she was sitting right next to Hajime, watching his hand and his face as he worked. Her expression was far too relaxed for how dangerous a place they were in. Having lost all track of time, Hajime had no way of knowing how many days had passed since he'd first met Yue, but she'd been showing him that relaxed expression quite often recently. She'd clearly gotten used to being around him. Especially when they were resting in his temporary bases, she always stuck to him like glue. When they were sleeping, she clung to his arm as they slept, and when they were sitting, she always hugged him from behind. And when she was sucking his blood, she'd just hug him from the front. Even when she finished, she'd cling to him for a long time after. She particularly enjoyed burying her face in his chest and rubbing against him. But see, the problem was, Hajime was still a guy. Fortunately, Yue's childish appearance made her look more cute than sexy, but the fact remained that she was actually quite old. He normally couldn't tell due to the way she acted, but the few times her age shone through, she looked so alluring that he had a hard time holding himself back. He was able to control himself only because he was aware of the constant danger that surrounded them at all times, but he wasn't confident he'd be able to withstand her temptation once they got back to the surface and they could relax for a bit. If he was honest with himself, he wasn't even sure he wanted to withstand it. Hajime, you're being even more careful than usual. Yeah, 'cause the next floor's going to be the 100th one. I just get the feeling there's going to be something big waiting for us. They say most of the labyrinths are only supposed to go 100 floors deep too, so, well, there's no harm in taking precautions. Though in Hajime's case, he had traversed a further 80 floors after falling past dozens more from a floor that already was most likely deeper than the 20th. He had long since passed the point where the standard depth of the Great Orcus Labyrinth was thought to come to an end. Considering how much deeper he had delved after already falling into the depths of hell, even he could tell he was far deeper than the endpoint of the normal Great Orcus Labyrinth. Marksmanship, physical abilities, specialized magic, weaponry, and finally transmutation. Hajime had polished his skills in each field to the utmost. His strength was quite formidable as well. However, the truly scary thing about this labyrinth was that even with his strength, it might still throw something at him that could kill him without breaking a sweat, which was why he made as many preparations as he could before descending. For reference on just how strong he'd become, his current stats looked something like this. Hajime Nagumo age, 17 male level, 76. Job, synergist. Strength, 1980. Vitality, 2090. Defense, 2070. Agility, 2450. Magic, 1780. Magic defense, 1780. Skills. Transmute plus or appraisal, plus precision transmutation, plus or perception, plus or desynthesis, plus or synthesis, plus duplicate transmutation, mana manipulation plus mana discharge plus mana compression plus remote manipulation, iron stomach, lightning field, air dance plus aerodynamic plus supersonic step, plus steel legs, gale claw, night vision, far sight, sense presence, detect magic, sense heat, hide presence, poison resistance, paralysis resistance, petrification resistance, diamond skin, intimidate, telepathy, language comprehension. Though he received new skills with each monster he consumed, he obtained new magic less and less frequently. Boss-level monsters still gave him new magic, but the standard ones loitering around each floor had stopped granting him new spells. He hypothesized that was because he was becoming more and more monster-like in constitution every time his body strengthened itself from eating monster meat. After all, monsters didn't obtain the magic of the prey they killed and ate. With their preparations finally complete, Hajime and Yue descended the stairs to the floor below. The bottom of the staircase opened up into a massive open room, empty save for the pillars that dotted the area. Each pillar had a spiral pattern engraved into its stone face. It gave off the impression that each pillar was a massive tree with vines entwined around its trunk. The pillars were all spaced evenly apart from each other and extended all the way to the ceiling 30 meters above. The ground was unnaturally smooth, as if it had been paved. All in all, it was a very majestic room. Hajime and Yue took a step forward as they marveled at the room's design. The moment they stepped inside, the pillars in front of them began glowing faintly. The two of them instantly returned to their senses and warily observed their surroundings. Starting from the pillars nearest to them, each set began glowing one after the other. Hajime and Yue both instantly raised their guard, but after a while nothing more happened, so they carefully continued forward. Both of them were on alert for any sign of enemies. After about 200 meters of walking, they found themselves staring at the opposite wall. Set within it was a massive set of doors. The 10-meter-tall pair of double doors also had something engraved into them. There was a heptagon carved into each, with a peculiar pattern adorning each vertex of the shape. Well, that's quite the impressive entrance. Do you think this is? Where the Maverick lives, Yue responded. It really looked like the kind of room that have a last boss in it. Though none of his perception skills were picking up on anything, Hajime's instincts were screaming at him nonetheless. It's dangerous to go any further, they told him. Yue felt it as well, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Well, if it is, that's just perfect. That means we've finally made it to our goal. Hajime pushed down his instincts and put on his usual fearless smile. No matter what was ahead, they had no choice but to move forward. Yeah, Yue glared resolutely at the double doors. They stepped forward simultaneously, walking past the last pair of pillars. The moment they cleared them, a massive, 30-meter large magic circle appeared in the air between them and the door. It pulsed malignantly as it shot out gouts of dark red light. This kind of magic circle was very familiar to Hajime. He could never forget the magic circle that was responsible for trapping his class on the bridge and ultimately sending Hajime hurtling down into the abyss. However, This one was 3 times the size of the one that had summoned the behemoth, and the inscriptions on it were far more complex and precise. Crap, that size is no joke. We're seriously up against this place's last boss. Don't worry, we won't lose. Hajim's smile understandably faltered a little, but Yue's determined expression remained unshaken, and she tightly squeezed Hajim's arm. He nodded in response and smiled wryly as he watched the magic circle finish its summoning. Finally, it let out one last incandescent burst of light. Yue and Hajime both covered their eyes to preserve their sight. Once the illumination dimmed, they got their first glimpse of their foe. What stood before them was a monster 30 meters in length. It had 6 heads attached to very long necks, each of which had a different colored pattern engraved into its head and a pair of dark red eyes. It resembled the mythical Hydra. Graya. It let out a peculiar howl and focused all 6 pairs of eyes on Hajime and Yue. Determined to pass judgment on the foolish intruders, the Hydra unleashed a wave of bloodlust so powerful it would have stopped a normal person's heart on the spot. At the same time, the red-patterned head opened its jaw and unleashed a torrent of flames. A veritable wall of fire raced toward them. Hajime and Yue both dove in different directions and instantly began firing off counterattacks. Hajime pulled Donner's trigger, and a small spark ignited the blast rock inside the bullet, which passed through an electrically charged barrel and accelerated toward the red-patterned head. The bullet slammed into the Hydra, blowing the red head clean off. As he struck a triumphant pose, the white head let out a long screech, and white light began enveloping the destroyed red head. Then, like a tape rewinding, the red head flew back through the air and reattached itself to the Hydra's neck. So the white head's the healer. Seconds later, Yue's ice spears sheared the green head off, but the white head restored that one too. Hajime clicked his tongue and contacted Yue with telepathy. Yue, aim for the white one. This'll never end if it keeps healing. Got it. The blue head opened its mouth next, firing a spray of ice pebbles at both of them. They nimbly dodged the barrage and took aim at the white head. Bang! Crimson javelin. A burning spear and speeding bullet raced toward the white head. But just before they hit their target, the yellow head put itself in the line of fire and reared like a cobra. It took both Hajime's bullet and Yue's crimson javelin head-on. It survived both the impact of a bullet and the heat of the explosion completely unscathed, and gazed coldly down at the 2 creatures below it. Tisk, it has a tank too. Quite the balanced party it's got there. Hajime pulled an incendiary grenade out of his pack and threw it at the heads. He then fired a barrage of full-power rounds at the white head. Yue fired a salvo of crimson javelins to match him. If she uses her azure blaze, she can probably take the yellow and white heads out at once, but it'll be risky since she'll be exhausted afterward. She'll recover right away if she sucks my blood, but I doubt the other heads will give us that much time. There was also the possibility they were tough enough to withstand Yue's strongest spell. Therefore, Hajime decided it would be too dangerous for Yue to use her strongest spells. Until at least half, the heads were dealt with. The yellow head managed to perfectly block their barrage of attacks. However, even it couldn't come out of such a bombardment unscathed, and it was clearly wounded in places. Graya! But the white head began healing the yellow one almost instantly. It was disgustingly proficient at healing magic. However, right as it finished healing the yellow head, the grenade exploded directly above it. A deluge of burning tar fell upon the Hydra's heads. Some of it landed on the white head too, which made it screech in pain. Hajime activated his telepathy to inform Yue not to let this chance slip by. But before he could say anything, a blood-curdling scream reached his ears. Yue's scream. Yue. Hajime tried to rush over to Yue, but the red and green heads unleashed a torrent of flame and wind to block his path. Yue's screams continued, and Hajime gritted his teeth in worry as he tried to piece together what was happening. It was then that he remembered the black head had yet to make a move. No, wait, maybe it already has made its move. Hajime frantically dodged with aerodynamic and supersonic step while he fired Donner at the black head. A hyper-accelerated bullet slammed into the black head, knocking its gaze off of Yue. At the same time, Yue slumped to the ground. He could tell she was pale even from his distant position. The blue head opened its jaw wide and rushed toward Yue, intending to eat her. Don't you dare, Yeye. Heedless of the damage it might do to his own body, he used supersonic step to dash right through the storm of fire and wind. He used Donner and Gale Claw to deflect any fatal blows while ignoring the rest, and just barely made it to Yue before the blue head did. He had no time to mount a counterattack, so he used Diamond Skin to make himself a human shield. When Diamond Skin was active, Hajime couldn't move. That was why he hadn't used it earlier. A layer of diamond-hard mana enveloped him seconds before the blue head's jaws sunk into him. Igur. Iga. With a low growl, the blue head tried to swallow Hajime whole. However, he held his ground and used his back and feet to keep it from closing its jaws on him. He quickly pushed Donner up against its upper jaw and fired. With a bang, the top part of its head popped off like a jack-in-the-box. The strength vanished from its jaws, and Hajime kicked the remnants of its head away with his steel legs. He then pulled out a flash grenade and sound grenade and kicked them over to the Hydra. The sound grenade was a new addition he had picked up from a monster on the 80th floor that used ultrasonic waves to fight. He had harvested the organ the monster used to produce those sounds and incorporated it into his arsenal. It hadn't provided him with any new magic, but the organ had been apparently classified as an ore, so he was able to transmute it into a sound grenade. The combination of light and sound disoriented the Hydra. With the few seconds he'd managed to buy them, Hajime scooped up Yue and hid behind one of the pillars. Hey, Yue, say something. She didn't respond to Hajime's voice at all and simply sat in his arm, pale and trembling. How dare that black bastard do this? Hajime cursed and started lightly slapping Yue's cheeks. He tried calling out to her with telepathy too, and even gave her a vial of ambrosia. After a while, Yue's eyes finally began to regain their former glimmer. Yue. Hajime. Yep, it's me. How are you feeling? Just what happened back there? After blinking confusedly for a few more seconds, Yue gently stroked Hajime's cheek, as if making sure he was really there. Once she was sure he really was, she breathed a small, relieved sigh. There were tears welling up in her eyes. I'm so glad. I thought I'd been abandoned again, alone in the darkness. Huh, what on earth are you talking about? Hajime asked, bewildered. Apparently Yue had suddenly been assailed by visions of being abandoned by Hajime and sealed once more in the darkness. The absolute terror of something like that happening to her had paralyzed her thoughts and stopped her from moving. Tisk, so the black one's a debuffer, looks like it inflicts a fear status on people. Shit, this monster really is a perfectly balanced party. Hajime. Yue looked worriedly up at Hajime, who was busy insulting the Hydra. It must have been quite the terrifying sight for her, being abandoned by Hajime. From Yue's point of view, Hajime was the man who had risked his life to save her from her 300-year-old prison. On top of that, even after learning she was a vampire, he hadn't shunned her. In fact, he'd happily let her suck his blood every day. The thought that he had abandoned her had stricken her to her very core. Hajim's side was the only place she had left to return to. She was happy beyond words when he had offered to take her home with him, and the thought of being alone again scared her just as much. The seeds of fear the head had planted in her mind had begun to sprout, and they were eating away at her even now. Hajime didn't have the time to console her, though, as the Hydra had recovered from the flashbang. He rose, intending to return to the fray, but was stopped by Yue, who clutched tightly to his shirt. She was still trembling, and it looked as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Hajime was able to more or less figure out what was going through her mind based on the nightmare she just had. And from the way she always acted around him, he could guess what she was feeling too. Regardless, he had promised he'd bring her to Japan with him. He could hardly ignore her plight. That being said, there was no time to comfort her. Trying to give her any half-assed words of consolation would just make things worse if the black head attacked her again. It was even possible the head would target Hajime, so he needed Yue in perfect mental condition to follow up in case he got hit. But in the end, he knew he was just trying to make excuses for himself. Hajime awkwardly scratched his head and squatted down in front of Yue. She tilted her head, puzzled, as he looked her in the eyes. And, he kissed her on the lips. It was more of a peck than a kiss, and Hajime's lips barely touched hers, but it took her completely by surprise. Her eyes opened wide as she stared blankly at him. Embarrassed, he broke eye contact and pulled Yue to her feet. "We're gonna kill that bastard. We're gonna make it out of here alive and go home together." Yue was still staring at Hajime in a daze, but her usually empty expression was gone. In its place was the most radiant smile he'd ever seen. "Yeah." Hajime awkwardly cleared his throat and switched gears back to battle mode as he outlined his plan. "Yue, I'm going to bring out Schlegen. It can't fire consecutive shots, so I'm going to need you to cover me." "Leave it to me." There was more enthusiasm in Yue's voice than usual. Normally, she just mumbled listlessly, but her reply this time was filled with emotion. It looked like she'd been freed from all her old fears, and from the looks of it, her inhibitions. When he recalled just how dependent she was on him, he realized he might have been a bit hasty. The future's going to be pretty rocky, he thought as he smiled wryly. Tired of their lover's skit, the Hydra roared angrily, reminding the two of its presence with a barrage of wind, fire, and ice. The two of them leaped out from behind the pillar, then began their counterattack. Crimson Javelin, Force Lasher, Glacial Sleet. Yue unleashed spell after spell. Spears of fire, spiraling whirlwinds created from the force of a vacuum, and needles of ice assailed the Hydra one after another. She had aimed for the moment right after the heads had finished their attack, when they were at their most vulnerable. A barrage of magic rained down on the red, blue, and green heads. The yellow tried to cover them, but then noticed Hajime was firing on the white, and roared angrily as it was forced back to protect their healer. Graya! It slammed into a nearby pillar, transforming the stone into an impromptu shield. It appeared the yellowhead had an ability similar to the Scorpion S, though it was nowhere near as powerful. The first of Yue's spells pulverized the shield, allowing the latter two to rain down on the unprotected Hydra heads. Graya! The three heads all screamed in unison. The black head turned to Yue the moment her spells subsided and cast its fear magic on her again. She could feel the same fear and unease creeping up on her, but this time, the memory of Hajime's kiss reassured her. The fear was blown away and replaced by something warm as it tried to take hold of her. That won't work on me anymore. Since her current job was to just cover Hajime, she focused more on bombarding the Hydra continually with spells, not worrying too much about their strength. The red, green, and blue heads all recovered and started attacking again, but Yue was able to take all three on at once. She neutralized their barrage with her own magic and often had enough time to slip in an attack too. Hajime closed in on the Hydra while the three attacking heads were busy with Yue. He couldn't afford to let them block his first shot, since that was likely all he was going to get. Realizing its fear magic wasn't working on Yue, the black head turned to Hajime. Fear and unease began to well up in his chest, and visions of his early days in hell floated up in his mind. He recalled the pain and starvation he had suffered when he had first fallen into the abyss. However, so what? That was a past he had long since overcome. He had suffered enough that such pain meant nothing to him anymore. He nonchalantly blew the black head off with Donner. The white head began healing again, but before it could finish restoring the black head, Hajime jumped up to it with a combination of aerodynamic and supersonic step. After that, he pulled Schlegen off his back and nestled it within his armpit. The yellow head moved to block Hajime, but he had already predicted that effort. "I'll just get you both, then." He activated his lightning field, and there was brief red spark as the bullet ignited. This specialized bullet was a full metal jacket, made with a torcore and coated with the same material that composed the scorpion's shell, SH-tar. Since SH-tar hardened with magic, the lightning field further powered up its destructive force. His rifle bullets had far more blast rock packed into them as well, and there was a mini explosion as the bullet rocketed forward. Boom, there was the sound of a cannon firing, and his special red bullet rocketed through the 1.5-meter-long barrel, picking up speed as it passed. The electrically accelerated bullet was easily 4 to 5 times as powerful as a full-power shot from Donner. That tiny bullet packed more force than a battleship round. The creation of such a fearsome weapon was only possible because of his special magic and the super-hard minerals found in this other world. The only thing that could compare would be a very powerful laser. The bullet scorched the very air as it passed, heading straight for the yellow head. The yellow head had its own powered-up version of Hajime's diamond skin, but the bullet still blasted through it as if it were nothing more than paper. It pierced through the yellow head, pierced through the white one behind it, and exploded against the wall behind it. The entire dungeon floor shook from the impact. Once the dust cleared, all that remained were the remnants of the two melted heads, which had somehow fused together, and a hole drilled so deep into the wall Hajime couldn't see where it ended. The remaining 3 heads momentarily forgot to keep fighting and stared in slack-jawed amazement at what had happened to their comrades. Hajime landed lightly onto the ground and ejected the spent shell from Schlegen. The empty casing fell to the ground with a clink, and the 3 heads suddenly remembered the predicament they were in. They all glared hatefully at Hajime, but the opponent they had been engaged with until just now was not one they could afford to take their eyes off of. Thunderlord's Judgment. Ribbons of gold mana flew wildly around the regal vampire princess. Hajime bore witness to the overpowering strength her family had feared so much that they'd sealed her away. Her magic rained down on them like judgment from God. 6 spheres of lightning surrounded the remaining 3 heads. They hung there in the air for a moment before shooting bolts into each other, connecting the 6 spheres into one huge ring of lightning. A new sphere formed at the ring's center, larger than all the others. It hung there like a Parthenon made of lightning, shining brighter than the sun. The blazing temple of lightning unleashed its power with the force of 1,000 suns. Crackle, the middle lightning sphere, pulsed, and everything encased within the temple was blasted with millions of volts of lightning. The 3 remaining heads desperately tried to escape, but the outer ring acted as a prison, trapping them in their lightning hell. A huge flash was followed by a thunderous boom, and it was as if God's wrath itself had come down on them. Within seconds, Yue's spell burnt the remaining heads to cinders. They died screaming in agony, unable to do anything to resist. Yue slumped onto the ground like she always did after casting a powerful spell. She was panting heavily and had returned to her usual deadpan expression, but her eyes glowed with satisfaction. She gave Hajime a thumbs up. Smiling, he returned the gesture. He fixed his grip on Schlagen, then started walking over to Yue. However, an instant later, "Hajime," he heard her panicked shout. Sensing the urgency in her voice, he turned around to see what she was looking at and saw that a seventh head had grown out of the remnants of the Hydra's body. It was glaring right at Hajime. He reflexively stiffened up. The seventh head, which had a silver pattern carved into its forehead, shifted its gaze from Hajime to Yue, and without warning, fired an aurora of rainbow-colored light at her. The aurora ate up the distance between it and Yue at an alarming rate. She had exhausted all her mana and wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Hajime shifted his gaze from the head to Yue, and chills ran down his spine. Without thinking, he leaped forward. Just like when he had rushed to save her from the blue head, Hajime managed to reach her before the aurora could wipe her off the face of the earth. However, things didn't end as fortuitously as they had with the blue head. The light swallowed Hajime whole. Even after he absorbed most of the attack, the shockwaves were enough to bowl Yue backward. After the light subsided, Yue forced her aching body to get up. She frantically looked around, searching for Hajime. She saw him standing in the same spot he had been in before the attack hit. He stood there defiantly, smoke rising from his body. The burnt husk of Schlagen slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. The bottom part had already fused with the floor below. Hajime. There was no reply. Then suddenly, he pitched forward onto the ground. Hajime, ignoring her body's protests, Yue desperately tried to run over to Hajime. However, her exhausted body couldn't keep up, so she tripped. She curbed her impatience and forced herself to drink a vial of ambrosia. The moment she felt an ounce of her strength return, she stood back up and rushed over to Hajime. He was lying face down on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His diamond skin hadn't been able to protect him completely. Had he not used Schlagen, which was made of the scorpion's shell, as a shield, he most likely would have died instantly. She gently rolled him over onto his back, then gasped when she saw his injuries. His fingers, shoulders, and armpit had all been burnt to a crisp, and white bone was peeking out from the charred remains of skin and muscle. The entire right side of his face had been scorched too, and blood was dripping from his burnt right eye socket. The only thing that had saved his legs from suffering the same fate was probably the angle of the attack. Yue hurriedly tried to force some ambrosia down his throat, but the Hydra was already readying its next attack. This time it fired off a barrage of 10-centimeter-wide balls of light. It was like some kind of rainbow-colored Gatling gun. Yue picked up Hajime and, squeezing out every last ounce of her strength, managed to carry him to safety behind one of the pillars. Light balls slammed into the pillar one after another. It likely wouldn't last even a minute longer. Each of the balls contained a frightening amount of force. Yue quickly poured ambrosia all over his wounds and pulled out a second vial, intending to feed it to him. However, he didn't even have the strength left to swallow, so he weakly choked it back out. Yue filled her own mouth with ambrosia, then plugged his mouth with her own, forcing it down his throat. However, while the ambrosia stopped any more blood from seeping out, it was unable to fully heal Hajime's wounds. Normally, it would start healing them right away, but it seemed something was obstructing it from working properly. Why? Yue was practically in a state of panic at that point. She began pulling out all the ambrosia vials Hajime had on him. The reason things were progressing slowly was because the Hydra's light actually contained a poison that melted flesh as well. By all rights, it should have already finished melting Hajime's body. The fact that it hadn't, in and of itself, showed just how powerful the ambrosia was. While not by much, it had managed to overcome the poison and was slowly healing Hajime's wounds. Though it was taking longer than usual, the ambrosia's effects coupled with Hajime's naturally strong half-monster body meant he would eventually heal. However, his right eye had already dissolved beyond all repair, and even the ambrosia wouldn't be able to bring it back. The pillar was on its last legs too, and would most likely be destroyed before Hajime recovered enough to move. Yue looked down at him, a determined expression on her face, and kissed him. Then, after taking Donner from its holster, she stood up. "It's my turn to save you this time," she whispered softly, before dashing out from behind the pillar. She had very little mana remaining and no more ambrosia. The only things she could rely on were her body-strengthening magic, her natural abilities as a vampire, her unreliable self-regeneration, and Donner. The Hydra reared its silver-crested head as Yue ran into its sight and fired another barrage of light balls. Yue didn't have the mana left to shoot them down with magic, and lacking Hajime's skill with firearms, didn't have the confidence to shoot them all down with Donner, so she opted to run. But physical strength had always been Yue's one weakness. She was backed into a corner almost instantly. Finally, one of them hit her on the shoulder. Agu, even as she screamed in pain, she used the impact of the attack to roll back on her feet and resume running. She knew the moment she stopped from the pain, it'd be all over for her. Her automatic regeneration took longer than usual to kick in. The melting properties of the Hydra's head were effective against her self-healing as well, and so she lost even more mana by healing herself. At the rate things were going, she wouldn't even have enough mana to keep her body strengthening up. Every time she tried to get closer, a barrage of light balls drove her back, but she needed to close the gap somehow. She wasn't confident she'd be able to hit the Hydra with Donner from so far back. She needed to create an opening somehow. However, she was unable to find any way to do so, and all too soon she was cornered again. Desperate, she fired Donner in the hopes of forcing a way out of her predicament. Though she couldn't use Lightning Field, she was proficient enough with Thunder Magic that she managed to accelerate the bullet. In a stroke of beginner's luck, the bullet weaved neatly between the barrage of light balls and hit the Hydra right in the head. Unfortunately, however, Yue let out an involuntary mewl of surprise. Even if she hadn't gotten the hang of accelerating it yet, she'd still added quite a bit of force to the bullet. Despite that, the silver-crested head had only a tiny scratch on it. Despair began coloring her expression, but if she let herself be defeated, Hajime would die. Yue gritted her teeth and continued dodging. Still, she wouldn't be able to keep it up forever. The silver-crested head reared back and fired a second aurora. The spread of bullets restricted her evasive routes until, finally, she was forced to let a ball blow her back to keep her from getting devoured entirely by the aurora's light. The ball she was forced to take as compensation for dodging the aurora hit her square in the stomach and sent her sprawling to the ground. GHH, her body refused to move. She knew if she didn't get up, she'd be devoured by a barrage of light balls. But no matter how she struggled, her muscles refused to listen. Her auto-regeneration was taking even longer than last time to kick in. Before she knew it, there were tears rolling down her face. They were tears of frustration. Frustration at her inability to protect Hajime even after he'd protected her so many times. The Hydra took a moment to let out a victorious "Graya" before firing the next barrage of light balls. Yue's death drew closer in the form of rainbow-colored light. She refused to close her eyes. If nothing else, she wasn't going to be defeated in spirit. She glared right at the silver-crested head, determined to go down fighting. Eventually, the balls filled her vision and she couldn't even see the Hydra anymore. They were going to hit her. She would die. Inside her head, she apologized to Hajime for dying before him, for not being able to protect him. But suddenly, a gust of wind flew by. By the time she'd grasped what was going on, Yue was in someone's arms and the light balls were passing by to her side. Her expression filled with utter disbelief. She looked up at the person holding her. It was, of course, none other than Hajime. His body was still covered in wounds, he was panting heavily, and his right eyelid was tightly shut. "Don't cry, Yue, you won this fight." Hajime. Overcome with emotion, she hugged him tight. His wounds had barely begun to heal. In reality, he was standing on willpower alone. But he still glared angrily at the Hydra's silver head. It was looking condescendingly down on the both of them as it fired yet another barrage of light balls. It looked as if it was saying something like, "What can a half-dead ape like you do?" Too slow. Hajime waited until the last minute before dodging with unsteady movements. The silver head narrowed its eyes in anger and fired another salvo. "Hajime, run!" Yue shouted frantically, but Hajime seemed utterly unconcerned. With Yue still held tight in his arm, he spun and danced around the Hydra's attacks. Though at times he stumbled, he never failed to dodge. In fact, it looked more as if the balls were dodging him than the other way around. And Yue watched it all, her eyes full of wonder. "Yue, drink my blood." He spoke quietly, his silent gaze inviting her. For once, she hesitated. He had lost so much blood already. He dodged with tottering steps, but he still pushed Yue's face closer to his neck. "Your magic is our only hope, Yue, so do it. Hurry up and win this for us." "Okay." Yue acquiesced to Hajime's powerful words and nodded. She chose to trust in him and buried her face in his neck. Her body healed rapidly as his blood flowed into her. They danced a dance of death, the two of them, as they weaved their way through a storm of bullets. For a moment, everything lost all sense of color for Hajime. He was whirling his way through a world of black and white, while everything around him moved in slow motion. Only his movements remained sharp. He had seen it all. While he had been struggling to remain conscious, he had watched as Yue had fought all on her own. He watched as she desperately fought with his gun until finally she was backed into a corner. He watched as she was thrown to the floor and bombarded with light. It was at that moment that a seething anger had welled up. Anger at himself. What the hell are you doing? How long do you plan to lie here sleeping? Are you going to let your partner get killed right under your nose? You're going to give in to that shitty excuse of a monster. No, I won't. Anything that threatens our survival is an enemy. And enemies are to be killed. Hajime had felt a tingling run through his body, and suddenly he had awoken to a new skill. He had acquired the final derivative skill of air dance, Riftwalk. By focusing all 5 of his senses to the utmost limits, his other air dance derivatives grew that much stronger. The extremes of his situation had forced him to surpass his limits once more. It was that ability that had allowed Hajime to instantly teleport to Yue's side. And it was that ability that was currently allowing him to dodge the Hydra's attacks. Yue finished drinking his blood, her strength fully restored. "Yue, hit him with Azure Blaze when I give the signal. Until I do, just focus on dodging." "It's okay, but what about you, Hajime?" "I'll be laying the groundwork for your finisher." He let Yue down behind one of the pillars, and then charged the Hydra. He dodged each of the light balls by a hair's breadth using supersonic step, and then fired Donner once he got close enough. Annoyed by the fact that the last shot had still managed to scratch him, the Silverhead dodged this one. The bullet passed harmlessly through the air and bored a small hole into the ceiling above. Unconcerned, Hajime continued firing as he ran. Sadly, each of his bullets only served to put more holes in the ceiling. The Silverhead scoffed at Hajime as it effortlessly dodged. Yue was a little worried about Hajime's uncharacteristically sloppy shooting, but she chose to believe in him and wait. Once he exhausted a chamber's worth of bullets, Hajime took to the air with aerodynamic. His leaps had grown more precise, and he freely flew through the air, sticking close to the ceiling. Tired of being toyed with, the Silverhead began firing auroras off at random. Hajime grinned as he dodged them with ease. He was reading the Hydra like an open book, and he had noticed it had to stop moving to recharge every time it fired. "This is for hurting, Yue. I hope you like it." He finished reloading Donner and fired all 6 bullets at once, each in a slightly different direction. 6 small explosions dotted the ceiling, and after a moment of silence, a section of it came crumbling down. 10 tons of rock hurtled toward the Hydra, and the Hydra was unable to escape in time as it rained down on its head. Gra-ah! The beast screamed in both surprise and pain. Hajime's timing had been perfect. He had aimed for the moment it stiffened up after firing an aurora to make sure it wouldn't be able to escape. He had missed originally on purpose, and then had run around the ceiling, transmuting it to weaken the foundations while also setting up grenades in various locations. His 6 shots had been to set off the grenades. But he didn't stop there. He hadn't done all that just to drop a giant rock on it. He closed the distance to the trapped Hydra in a single supersonic step, then began transmuting the rubble around it to make a perfect prison. He transmuted the area around its head specifically to make something like a blast furnace. He then threw his whole pouch of grenades into the blast furnace and shouted the following. "And now, Yue." "Okay, Azure Blaze." A burning blue sun appeared within the blast furnace, consigning the trapped Hydra to hell. His grenades all exploded at once when the blast hit, dealing a considerable amount of damage to the Silverhead. "Gra-ah!" The Silverhead screamed in pain. It started firing light balls everywhere, desperately looking to free itself. But whenever it managed to break one of the walls, Hajime simply transmuted it back in place. It had just fired an aurora too, so it wasn't able to pull out another right away. Slowly but surely, the blue sun sank deeper into the furnace, purging the monster with a fire hotter than hell. Sense presence told him the Hydra was now well and truly dead. Once he was sure it was gone for good, Hajime collapsed on the spot. "Hajime!" Yue tried to rush over to him, but her body was exhausted too, so she was forced to crawl instead. "You pushed yourself too hard." Yue somehow managed to crawl over to Hajime. He could feel her hugging him as he slipped into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, as Hajime and Yue were fighting with the Hydra, the party of heroes was taking a short break from their dungeon expedition and were resting in the capital. The increased strength of the monsters they faced combined with the strain of scouting out an unmapped floor had of course taken its toll on the students. But that wasn't the only reason they had chosen to take a break. There was apparently also someone waiting at the palace to meet them. The Holshire Empire, which had shown no interest in the heroes thus far, had suddenly sent an envoy to greet them. Kuki and the others were naturally wondering why they would send someone after all this time. The reason there hadn't been any representative from the Holshire Empire, which was allied with the Heilig Kingdom, when the heroes were first summoned, was that there had been very little time since the oracle's message from Ehit and the summoning itself. That being said, the king had assumed even if they had managed to get a message to the empire, in time they wouldn't have bothered to send an envoy. The main reason being that ever since its founding at the hands of a famous mercenary 300 years ago, the empire has been a strength-based meritocracy. Adventurers and mercenaries of all kinds called that holy land their home precisely because they could make a name for themselves with the strength of their sword arm alone. People like them wouldn't accept some summoned humans as their new leaders just like that. While the Holy Church did have a presence there, and most of its citizens were technically believers, they weren't nearly as devout as the citizens of the kingdom. Since even the merchants and officials generally came from a mercenary or adventurer background, almost all of the citizens valued coin over religion. That having been said, they were still believers even if they weren't as devout. However, it was quite likely that they would have spurned the heroes had they met them when they were first summoned. That was why it was fortunate that Holsher's emperor had seemingly shown no interest in the heroes until now. Their sudden change of heart had come about when they had heard the reports that Kuki's party had cleared the 65th floor of the Great Orcus Labyrinth, something no one else had managed to do before. When news of the historic breakthrough had reached the Empire's ears, they had immediately dispatched a messenger to the kingdom informing them that they wished to meet these new heroes. Both the king and the Holy Church agreed that it was probably the best time to let them meet the heroes. Captain Meld relayed all of this information at length to Kuki and the others on their return trip to the capital. As the students were getting off their carriages, a single boy came running toward them from the palace. He was around 10 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He resembled Kuki in many ways, though he was more of a rambunctious little kid. He was, of course, the Prince of Heilig, Lundel S.B. Heilig. The young prince resembled a puppy welcoming home its owner as he ran up to one of the girls and started shouting at her. "Kaori, you're finally back. I was waiting for you." Of course, it wasn't just Kaori who had returned. All the other students on the expedition had also come back with her. Most of them were clearly annoyed that Prince Lundel basically ignored their existence. Lundel had been infatuated with Kaori since the day she was summoned. But of course, he was still only 10 years old. Kaori simply thought of him as a little kid who had grown attached to her. She had no reason to suspect his feelings ran any deeper than that. And since she was naturally inclined to look after others, she simply treated him like a cute little brother. "Prince Lundel, it's nice to see you again." Even Kaori thought he resembled a puppy with the way he craved her attention as she smiled kindly at him. Lundel blushed bright red, but he still tried to look as manly as possible in front of his crush. "Yeah, I haven't seen you in ages. Everything felt so boring while you were gone. You're not hurt, are you? If only I was stronger, you wouldn't have to fight for us." Lundel bit his lip unhappily. Kaori no longer held any desire to sit back and let others protect her, but she still smiled at the boy's childish resolve. "I'm truly happy you're so concerned about me, but there's really no need to worry. I'm fighting because I want to." "No, fighting doesn't suit you, Kaori. There has to be some kind of safer job you can do." Kaori tilted her head slightly. Lundel somehow managed to blush even brighter. Shizuku watched the entire exchange from the sidelines, smiling as she watched the prince's clumsy attempts to woo Kaori. Well, how about being a maid? I could even make you my personal maid so you don't have to work too much." "A maid? Sorry, but I can't accept your offer. I'm a priest, so." "Then how about working at the hospital? There's no need to expose yourself to danger and fight at the front lines in the labyrinth, is there?" The kingdom had a state-run hospital in the capital. It was located right next to the palace. It was quite obvious that he wasn't really worried about Kaori's safety. Lundell merely wanted to keep her close to him. Unfortunately, Kaori was too dense to realize that. "I'm sorry, but it's only at the front lines that I can heal the injured right away. I'm truly grateful you're so worried about me, but I'm going to keep fighting." Humph, Lundell pouted a little as he realized he would be unable to change Kaori's mind no matter what he said. It was then that the thick-headed bundle of justice decided to butt in and pour oil on the flames. "Your Highness, Kaori's a very dear childhood friend of mine. I promise I won't let any harm come to her," Kuki said with a grin, intending to assuage the young boy's worries. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that only made matters worse. To the smitten Lundell, it sounded like he was saying, "Don't you dare lay a hand on my woman. As long as I'm around, I won't let anyone else have Kaori." The hero and the healer. They really did seem like a dream couple. Lundell glared hatefully at Kuki, as if he were staring at his mortal enemy. To his young mind, it seemed as if Kuki and Kaori were already lovers. How can you call yourself a man when you take Kaori to such dangerous places with you? I won't lose. I'll show you that Kaori's better off with me. Kaori stared at Lundell, puzzled by his sudden outburst as Kuki just stared at him blankly. And Shizuku, having watched the entire exchange, just sighed at Kuki's dense attitude. Lundell ground his teeth angrily, and Kuki opened his mouth to try and smooth the situation over. But before he could make matters worse, a sharp voice rang out across the courtyard. "Lundell, stop acting like a child. You're bothering Kaori and Kuki." "It's a sister, but." "No buts. Everyone's working so hard for our sake, but you're completely ignoring their feelings and trying to keep Kaori here. Don't you think you're being immature?" "Yeah, but. Lundell. I just remembered something I have to do. Excuse me." Unwilling to admit his own mistake, Lundell turned around and ran off. Princess Liliana sighed exasperatedly as she watched him go. "Kaori, Kuki, I apologize on my brother's behalf. He must have caused you a great deal of trouble." She bowed deeply as she apologized to them, and her long blonde hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. "There's no need to apologize, Lily. I'm sure Lundell was just worried about me." "Exactly. I'm not sure why he was so angry, but if I said anything that offended him, it's me who should be apologizing." Liliana simply smiled awkwardly. She sympathized a little with her little brother. The target of his affections wasn't interested in him in the least. Worse, his self-proclaimed love rival didn't even care that he was around. There had actually been quite the commotion when Kuki and Lundell had first met, but that was a story for another time. Liliana was currently 14 years old. Her beautiful appearance and flowing blonde hair made her popular both within the palace and among the common folk. She was serious about her duties, gentle, and not too uptight about social standing. Despite her station, she was kind to the servants and maids and got along well with people of all classes. She was actually deeply troubled by Kuki and the other students' situation, not only in her capacity as a princess, but on a personal level as well. She felt extremely guilty about getting a group of unrelated children embroiled in her country's problems. It took her no time at all to get friendly with most of the summoned students. In fact, she got along especially well with Kaori and Shizuku, and before long they had dropped formal titles and were calling each other by nicknames. "There's no need for that, Kuki. Lundell's just a bit wild, so don't mind him. More importantly, welcome back everyone. I'm glad you all returned safe and sound." Liliana smiled warmly at the students. Even though they were used to seeing beauties like Kaori and Shizuku in their class, the guys were still utterly charmed by her friendly smile. Liliana's beauty was accentuated by the refined air of royalty, something that few other people could hope to match. The members of Hiyama and Nagayama's groups were both beet red, and even some of the girls were blushing slightly. The students were all overwhelmed by the fact that they were speaking directly to royalty, something they would never have gotten the chance to do in their own world. To them, it was strange that Kaori and Shizuku were able to talk to her like she was just another one of their friends. "Thanks, Lily. Your smile alone is enough to blow all our exhaustion away. I'm happy to see you again, too," Kuki replied, with his usual set of cliched lines accompanied by his trademark smile. However, to reiterate, Kuki had no ulterior motives hidden in his words. He truly was just happy to come back alive and see his friend once more. In reality, he was completely clueless about the effects his words and conduct had on others. Really? Ooh. Since she was a princess, Liliana had gotten used to receiving compliments from all sorts of people. Nobles, foreign dignitaries, messengers, and even commoners praised her beauty or her intelligence at every turn. Hence, why she had mastered the art of discerning people's true intentions. And that was precisely why she was able to tell Kuki sincerely meant every word he uttered. The only other people that complimented her sincerely were her family, so she wasn't used to wholehearted praise. She blushed a deep crimson as she scrambled to formulate some kind of reply. That easily flustered side of her was also part of the reason she was so popular. Kuki just stood there, grinning happily, once again utterly unaware of the effects his words had caused. As always, Shizuku sighed tiredly behind him. It was because she knew him so well that she understood that, even if someone tried to tell him, he wouldn't get it. Anyway, thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. There's a warm meal and hot baths waiting for everyone, so please take some time to relax. The Holshire Empire's envoy isn't due to arrive for a few days, so there's no need to rush. Liliana managed to compose herself and give a princess-like response. The students all began winding down and slowly eased away the exhaustion they'd built up during their labyrinth excursion. They told their classmates, who stayed behind, that they'd defeated the behemoth, and shouts of joy could be heard echoing throughout the palace halls. The good news convinced more of them to return to the front lines, and the labyrinth party's numbers quickly swelled. The ones who'd been away also learned from the ones who stayed behind that Eiko-sensei was being called the Harvest Goddess by the citizens because of how amazing her agricultural skills were. Eiko herself was embarrassed by the nickname and didn't particularly want anyone calling her by it. While most of the students were glad to finally have a break, Kaori alone wished they were still down there fighting. 3 days after the students' return, the Holshire Empire's envoys arrived. 5 dignitaries were currently standing on the throne room's red carpet. The students who had all gone on the labyrinth expedition, all the important nobles, and Ishtar's posse of priests were, of course, all there to receive them. "Welcome, envoys. You are free to appraise our kingdom's saviors at your leisure. Your Majesty, we are truly grateful that you have granted us this audience at such short notice. Pardon my abruptness, but which among them is the hero we have heard so much about? Allow me to introduce him. Sir Kuki, if you would be so kind as to step forward." "As you wish." With the necessary formalities out of the way, it was finally time for Kuki's introduction. He stepped forward as requested. Though scarcely 2 months had passed since his summoning, Kuki's build and expression had both become much manlier. Had any of the maids, nobles' daughters, or members of Kuki's fan club been present in the hall at the time, they would have wet their panties at the sight of his dashing figure. There were dozens of noble ladies that had approached Kuki already, but his dense mind simply thought they were all nice people who wanted nothing more than to chat with him. He was the very incarnation of a dense harem protagonist. "You're quite young. Forgive me for being so forward, but have you really cleared the 65th floor? If I recall correctly, a vicious monster known as a behemoth guards the exit to that floor." The envoy that spoke watched Kuki carefully. He couldn't be too overt with Ishtar's eyes on him, but he was clearly suspicious of Kuki's abilities. One of his guards sized up Kuki as if he were evaluating a piece of merchandise. Kuki found the man's gaze disquieting, but he still answered their questions. Would you believe me if I explained how we beat it? Or would it be better to show you the partial map we have of the 66th floor?" Kuki threw out a number of suggestions, but the envoy grinned boyishly and shook his head to deny them all. "No, words won't convince me. There's a much faster and more efficient way of making sure, don't you think? How about you have a mock battle with one of my guards here? That'll show us the fullest extent of your skills, Sir Hero." "Well, I don't mind, but—" Kuki seemed somewhat unsure and turned to look back at King Alihade. King Alihade, in turn, looked to Ishtar for confirmation, who nodded solemnly. It wouldn't have been difficult to invoke Ehit's name and use the force of religion to get the Holshire Empire to accept Kuki as the leader of the human resistance, but having them fight him was the fastest way to clear up any doubts about his abilities. "Very well, Sir Kuki, please demonstrate your strength to our guests." "Then it's decided. Could you please prepare a suitable location for our bout?" Once the match was decided, all of the members present shuffled out of the throne room and onto the venue of the fight. Kuki's opponent looked average in every way. Average height, average looks, average build. He was someone that would instantly disappear in a crowd of people. At a glance, he didn't seem all that strong either. The envoy's bodyguard drew his sword lazily and let it hang limply at his side. He didn't bother to take any kind of stance. Anger started to build within Kuki at being underestimated so blatantly. He started off more vigorously than he had initially intended, thinking a powerful attack would make his opponent take the fight seriously. "Here I come." Kuki moved like the wind. With the power of his supersonic step, he closed the distance to his opponent in an instant and swung down with his bamboo practice blade. An average warrior would have had trouble just following his movements. Kuki planned on stopping just before actually hitting his foe, but it seemed such consideration was unnecessary. The one who had been underestimating their opponent was in fact Kuki. "Ah!" He let out a surprised cry as he was blown backward. The bodyguard was simply standing there, glaring at Kuki with his sword half raised. The instant Kuki had let the strength drain from his arms to pull the swing short, the bodyguard had flicked his sword up and flung Kuki back. Kuki slid across the ground for a few seconds before somehow managing to recover his stance. After that, he stared at the bodyguard in open-faced shock. Even if he had been focusing his attention on controlling his power, the fact that he hadn't been able to see the guard's attack at all was unbelievable. The bodyguard lowered his raised sword and returned to his original defenseless stance. "I see. The reason I couldn't follow that attack was because it was so natural and harmless that my body didn't feel any danger from it," Kuki suddenly thought. "Hey, hero, you don't come from a fighting background, do you?" Kuki squinted his eyes suspiciously, still somewhat physically and mentally rattled from that last exchange. The bodyguard was regarding him with a ponderous expression as he haughtily asked that question. Though he stumbled over his words, Kuki managed to get out a reply. No, I don't. I was originally just a student." "And now you're Ehit's chosen hero, huh?" He scoffed contemptuously and shot a quick glance over at Ishtar and his priests. Then, With those same unnaturally natural movements, he began closing in on Kuki. "Prepare yourself, hero. If you hold back again," goosebumps coated Kuki's arms. The bodyguard's tone of voice clearly conveyed what awaited him if he held back. There was a sudden surge of bloodlust, which made Kuki's instincts start screaming at him. He quickly raised his sword over his head, which was the only thing that prevented him from being decapitated right then and there. There was the loud thump of sword against sword as their weapons met. The force of the man's unrefined swing sent Kuki to his knees, and he gazed up into the bodyguard's eyes, his thoughts paralyzed by shock. How on earth did he get to me so quickly? The bloodlust coming off the bodyguard was dense enough to be palpable. Uea. Kuki let out an incoherent roar, and suddenly large gouts of mana began pouring from his body. The force of his mana alone was enough to push the bodyguard back, breaking his stance. Kuki took advantage of that opening and thrust forward with his holy sword. But milliseconds before it pierced through the man's skin, Kuki's sword suddenly slowed. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was trying to hold back. The slowing of his sword had been due to something more instinctive. The bodyguard suddenly narrowed his eyes. Then, "Let's stop here," he muttered coldly. At the same time, he recovered his stance almost instantly and blocked Kuki's desperate attack with a lazy flick of his sword. Following that, he jumped back and sheathed his weapon. Kuki gazed at him blankly, and the bodyguard simply stared at him coldly. "Hey, do you realize what it is you're going to be going up against?" We'll be fighting monsters and demons and stuff, the ones who are making all these people suffer." "Monsters and demons and stuff, huh? And you think you can handle that with such cowardly attacks? Doesn't seem like it to me. You're supposed to be the one who'll lead us in battle? Don't make me laugh." The man threw Kuki's words back in his face and criticized his shortcomings with neither an ounce of scorn or ridicule in his voice. He spoke mechanically, stating the simple truth. Even Kuki couldn't take this much abuse lying down. "Don't you think it's rude to call my attacks cowardly? I'm serious about." A kid who's afraid to get hurt or hurt others can't do anything. Don't go running your mouth when you won't even come at me with the intent to kill. You can't claim you're serious with that half-assed resolve of yours. Kuki shut his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. He recovered quickly enough and was about to retort with something like, "I'm not afraid." But the bodyguard had already turned around and was walking back. The king and the priests suddenly started shouting, saying things like, "How dare you act so rudely toward our hero?" And, "How can you call the battle over when he hasn't even had a chance to show you his skills?" And so forth. Bolstered by the support, Kuki was about to begin protesting again, but before he could, Ishtar soothed the crowd with his aged voice. "As you can see, our hero is still in the midst of his growth. It's unfortunate, but he simply does not have enough experience yet. I do not expect your nation to come to a conclusion right away. I shall assume the words you directed at our esteemed hero were for his own sake. I hope we can leave it at that. If not, as the Pope of the Holy Church, I may have to sanction an inquisition against you. You understand what that would mean, correct, Emperor of Holshire, Gahard?" "Tisk, so you figured it out. What a shrewd old geezer." The bodyguard kept his voice low, so no one could hear his blasphemy. Then he turned around and removed the earring on his right ear. As he did so, he was surrounded by a thick gray mist. When it cleared, a completely different person was standing in his place. The emperor was a savage-looking man in his mid-40s. He had silver hair that he kept cropped short and piercing blue eyes that reminded one of a wolf's. He was passably handsome and possessed rippling muscles that corded the entire length of his body. The entire room broke out in an uproar. "La Lord Gahard." The emperor himself. The man Kuki had fought was none other than Gahard D. Holscher, the Emperor of Holscher. Illihaid massaged his temples as he asked a question, seeming nonplussed. "What on earth are you doing, Lord Gahard?" Well, if it is His Highness Illihaid, I apologize for not greeting you earlier. I apologize also for this disguise. I simply wish to ascertain this hero's strength with my own eyes. After all, his existence will play a vital role in our battles to come. Do please forgive my insolence. Though he apologized profusely, Gahard didn't seem all that sorry for what he had done. Illihaid simply sighed and shook his head as he said, "Forget it," in response to the man. Kuki and the other students were utterly confused. Even putting aside the Emperor's incredible footwork and combat skills, everyone was treating his surprise appearance like it was an everyday occurrence. "Ishtar, Your Holiness, as you so wisely discerned, my words were nothing more than advice for our young hero. I would never dream of belittling Ehit's chosen warrior. I apologize if I seemed too brusque. It's simply a bad habit I picked up from my countrymen." Gahard's reply was so insincere that it could hardly even be considered an apology. Still, Ishtar's calm expression never faltered, and he bowed his head ponderously. "As long as you understand," was the only response he uttered. The whole event was then smoothed over, and the two rulers began discussing the affairs of state. Illihaid managed to extract at least a flimsy promise from Gahard that they would support the new hero based on the promise he'd shown, thus concluding the main reason for his visit. Later that evening, in his private quarters, Gahard told his subordinates what he really thought. "Man, that brat's no good. He's barely out of his diapers. The way he talks, it's clear he really believes all that bullshit he spouts about ideals and justice. What's worse is that he has just enough strength and charisma for people to believe him, too. He's the kind of person that'd kill without hesitation for the sake of his ideals." Agreed. I can't believe he honestly put demons and monsters together on the same level. If it had been a conscious decision, then it wouldn't have been so bad, but... Yeah, he clearly wasn't thinking at all when he said that. In fact, he's the type that probably thinks ignorance is bliss. I'm amazed he's managed to live so long with that mindset. Maybe his original world was just one where that was acceptable, or maybe his strength has just carried him until now. Either way, he's nothing but trouble. Unfortunately, we can't speak out against him because he's Ehit's chosen warrior. For now, we have no choice but to go along with that brat's whims. As far as the Emperor was concerned, Kuki was no hero at all. Gahard shrugged his shoulders, but when he thought back on how strong Kuki had been despite only learning how to fight a few months ago, he reasoned there might have been some potential in him yet. Well, maybe he'll live up to his name after he's fought a few demons. We can make our final evaluations then. For now, we just have to make sure we don't get caught up in those damn priests' machinations. Be wary of that crafty pope. Yes, my lord. Unaware of the true evaluation he'd received, Kuki stood outside the palace gates along with the others to see off the Emperor the next day. It seemed like he was leaving right away since he'd finished what he'd come for. He really was one spry ruler. As an aside, it appeared that the Emperor had run into Shizuku during her morning training and had grown quite smitten with her. He had even invited her to be his mistress. Shizuku had politely declined, to which the Emperor had simply laughed and said, "Well, just think about it." It hadn't blown up into a serious issue, but Kuki had also been there to witness the event. When the Emperor caught sight of him, he had just laughed scornfully. It was then that everyone present had realized those two would never get along. Needless to say, Shizuku simply sighed. Chapter 5, Setting Off. Hajime felt something soft and warm enveloping his entire body. It felt rather nostalgic. It was the sensation of sleeping on a bed. Cushioned by a soft mattress and covered by a warm down blanket, Hajim's mind was thrown into a panic. What the hell? I thought I was in the labyrinth. What am I doing on a bed? Still somewhat groggy, he blindly tried to grope around his surroundings. However, his right hand refused to move. It was wrapped in a completely different kind of softness than the bed and actually couldn't move. What's going on? He experimentally tried to squeeze his hand a little. There was a soft, elastic thing between his fingers that molded to his touch. He found himself enjoying the sensation and began squeezing the soft object over and over again when suddenly, he heard a sensual moan. His hazy consciousness was instantly alert. Panicking, he frantically pushed his body into a sitting position. As he did so, he realized he really had been sleeping on a bed. A magnificent 4-poster bed furnished with pure white sheets. The bed was on some kind of raised stone terrace. A faint breeze blew past his cheek. The view of his surroundings was blocked by thick pillars and thin curtains. It was like a bed had been dumped smack dab in the middle of the Parthenon. Warm yellow light that he hadn't seen in ages, spilled into the room. I thought we'd just gotten done with our death match against the Hydra. Where on earth am I? Don't tell me this is heaven. The ostentatiousness of it all made Hajim instantly think of the worst. Outcome, but the voice he heard beside him, a moment later brought him back to his senses. Zenha Hajim Aya. Iwa. Hajim kicked off the sheets and saw that he had been sleeping next to a beautiful naked girl. Yue was sleeping peacefully beside him, her tiny body wrapped around his right arm. It was then that he realized he too was naked. I see, guess I've become a harem protagonist. Wait, no, I haven't. What the hell am I saying? Hajim acted out some kind of weird skit in his confusion. Somewhat disoriented still, he tried to wake Yue up. Yue, get up, Yue. Yue mumbled incoherently in her sleep and clung even tighter to Hajim's arm. His right hand was getting dangerously close to a certain part of her lower body. Gah, don't tell me this really is heaven. Spouting absolute nonsense, Hajim attempted to disentangle his right arm. But every time he tried to move it, Yue would moan provocatively. Gah, I need to cool it. No matter how old she is, she still looks way too young. I can't let myself get excited over something like this. I'm no lolicon. He repeated those words to himself, knowing it was this moment that would decide forever whether he was a pervert or a gentleman. Hajim gave up on freeing his arm and instead tried to wake Yue up, but no matter how loudly he shouted her name, she simply mumbled in her sleep and continued snoozing. Eventually, he started getting a little annoyed. How dare that little brat sleep so peacefully while I'm tearing my hair out worrying? About where we've ended up. Unable to bear it any longer, he screamed at her. Wake up already, you stupid, sexy vampire princess. After that, he activated his lightning field. There was a crackle of electricity and tendrils of lightning raced down his arm. A baba. Yue twitched as the electricity jolted her awake. She quickly let go of Hajim's arm and opened her eyes. Hajim. Yep, it's me, Hajim. Morning sleepy. Hajim. Yue gazed blankly at Hajim for a few seconds before suddenly opening her eyes wide and leaping into his chest. With the both of them still stark naked, of course. He felt the soft sensation of her skin caress his entire body while a sweet aroma tickled his nose. He couldn't keep himself from getting aroused any longer. However, when he saw her sobbing into his chest, he couldn't bring himself to peel her off. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and patted her head. Sorry, I probably worried you, did I? Yeah, you sure did. She clung to him for a while, showing no signs of letting go. Hajime reasoned that since she was the one who looked after him when he'd collapsed, she deserved at least this much, and so he simply continued stroking her head. Finally, after Yue had calmed down, Hajime asked her about their current situation. He made sure she wrapped herself up with some sheets too. "So what happened after we beat that thing? Where are we?" "After you collapsed." According to Yue, she crawled over to Hajime, exhausted from using up all her mana, and was clinging to him when the door suddenly opened by itself. Prepared to fend off a new wave of enemies, Yue sat there vigilantly, but no matter how much time passed, nothing came through the door. Finally, she recovered enough of her mana to be able to stand and went to examine what was on the other side. Even though the ambrosia was healing his wounds, he was still on the verge of death and in a very unstable condition. His abnormally powerful half-monster body was keeping him alive, but there was no telling how long the ambrosia would be able to counteract the effects of the poison. Had new enemies popped out of that door, it would have been the end for them both, which was why Yue went to go confirm what was on the other side. What she'd seen on the other side of the door was the Maverick's lair. She discovered a very comfortable living space. After she had made sure there were no enemies in the area, she had carried Hajime to the bedroom she'd found and given him every last drop of ambrosia that came out of the now dwindling divinity stone. Finally, it appeared that the ambrosia's power had overcome the Aurora's poison, and Hajime began healing normally. Exhausted, Yue had fallen asleep next to him. "I see, so you saved me back there, Yue. Thank you." Yue's eyes sparkled with boundless happiness at Hajime's gratitude. The expressiveness of her eyes made up for the lack of normal expressions by her. "By the way, why am I naked?" he asked, genuinely curious. He sincerely hoped it wasn't because they'd had sex. It wasn't that he didn't like Yue, he just wanted to make sure he was mentally prepared before he made that jump. "You were dirty, so I cleaned you up." "Why are you licking your lips like that?" That seductive smile of hers was the same one she always wore after she'd finished sucking Hajime's blood. Shivers ran down his spine. "Okay, but then why did you sleep next to me? And why naked?" "Efufu." "Wait, what's with that laugh? What'd you do? And quit licking your lips like that already." Hajime kept questioning Yue, but she simply gave him that same bewitching stare and refused to answer any further. It looked like she was having fun. Finally, he gave up and decided to start investigating the Maverick's lair. As they prepared to leave, Yue pulled out some clothes she had found while exploring earlier. They were men's clothes, which meant the Maverick was most likely a guy. Hajime discovered they fit him quite nicely and began inspecting what remained of his equipment. One never knew what kind of traps they might encounter in a labyrinth. Yue finished dressing herself as well, and Hajime turned back to look at her. All she was wearing was a single long-sleeved shirt. "Yue, are you trying to tempt me?" The shirt's just too big." Hajime supposed a guy's clothes would be too big for Yue, who was only 140 centimeters tall. However, the shirt hugged her body tightly, accentuating her modest breasts, and stretched only down to her thighs, leaving her slender legs exposed. Despite her young appearance, she looked positively alluring. Hajime was unsure where to look. If you're not doing this on purpose, then that's scary too. Hajime couldn't tell if Yue was purposely doing it or not, but that charm of hers was frightening either way. As he exited the bedroom, he was stunned at the sight that greeted him outside. The sun was shining brightly into the room. Of course, they were still underground, so it couldn't possibly have been the real sun. There was a giant conical structure hanging high above the ceiling, with a dazzlingly bright orb hugging the cone's bottom side. The reason Hajime's mind had instantly thought of sunlight was not only due to the light and warmth, but also because it had none of the artificial quality present in lamps or fluorescent lighting. It looks like a moon at night. Seriously. The sight of the sun was so shocking that it took him a second to realize the sound of rushing water filled the room as well. The room they were in was about the size of a baseball stadium, with the wall in the far back completely covered by a waterfall. Water poured out of a small opening in the ceiling and fell into a river below that flowed further in, passing through a cavern on the far wall. The rush of falling water created a refreshing breeze that blew pleasantly across their faces. Upon closer inspection, Hajime discovered that there were fish living in the river too. It was possible the fish had followed the river's current and traveled there from the surface. A short distance from the river was a miniature farm. There didn't seem to be anything growing there at the moment. Next to the fields stood a cozy-looking barn. Though it seemed empty, it was clear with the supply of water, fish, meat, and vegetables present that one could cook anything they were so inclined to. The entire room was covered in greenery, and there were trees scattered about the area. Hajime decided to explore the side closest to him first, and started walking toward a building located next to the bedroom they'd been sleeping in. It was more a structure carved directly out of the rock wall than a building. I investigated it earlier, but most of the doors were locked. I see. Yue, don't let your guard down. Okay. The rock that the house was carved out of appeared to be some kind of white limestone. It gave of a very clean look, and another one of those light spheres was hanging from the entrance's ceiling. The light was a bit too dazzling for Yue and Hajime, who'd spent a great deal of time surrounded by darkness. The house was 3 stories tall and well ventilated throughout. They decided to start by exploring the first floor. There was a thick rug laid out next to a fireplace, a living room furnished with sofas, a kitchen, and even a bathroom. Interestingly enough, the place appeared brand new. Though they found no presence of other people, it seemed obviously lived in. The appliances and furniture hadn't seen use in quite some time, but it was clear their owner took good care of them. Rather than an inhabited dwelling, it felt more like a house someone simply managed. Hajime and Yue warily continued deeper into the house. After a while, they found themselves standing outside again. There was an oval-shaped door that led to a backyard of sorts that contained a lion statue. The lion's mouth was open mid-roar. Next to the statue was a magic circle. Hajime experimentally poured some mana into it, and hot water jettisoned out of the lion's gaping maw. Apparently, lion fountains were a staple of high-class places, no matter which world one was in. This is basically a bath, isn't it? Perfect. It's been months since I last took one. Hajime smiled happily. Until that point, he had never had the luxury to worry about hygiene, but now that they were finally able to take a breather, he realized he was filthy all over. He used the magic circle to pour out some more water and lightly wiped his body down as a temporary measure. Still, that wasn't enough to satisfy him. He was Japanese, and like all his countrymen, he loved baths. Once they were sure the area was safe, he was going to take a nice long soak and cleanse himself properly. Yue watched his growing excitement and chimed in with her opinion on the matter. Do you want to go in together? I'd prefer to relax alone for a bit. Yue was playfully kicking around the water, and Hajime thought that if she bathed with him, his bath would be anything but relaxing, so he refused her. She pouted unhappily at his curt rejection. Their examination of the lion statue complete, the pair made their way up to the 2nd floor. There they discovered a library and a workshop of some kind. But the bookshelves and the door inside the workshop were all locked, so they weren't able to do a thorough examination of the rooms. They tried various means of opening them, but none worked, so they simply gave up. After that, they climbed the stairs to the third floor and saw a single room set in the back. There was nothing else on the floor. As Hajime pushed open the door, he saw an 8-meter-long magic circle inlaid on the floor that had some of the most complex and subtle inscriptions he had ever seen. The circle's design and layout were so detailed that it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to call the whole thing a work of art. But what caught Hajime's eye most was the person sitting in an ostentatious chair right next to the circle. Said person was clearly dead. The corpse had already decayed until nothing but bones remained, and it was clothed in a grand robe of black and gold. There was not the slightest hint of dust or grime anywhere on the robe. The impeccable cleanliness of the corpse made it seem more akin to a haunted house prop than something actually scary. It was splayed out on the chair in a relaxed pose, with the skull's empty sockets staring down at its own figure. Almost as if the person it had once been had simply sat down there and died that way. The skeleton and magic circle were the only objects in the room. Why'd they chose to come here to die and not their bedroom or the living room? Looks suspicious. What should we do? Yue seemed concerned about the skeleton as well. Hajime assumed it must have belonged to the maverick that was said to live here. The strange thing was that he died peacefully sitting like that, as if he were waiting for someone. Well, if we want to find a way out, this room seems to be our best bet. Even transmutation couldn't do anything to the locks we found in the library and the workshop, so this is the only thing left to investigate. Yue, be ready for anything. I'll be counting on you if something happens. Okay, be careful. Hajime tentatively took a step forward. Nothing happened, so he kept advancing slowly. Then, when he reached the center of the circle, the entire room was filled with bright yellow light. Hajime closed his eyes, unable to handle the intensity. A second later, it felt as if something invaded his head, and he began seeing flashbacks of his time in the abyss, starting from when he fell all the way up until he fought the Hydra. Finally, the magic circle's power began to wane and the light dimmed somewhat. Hajime opened his eyes and saw a black-robed young man standing before him. He hadn't sensed him enter the room at all. The magic circle still glowed faintly, filling the room with a mystical light. Hajime instantly shifted into a battle stance, but after a few seconds he lowered his guard. Not only could he not feel any hostility or malice coming from the man in front of him, but the figure himself didn't seem real. When he scrutinized it a little further, Hajime realized the robe he was wearing was the same as the one the skeleton had. That told him enough to guess who the man in front of him probably was. Hajime silently gazed at the figure, waiting for something to happen. Finally, the apparition began to speak. I congratulate you on overcoming my trial. My name is Oscar Orcus. I am the man who created this labyrinth. I suppose to the world I'm known as a maverick. It seemed the dead man sitting in front of them was Oscar Orcus, the creator of the Great Orcus Labyrinth. Hajime and Yue stared, half surprised, half expecting it. By the way, please spare me the questions. This is nothing more than a recording I left behind, so I unfortunately cannot answer any queries you may have. I wanted to tell those who made it this far why it was that we, who learned the truth of the world, chose to fight against the gods, so I decided to leave a message. And this was the simplest form to convey that message in. I want you to know that though we were mavericks, we were not truly rebels. The story he wove for them was completely different from the history Hajime had learned from the Holy Church's records, or the stories Yue had been told about the mavericks. The revelations Oscar had for them shocked them to the core. His tale was one of mad gods and their descendants who fought against them. A short time after the Age of the Gods, the world was engulfed in strife. Humans, demons, and even beastmen all fought against each other in a never-ending war. Their reasons were as numerous as their battles. Land, resources, personal values, greed, but most important among them was theology. In that age, the races and countries were split up into numerous factions, each of which had their own god. And it was each tribe's god that incited its people to fight against those who worshipped others. After some time, a group appeared that sought to put an end to this centuries-long war. They called themselves the Liberators. There was only one thing they all had in common. Each member was a direct descendant of one of the gods. Their leader was someone who had, by coincidence, happened to learn of the gods' true intentions. It appeared that the gods were using the various races like pawns, playing a grand game of chess with the world as their board. The leader of the Liberators couldn't stand their sickening disregard for life and began looking for comrades who felt the same way he did. After an arduous search, they were able to discover the location of Asgard, the home of the gods. There were 7 among the Liberators who were exceptionally powerful, and they were chosen to be the vanguard in the battle against the gods. However, their plans were foiled before the battle could even begin. The gods manipulated the sentient races and made them believe the Liberators were trying to destroy the world. They were marked as enemies of the gods, and every human, demon, and beastman considered them their mortal foe. After a great many conspiracies, events, and dramatic encounters, the Liberators found themselves on the run. They couldn't bring themselves to fight the people they had sworn to protect, but those very people believed they were ungrateful heretics trying to bring about the end of the world. Their true name was forgotten, and they were known simply as mavericks in the annals of history. The Liberators were killed off one by one until only the strongest 7 remained. With the entire world against them, they realized they wouldn't be able to defeat the gods. So they scattered to the ends of the earth and built huge labyrinths to hide themselves in. They created a series of trials, praying that someone who could clear them might one day appear, so they could bequeath their powers onto them in hopes that these new warriors would carry out their dreams. After he finished his long speech, Oscar smiled peacefully. "I have no idea who you are or why you chose to fight your way down here. Nor do I have any intention of forcing my own dreams of the gods' demise onto you. I simply wanted you to know what it was we fought and died for. As a reward for hearing me out, I shall grant you my strength. How you use it is entirely up to you. I can only pray you won't use it for evil. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to the end. May the blessings of the gods never reach you." Oscar's apparition vanished once he finished talking. At the same time, Hajime felt something strange enter his mind. The sensation was quite painful, but because he knew what was happening, he quietly let it enter inside him. The pain finally subsided, and the magic circle grew dim once more. Hajime let out a long breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding in the whole time. "Hajime, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine, but man, what a tale." "Yeah, what are you going to do?" Yue was referring, of course, to Oscar's tale. Nothing really. It was those good-for-nothing gods that summoned me here in the first place and told me to go fight in their war. I hate them as it is anyway. Still, this world's got nothing to do with me. All I care about is making it back to the surface and finding a way home. That's all. Did his story bother you, Yue? The old Hajime might have been more sympathetic to this world's plight, but the reforged Hajime discarded Oscar's tale without so much as a second thought. It's this world's problem, so the people of this world should deal with it. That being said, Yue was someone of this world. Which was why, if she said she wanted to do something about it, Hajime might have reconsidered. His bond with Yue wasn't something he could discard as easily Oscar's story. However, Yue shook her head without hesitation. "My home is wherever you are. I don't care about anywhere else." She sidled up to Hajime and squeezed his hand. The warmth of her hand told him she wasn't just trying to be considerate. Yue once devoted her entire life to her country. Despite that, she was betrayed by the ones she trusted most and left to rot in the darkness. None of her subjects came to save her. 300 years had passed since then, and all the people she knew were long since dead. For Yue, there was not a single thing left to care about in this world. In fact, much like Hajime, she had started to see the realm as a prison more than her home after being trapped for so long. And it was Hajime who had saved her from that prison, which was why she only cared about being by Hajime's side. "I see." Hajime blushed a little. He then cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell of an announcement. Also, I think I learned a new spell, some kind of magic from the Age of the Gods, I think." "Really?" Yue said, amazed. Her surprise was understandable. After all, magic from the Age of the Gods was something the gods had once used, magic that no longer existed in the present day. Teleportation magic was from that age as well. This magic circle did something to my head, and it's like I suddenly understand how it works, kind of. "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yeah, I'm totally fine. Even better, this spell's a perfect fit for me." "What kind of spell is it?" It's a creation spell of some kind. It lets me add magical properties to minerals and create new ore with special traits." Yue's jaw hung open as she listened to Hajime's explanation. "You can make artifacts?" "Yeah, something like that." The creation spell Hajime had inherited was the same magic people had used to create artifacts in the Age of the Gods. Truly, it was the perfect skill for a synergist. Though Hajime didn't know it, Oscar's job had also been synergist. "You want to learn it too, Yue? You just have to step into the magic circle. It does this kind of thing where it runs through your memories." Oscar said something about a trial earlier too, so since we cleared it together, you should have the right to learn it as well. "I can't use transmutation." "Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Still, it's magic from the Age of the Gods. There's no real harm in learning it either way, right?" "Okay, if you want me to, Hajime." Urged onward by Hajime, Yue stepped into the magic circle next. It began glowing faintly and started probing Yue's memories. It must have decided Yue had cleared the conditions as well, since the apparition appeared once more. "I congratulate you on overcoming my trial. My name is Oscar." Oscar's disembodied voice rang out for a second time. Having it happen a second time kind of ruined the moment. Oscar repeated the same words he had earlier, so Yue and Hajime ignored him and continued their conversation. "How'd it go? Did you learn it?" "Yeah, I did, but artifacts don't make much sense to me." I guess even ancient magic is useless unless you've got an affinity for it." The vision of Oscar smiled as it wrapped up its conversation. It was kind of surreal, really. Hajime couldn't be sure he didn't imagine it, but it felt like the skeleton behind the vision looked somewhat sad. Since I guess this house is basically ours now, we should get rid of the skeleton." He had no respect for the corpse at all. "Yeah, he'll make good fertilizer for the fields." Neither did Yue. Though there was no wind, Oscar's skull fell forward another few inches. They buried Oscar's skeleton near the edge of the field and even gave him a modest gravestone. In the end, even they felt enough pity for him that they didn't just make him into fertilizer. Once the burial was finished, Hajime and Yue returned to the two places that had been locked before. When they had buried him, they'd relieved him of the ring he'd been wearing on his skeletal finger. It wasn't grave robbing, since he hadn't been buried yet. The ring had a symbol of a circle with a cross splitting it into even sections engraved on it, which matched the engravings on the locks perfectly. First, they went to the library. They were hoping some of the books would have knowledge on how to get back to the surface. Hajime and Yue broke the seal on the bookshelves and started perusing the volumes. During their search, they discovered what appeared to be the building's blueprints. It wasn't nearly as detailed as a proper set of blueprints, but there were a lot of memos about what would be built where and how the layout of the house would look. Bingo, I found it, Yue. Nice. Hajime let out a whoop of joy. Yue responded happily as well, though with less intensity. According to the blueprints, the magic circle on the third floor connected to another circle that would teleport them back to the surface. It seemed that function could only be activated with Orcus, Ring, though. It was fortunate they'd taken it from him. They also learned that cleaning was handled automatically at set intervals by golems that normally rested in one of the workshop rooms, and that the globe hanging from the ceiling possessed the same properties as the sun, so they could grow crops if they wished. So that's why it's so clean even though no one's lived here in ages. There were a number of artifacts and rare materials Oscar had been working with in the locked room of his workshop, according to the memos. Hajime decided to take those too. It couldn't hurt to have more items to work with after all. Hajime, look at this. Yue had been looking through the other books while Hajime had pored over the blueprints, and she came to him with one of them in her hands. It turned out to be Oscar's diary. It chronicled the normal, everyday life of Oscar and his 6 powerful companions. One of the passages in it talked about the labyrinths his 6 comrades had made. So basically, that means if we conquer the other labyrinths, we can get all the ancient magic the other liberators possessed too. Maybe. According to his diary, his 6 comrades had also designed their labyrinths so that anyone who made it all the way to its furthest depths would be granted magic from the age of the gods. Unfortunately, it didn't go into the specifics of what kind of magic each had. One of them might help us get back to your world. Yue definitely has a point there. After all, the teleportation magic that summoned my class here was from the age of the gods too. Yeah, now we have an idea of where to look next. Our goal after we get back to the surface is to conquer the other 6 labyrinths. Yeah. Hajime smiled, glad he'd finally found a lead. He started unconsciously patting Yue's head, to which she closed her eyes happily and let herself be spoiled. They searched around the library for a while longer, but they couldn't find any books telling them the exact locations of the other labyrinths. For now, they were stuck with the 2 whose locations were known, the Grand Grun Volcano and the Haltina Woods. They could also start searching around the Ryzen Gorge and Schnee Snow Fields, where 2 other labyrinths were said to be hidden. Once they finished rummaging through the library, the pair headed over to the workshop. There were a number of locked doors in the workshop, all of which Hajime opened with Orcus, Ring. Crammed. Inside were all manner of ore, tools with unknown purposes, and work manuals. The entire treasure trove was a synergist's dream come true. Hajime folded his single arm as he lapsed into thought. Yue tilted her head, puzzled, and asked him the question on her mind. What's wrong? After thinking deeply for a few minutes, Hajime turned to Yue and answered. Well, I was thinking. How about we stay here for a little while, Yue? Don't get me wrong, I'm eager to return to the surface too, but since there's all this stuff to explore and learn about, it might be better to make this our base and rest up for a bit. Especially since if we're going to be heading for the other labyrinths next, it'd be best to prepare ourselves as much as possible. What do you think? Hajime was trying to be considerate of Yue, since he figured after 300 years of darkness, she was aching to see the light, but she agreed rather quickly after looking at him blankly for a few seconds. Hajime found that a little strange, but she just gave him a curt reply. As long as I'm with you, Hajime, anywhere is fine. It seemed she didn't harbor any burning desire to see the sun. Hajime blushed and scratched his cheek when he heard her declare that so boldly. With that settled, the two decided to stay there to train and prepare as much as possible. Soon enough evening fell, and the bright sunlight turned to pale moonlight. Hajime was currently soaking in the bath, letting his entire body relax for the first time in months. He'd been on edge ever since he'd fallen into the abyss. The bath cleansed him in both body and soul. "Hiya, this feels great." This kind of carefree tone was a first for the new Hajime. As he let the energy drain from his body, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps heading his way. He cursed at himself for letting his guard down. "I told you I wanted to take my bath alone." There was a loud splash. This really does feel nice." And then Yue was sitting next to him. She scooted over next to Hajime, completely naked. Her beautiful porcelain-colored skin glowed enchantingly in the moonlight. That was the first time Hajime had seen her do up her hair. The exposed nape of her neck only served to increase her charm. "Yue, I distinctly remember telling you multiple times that I want to bathe alone, so why are you here?" Hajime knew the flush rising up his body had nothing to do with the heat of the water. He scolded Yue more angrily than usual, trying to hide his excitement. Yue could easily tell what was going through Hajime's mind at the moment, so she gave him her most seductive sidelong glance, yet as she replied, But I refuse." "Hey, when you get the time to read JoJo?" Hajime retorted reflexively, which unfortunately meant he looked right at her. Her slightly flushed skin filled his vision. There was a slight blush painting her face, making her look all the more erotic. Her current appearance reminded him that she really was far older than him. He was already unable to stand, but somehow he was far calmer than he had been even when he fought the Hydra. "At least cover your front. I know this house has a lot of towels." "I want you to look." Hajime was at a loss for words. Her unexpected reply left him even more flustered than before. His lower half was raring and ready to go as it peeked out with a Yurang master. "See, Hajime, don't you want to look?" Yue followed up with another attack. Her pleading voice was slowly whittling away at Hajime's reasoning. "Master, target spotted at 12 o'clock. His breathing started growing ragged. Yue, I'm not sure am I not pretty enough?" Hajime tried to reason his way out of the situation, but Yue cornered him with a very depressed-sounding follow-up. When his eyes met hers, he realized the sadness and insecurity in her voice had been real. "Not at all. Trust me, you're really pretty. There's no way I'd ever think you're ugly." Before he realized it, Hajime's voice had grown louder and he was nearly shouting. After he finished shouting, he suddenly realized how heated he'd gotten and realized it was too late to back out. Yue had the same seductive expression she'd worn at the beginning. "I see, that makes me happy. Because I belong to you, Hajime, so look as much as you want." Yue abruptly stood up. Bathwater dripped down her soft skin as she bared herself to Hajime. Hajime watched a single bead of water trail its way down her body. It passed over her modest breasts, clung tightly to her slender waist, and trailed down her nether regions before finally running down her thighs and rejoining the larger body of water below it. There was not a single blemish on her pale skin, and her proportions were almost perfect. She wrapped her arms behind her back, not trying to hide any of herself from Hajime. There was no way such an action wouldn't be embarrassing, and she was indeed blushing slightly, but she still stood there proudly, her body trembling slightly. It was the perfect combination of bashfulness and seductiveness. Framed by the fake moon, her golden hair glowed around her like a halo. The sight was so perfect that she seemed almost divine. At that moment, Hajime wouldn't have doubted her even if she had told him she was a goddess. At a complete loss for words, he could only continue to stare, clearly enthralled by the sight of her. And as Yue had planned, that was enough to blow away any last traces of reason he had left. Efufu. Huh. Yue laughed triumphantly, and Hajime finally returned to his senses. She was staring at the only part of his body that was being honest about his feelings, and he swiftly decided to beat a hasty retreat before his lower half got the better of him. At this rate, he would get sucked into Yue's pace. It was precisely because he valued her so much that he didn't want to do something in the heat of the moment without carefully considering it first. As a man, he wanted to make sure he was ready to commit to Yue before having sex. However, it was already too late for him to escape from the vampire girl's clutches. She flung herself at him, determined to settle things once and for all. Gotcha. I can feel your... I know, I'm doing it on purpose. Where'd you learn about all these clichés from? Screw it, I'm getting out. He could clearly feel all of Yue's soft bits as she hugged him tight. He didn't think he could hold on for much longer. If he didn't leave, he would turn into a mindless beast and ravish the only person he held dear. Unfortunately, you're not getting away. Hey, wait, Alza. The vampire princess wasn't going to let her prey escape. What happened after Wasa? Well, exactly what anyone would imagine. 2 months had passed since that fateful night in the bathtub. Both Hajime's body and spirit had been reforged by fighting the monstrosities that inhabited the deepest pits of hell. But no matter how much the abyss might have toughened him up, he still had had no chance of fending off Yue's aggressive advances. So, in the end, he decided to simply accept them. He'd known for a while that Yue had feelings for him. It was actually part of why he'd promised to bring her back home with him. Plus, he'd realized he loved Yue, but had given himself flimsy excuses like telling himself he needed to keep his mind focused on the goal, or he'd never make it back home to keep himself from acting on those feelings. But then they'd managed to discover a safe location to turn into their base, and a hint on how he could find his way home, so even that flimsy pretext had vanished. Without any reason left to turn down Yue, he could no longer resist. Their idyllic lifestyle in the following months had been so full of coquettish flirtation that anyone watching them would have started tearing their hair out in annoyance. Around the same time, somewhere very far away, a girl was terrifying her best friend with an expression so demonic that it appeared as if the avatar of Rage himself had manifested behind her like a stand. It was an omen of what was soon to come. Hajime, how does that feel? Yeah, that's perfect. Fufu, then how about this? That's good too. Then, this will be even better. Yue was currently giving Hajime a massage, an honest-to-goodness, non-erotic massage. They were both fully clothed too. Hajime had modified some of Oscar's old clothes to fit Yue. She was currently dressed in a short skirt that left most of her slender legs fully revealed. The reason she was straddling Hajime and giving him a massage had something to do with his left arm that ended in a stump below his elbow. Attached to that stump now was an artificial arm. Yue was in the process of massaging the area around it to work the kinks out of it. The fake arm he had attached to his left elbow was an artifact, and with the infusion of mana, it could be moved just like a real one. The arm had pseudonerves installed within it as well, and Hajime could feel things with it like he could with his real arm when he filled it with mana. There were lines of pure silver running down the black surface of his new arm, with magic circles and other engravings carved into the apparatus at odd intervals. The arm was fitted with all sorts of interesting gimmicks. Some of them had originally been part of the arm when he'd found it in Oscar's workshop, while others were new additions of Hajim's own design. He had used his creation magic to materialize all kinds of specialized ores and added them to his arm. As it was now, his artificial limb was an artifact that rivaled the greatest national treasure of any kingdom. That being said, one needed the ability to directly manipulate their mana to operate the arm at all, so it would be useless for most people. Over the course of the past 2 months, Yue and Hajime had both improved their strength and equipment far beyond what it had been when they first arrived. These were Hajime's current stats, to put into perspective just how much they had grown. Hajime Nagumo age, 17 male level. Job, Synergist. Strength, 10,950. Vitality, 13,190. Defense, 10,670. Agility, 13,450. Magic, 14,780. Magic Defense, 14,780. Skills, Transmute Plus or Appraisal plus Precision Transmutation, plus or Perception, plus or Desynthesis, plus or Synthesis, plus Duplicate Transmutation, plus Compression Synthesis, Mana Manipulation plus Mana Discharge, plus Mana Compression plus Remote Manipulation, Iron Stomach, Lightning Field, Air Dance plus Aerodynamic plus Supersonic Step, plus Steel Legs plus Rift Walk, Gale Claw, Night Vision, Far Sight. Sense Presence plus Precision Sensing, Detect Magic plus Precision Sensing, Sense Heat plus Precision Sensing, Hide Presence plus Illusion Waltz, Poison Resistance, Paralysis Resistance, Petrification Resistance, Fear Resistance, Elemental Resistance, Foresight Diamond Skin, Steel Arms, Intimidate, Telepathy, Tracking, Increased Mana Recovery, Mana Conversion plus Stamina, plus Healing, Limit Break, Creation Magic, Language Comprehension. A person's level was meant to denote their current degree of growth compared to their max potential, and capped at 100. However, Hajime's body had undergone so many transformations after absorbing demon meat that after a certain point, his level stopped growing even when his stats did, and finally, his status plate had simply decided to mark his level as unknown. It did make sense, considering his current stats would normally be unthinkable with the starting values he had initially begun with. His upper limits as a human had increased with his stats, so it was safe to assume that his status plate was unable to calculate the limits of his potential with his body so transformed. As a comparison, the hero Kuki Aminagawa's maximum stats were somewhere in the 1500 range. With the Limit Break skill, Kuki could temporarily triple those stats, but even then, they barely came up to 1/3 of Hajime's. And thanks to the Hydra he had consumed, Hajime could use the Limit Break skill too. He had far surpassed his overpowered classmates and become an overpowered cheat himself. Most average humans had maximum stats of no more than 100 to 200, while those who possessed a job ranged from 300 to 400. Demons and beastmen could have stats ranging anywhere from 300 to 600, depending on the individual race and its characteristics. If the hero, Kuki, was overpowered, then Hajime had to be some kind of monster. With how much he had changed both physically and mentally, monster probably was the best description for him. The artificial arm wasn't the only new piece of equipment Hajime had plundered from Oscar's workshop. Another handy piece of equipment he'd obtained was the treasure trove. This was a ring-shaped artifact that had a small 1-centimeter ruby set in its center. The ruby was actually an artificially created dimensional space where things could be stored. It was like a bag of holding, basically. Hajime wasn't sure exactly how big this space was, but it was large enough to hold a decent amount. There had still been space left over even after he had crammed all of his weapons, tools, and crafting materials inside it. It only took a little bit of mana to activate the magic circle engraved on the ruby to add or remove things to it. Anything within 1 meter of the ring could be deposited, and withdrawn objects could be placed anywhere within the same radius. It was a very handy artifact by any measure, but for Hajime it was especially useful because of his weapons. Because the ring could transport withdrawn objects anywhere within 1 meter of the ring, Hajime had toyed with the possibility of reloading with it. When he had put his theory to the test, he met with limited success. While the ring wasn't precise enough to let him warp the bullets directly into his magazine, it could bring them out perfectly aligned in position to be loaded. So instead, he combined his skills together to teleport the bullets into the air above his gun chamber and let them fall into the magazine. It was an impromptu form of mid-air reloading. The only type of gun suited to that style was a break-action revolver. Unfortunately, break-action revolvers weren't as powerful as swing-out revolvers. However, reloading a swing-out revolver in midair was also far more difficult. In order to remedy the situation, Hajime had created a makeshift kind of swing-out cylinder. Part of it swung out to the top to allow for midair reloading. By manipulating his mana, he could discard old shells as well. Then all he needed to do was spin the chamber and let the bullets fall into place. It had taken him only a month of non-stop training to perfect this technique, and there was a reason he managed to master this superhuman feat in only a month: his Riftwalk ability. Riftwalk not only gave him the ability to heighten his other movement skills, but it also enhanced his 5 senses to their limit. It made it seem as if the rest of the world was moving in slow motion, which was what made mid-air reloading possible. On top of improving his weapons, he had also crafted a 2-wheel mana-powered vehicle, Stafe, and a 4-wheel mana-powered vehicle, Brise. As their description suggested, they used mana as fuel. Their frames were covered with azantium, the hardest metal in existence. Both of them were loaded to the brim with weapons, too, for all his transformations. Hajime was still a boy at heart. He still had a burning passion for all things military. There had been times that he had gotten so focused on his crafting that Yue had started to sulk, and he had all sorts of fluids sucked out of him before she forgave him. He had also developed something he called the demon eye. Hajime had lost his right eye fighting against the Hydra. The heat of the aurora had evaporated his eyeball entirely, so the ambrosia had been unable to heal what at that point had become a lost appendage. Yue had felt guilty about it since he had lost it protecting her, so she had helped him develop the demon eye. Even with ancient creation magic, Hajime was unable to reproduce an actual human eyeball. However, he had instead imbued a piece of the divinity stone with detect magic and foresight, which created an artificial eye that saw different things than a normal one. He then added the same pseudonerves that were in his artificial arm into his artificial eye, allowing for the images it captured to be sent directly to his brain. His demon eye couldn't see things his normal eye could. Instead, it saw the flow and strength of mana surrounding a person or object, its color, and the element and core of the spell they were trying to activate. The core of a spell was basically the gist of how it was being activated and the effect it was attempting to enact on the world. He had known that the effects of a spell were governed by the inscriptions inlaid into the magic circle invoking the spell. But until now, he had never considered the possibility that the spell and the magic circle must somehow have been linked for the circle to continue directing the spell after it was invoked. None of the books he had read in the palace had mentioned anything of the sort. It was quite possible he had made a new discovery in the field of magic, especially considering that even Yue, who was an expert in magic, hadn't known anything about it either. Much like sense presence, detect magic as a skill only gave Hajime a vague idea of the position and amount of mana being used. It was much better than an alternate way of searching for enemies. However, with the enhanced demon eye, he could pinpoint the exact amount of mana being poured into what kind of spell, and because he could see the spell's core, it was possible for him to shoot it down and nullify the spell entirely. Shooting down a spell's core required an extreme amount of precision, though, so it wasn't always practical. The reason he had used the Divinity Stone as the base material for his eye was because no other ore would have worked. Hajime's guess was that only the Divinity Stone could hold enough mana to maintain the spells he had imbued it with. He was still unskilled at using his newly acquired creation magic, which was why he had only been able to add 2 spells to the Divinity Stone so far. But considering how much mana it could hold, he suspected he would be able to add even more spells to it once he got better at using his creation skill. Since the demon eye was made out of divinity stone, it was constantly giving off a faint blue glow. In other words, his eye was always glowing. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to do anything about it, so he gave up and covered it with a black eye patch. White hair, a fake arm, and an eye patch, Hajime looked like some kind of edgy anime protagonist now. The kind that might have spouted cliched lines like, "Be still, my sealed left arm." When he had seen himself in the mirror, Hajime had been so depressed that he had spent an entire day moping in bed. Yue had to resort to some rather drastic measures to finally cheer him up. Hajime had upgraded his weapons, too. He had remade Schlagen, which had been destroyed in the battle with the Hydra. He used Azantium for the frame and bullets, making it harder than before. And since he no longer had to worry about carrying it around thanks to the ring, he lengthened the barrel as well, increasing its range and power. He had also added a new gun to his arsenal, Metzele, a railgun-enhanced Gatling gun. The inspiration for it had come from the time they had had to fight the army of raptors and hadn't had enough firepower to take them all on. It was a monster of a weapon, with 6 rotating barrels capable of firing 12,000 30-caliber rounds a minute. He had used creation magic to form the barrel out of a special, self-cooling ore, but even then he could only fire consecutively for about 5 minutes before the gun ran the danger of overheating. Plus, it needed a long time to cool before he could use it again. Also, as a way to gain complete combat superiority, and simply because Hajime thought it was cool, he had created a rocket launcher called Orkin. It had a rectangular barrel and boasted a large magazine allowing for 12 consecutive shots. He could fire different varieties of rockets too. He had also created a sister revolver to Donner, Schlag. Since he had a prosthetic arm, Hajime figured he could use 2 revolvers at once. His preferred style of combat was close-quarter gun combat, gun fu basically, with Donner and Schlag overpowering his enemies. The reason he had settled on close combat was to work more efficiently with Yue, who was a stereotypical backliner. That being said, he could fill any role in a party with the variety of equipment he had at his disposal. Hajime had created a wealth of other miscellaneous tools and equipment. However, the Divinity Stone had finally lost most of its original mana and had ceased producing ambrosia. He only had 12 precious vials of it left. He had tried suffusing it with mana again, but the stone had refused to produce any more ambrosia. The reason being that mana had to be concentrated in the stone over centuries in order for it to take effect. But even then, Hajime didn't throw it away. It was, after all, the person, or rather stone, that had saved his life. It was a sheer stroke of luck that he had found it at all, and without it, he would have died for sure. Which was why he was so attached to it. He loved it as much as that one plane crash survivor from a certain movie had loved his volleyball. So instead of discarding it, He had made use of the fact that it could store boundless amounts of mana to make his demon eye. He had then carved the remainder of the stone into a necklace, a pair of earrings, and a ring that he decided to gift to Yue. Yue could use extremely powerful magic, all without incantations or magic circles, but because she could so easily pour mana into her spells, she quickly ran out and became unable to move. But by storing mana in her divinity stone jewelry beforehand, she would be able to use them as a battery, allowing her to fire off powerful spells one after another without collapsing. With those thoughts in mind, Hajime had presented the Magic Stone accessory series to Yue, but her reaction had been rather unexpected. "Are you proposing to me?" "You what, mate?" Hajime was so surprised, he slipped into some weird accent. "It's to keep you from running out of mana quickly. I made these to protect you." "So you are proposing?" "How many times do I have to say no before you get it? It's just equipment I made for you." "Hajime, you're so shy. Do you just ignore the words coming out of my mouth or something, Yue?" "You're shy in bed too. Can we please not go there? Please." "Hajime." Yeah. "Thanks, I really love you." "You're welcome." Almost all their conversations devolved into flirting after a while. They completed their preparations to the utmost over the past 2 months. 10 days later, Hajime and Yue finally decided to return to the surface. As he began activating the magic circle on the 3rd floor, Hajime quietly spoke to Yue. "Yue, my weapons and our powers are probably considered heresy to the Holy Church. I doubt they or the various human kingdoms are going to just let us roam free." "Yeah. They'll ask us to give up our artifacts or try, and force us to help them in their war." "Yeah. If it was just humans we had to deal with, it wouldn't be a huge problem. But those crazy gods pulling everyone's strings are probably gonna be after us too." "Yeah. We might end up making the entire world our enemy. No matter how many lives we have, it might not be enough to come out unscathed." "So what?" Hajime smiled at Yue's unconcerned response. She looked up at him, and he gently stroked her golden blonde hair in response. He looked deeply into her crimson eyes and saw that they were glowing with happiness. After a moment, he took a deep breath, then spoke aloud his hopes and convictions in order to carve them into his soul. "I'll protect you, and you'll protect me. As long as we watch each other's backs, we'll be stronger than anyone. We'll beat down anyone who stands against us and bust our way out of this shitty world." Yue held her hands up to her chest, as if carving Hajime's words into her own soul as well. Her deadpan expression crumbled, fading away to reveal the most beautiful smile in the world. Her reply was the same single syllable she always gave. "Yeah." A very Prologue-ish epilogue. A vast ravine cut through the earth, a scar marring the land's otherwise unblemished surface. Boulders of all sizes tumbled down into the parched canyon below. The howls of monsters punctuated the air, reminding any who passed by that this was a land where only the strong survived. This was a land where humanity's prized magic was ineffective and food was scarce. Climbing out of the ravine required scaling a 100-meter-tall cliff. A cliff that held no cover and was filled with monsters waiting to feast on any foolish enough to attempt the climb. There were staircases leading out on the eastern and western ends of the ravine, but once someone fell, the monsters lurking below had no intention of letting their prey escape. To most people, the ravine was synonymous with hell, though for some, it also made for a convenient execution grounds. A solitary silhouette suddenly moved within that god-forsaken canyon. A pair of rabbit ears poked out from below a boulder. They twitched a little, as if searching for any noises. Such a cute spectacle was completely at odds with the hellish surroundings of the ravine. After ascertaining its surroundings were safe, the figure tentatively stuck its head out from behind the boulder. Surprisingly, the rabbit ears were attached not to a rabbit's head, but a human's. The figure was actually a bunny girl in her mid-teens. After poking her head out, she looked around, confirming once more by sight that there were no dangers around. She was quite beautiful. She was covered in grime and her shabby clothes were in tatters, but that did nothing to mar her stunning looks. She had light blue hair and azure eyes and gave off this aura of majestic mystery. And that dignified-looking girl was currently, I'm so scared. I wish I were in bed eating snacks right now. Her rather undignified outburst ruined the entire effect her looks had. The bunny girl continued muttering complaints for a while, but then she suddenly slapped her cheeks and renewed her determination. If I don't do something, then it's my family that'll end up being the monster's snacks, she muttered to herself, her eyes shimmering with resolve. I've gotta hurry. I need to make it to that future, to that person. She straightened her back and dashed off deeper into the ravine. A few minutes later, a pathetic scream echoed throughout the gorge. I'm not tasty, don't eat me. Extra chapter, an unwinnable battle. A vast underground cavern. Two figures were dimly illuminated by the green glowstone that suffused the room with a faint light. Massive pillars engraved with bas-relief carvings were present at regular intervals, forming a passage around the two figures. The moment the two figures stepped out from behind the shadows of the pillars, one of them hurled a burning spear of flame at the other. The burning spear illuminated the room and bent its course like a homing missile to head straight for the second figure. An instant later, bang, a red flash briefly added to the illumination as an explosive noise echoed throughout the room. A single streak of light passed through the spear, impacting against the core of the spell, and vanished into the ceiling. The spear scattered into 1,000 tiny embers and vanished. Unconcerned, the first figure quickly crafted a second spear, this one of ice, and flung it off to the side. The spear curved in a beautiful arc, heading for the second figure from around the other side of the pillars. This one, too, was destroyed by a single bullet. So I can't get you with single attacks anymore. In that case, the first figure leaned back against a pillar, her charming voice, golden blonde hair, and crimson eyes reminiscent of a beautiful bisque doll. Yue, for the figure was, of course, Yue, created numerous balls of fire. 1, 2, 4, 8. Finally, she stopped at 64 fireballs. It took her a mere 2 seconds to form that many. Had any modern-day magician seen how effortlessly she wielded such magic, their jaw would have dropped down to the floor. Being able to bring out so much mana instantly without even an incantation or magic circle was beyond common sense. Yue didn't even bat an eyelid as she performed such a godlike feat. Then, like an orchestra conductor, she began waving her slender finger around. Following her finger's movements, the barrage of fireballs headed straight toward the second figure. A meteor shower of fire trailed a sea of sparks as it headed toward its target, Hajime. Tisk, don't you think that's a little overkill? He complained loudly enough that Yue could hear him. There was a sudden barrage of gunshots, and Yue's fireballs began to be shot down one after another. She had staggered her fireballs a little so they wouldn't hit all at once, but even then, it was a difference of milliseconds. The fact that Hajime was accurately shooting each one down meant he had to be decently skilled as well. Or rather, exceptionally skilled. About 1 month had passed since the day Hajime and Yue had conquered the Great Orcus Labyrinth and sworn never to lose to anyone again. They had spent that time preparing better equipment and training their skills. In that time, Hajime had practiced seeing through a spell's core with his demon eye, mastering two-handed gun combat, the art of the aerial reload, and the precision shooting required to destroy the spell's core. He had been training with Yue, getting her to fire spell after spell at him so that he could practice shooting them down. At first, he could barely hit a stationary spell, but now he had reached the level where he could shoot down moving spells in mock battles. If he focused on just a single attack, he could shoot it down with almost 100% accuracy, and he was able to hit successfully half the time when attempting to shoot down a barrage. His enhanced stats and Riftwalk's ability to increase his speed and reaction time a dozenfold were what made it possible at all. But the main reason he could acquire such an inhuman skill was because of his dedicated concentration in training that single skill non-stop for an entire month. His unflagging zeal toward training stemmed, of course, from his burning desire to make it back home, along with his wish to stay together with Yue forever. Yue had seen how hard Hajime was working up close, and the fact that part of the reason he was doing it was because of her made her unbearably happy. Hajime, here's the next one. Yue lovingly muttered Hajime's name as she prepared the next attack. However, letting such emotions get the better of her during a mock battle was a grave mistake. Not because she let her guard down, but because she forgot to control the strength of her magic when her emotions were heightened. Well, wait, that's way too many. Hajime's words brought Yue back to reality. It was then that she suddenly realized that she'd sent over 100 fireballs hurtling in his direction. They were dancing around Hajime as they surrounded him, occasionally rushing at him from all directions simultaneously. It seemed she had gotten a little too into their practice while thinking of Hajime. She had unconsciously created even more fireballs, and her happiness had set them dancing around him. Before she knew it, the attacks that were supposed to be part of training had become an actual barrage meant to hit him. Unconsciously releasing magic-like, that wasn't exactly the same as being unable to control it properly, but it was close enough. And Yue, who had spent her life being called a genius of magic, couldn't stand that she had slipped up. But even that was because she wanted to be more useful to Hajime. It's hard loving you this much, Hajime. Where on earth did that come from? Also, it's way harder dodging this many fireballs. Hajime was desperately shooting down the flames that were closing in on him. He was unable to shoot all of them down, and had to resort to dodging and swiping them away with Donner and Schlag. This was meant to be training that incorporated shooting down magic cores with the rest of his standard combat patterns, so in a sense, it made for very good practice. But shit, he had been at it for over 10 hours now, and the irregular dancing motions of the flames were bound to cause him to misstep eventually. The sound of 6 gunshots echoed throughout the room, and 6 fireballs scattered into nothing. Hajime twirled Donner in his hands, planning on reloading his now empty chamber, but he messed up his reloading motion. Another barrage of fireballs closed in on Hajime, and he had no way to intercept them. Because he had been planning on shooting them down and not dodging, he was one step too late in twisting his body away, and he had to resort to using diamond skin. But before they even reached him, "Okay, time for a break," Yue muttered softly. She then snapped her fingers, dismissing her army of fireballs. Hiya, damn, I still can't get it down perfect." Hajime holstered Donner and Schlag, then rested his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. He ground his teeth in frustration. His real eye was bloodshot, and veins bulged prominently on his forehead from beneath his white bangs. Yue wanted to congratulate Hajime on working so hard, but she knew words of praise weren't what he was looking to hear. Instead, she walked up to Hajime, sat down beside him, and gently patted her thighs. She was currently dressed in a frilly dress shirt, a mini skirt, and knee-high socks. In other words, her outfit was currently showing off the famous Zedai Raiwiki. Her knee socks tightly hugged the soft flesh of her thighs. Ever since he had his chastity taken from him in the bath, Hajime had grown used to a woman's, or at least Yue's, body and no longer got flustered over something as innocent as a lap pillow. However, that being said, "You're not going to assault me, are you?" There was still always that worry. Hajime was currently exhausted from long hours of training. If she pounced on him, he would be helpless. It was only natural for him to be so cautious when he was living with a wolf like Yue. Though normally, the position of the wolf would be reversed. "How mean, you make it sound like I'm forcing you." "You kind of did when you took my first, but well, I'll just stop there. Any more and I'm just asking for it." Hajime shook his head after saying that, then gratefully sunk his head into Yue's lap. Bliss spread throughout his body as Yue gently stroked his hair. This is what happiness must feel like. Yue smiled as she watched Hajime relax, but she still felt a little uneasy about what he had just said. "Did you not like it?" "Are you kidding? If I didn't like it, I would have just stopped you. I'm just worried about stupid things like a man's pride and stuff. You don't have to worry about it." The unease vanished from Yue's eyes, and she replied with a simple, "Yeah." She then gently brought her lips down on Hajime's forehead. Her lips slowly trailed down his head as she kissed his nose, then his cheeks, and finally his mouth. Any man without a girlfriend would have wanted to blow Hajime away with an anti-materiel rifle if they'd caught sight of that scene. Hajime blushed and averted his gaze. Yue smiled playfully as she saw him shy away. "Then did you like it?" "Hey Yue, can we just drop this subject already?" "So you didn't like it?" Hajime tried to change the topic, but Yue sadly lamented her own lack of experience and let out a depressed sigh. Well, I liked it." Hajime looked as if he couldn't believe the words that had just come out of his mouth, but the fact that he couldn't bear to see her sad was enough proof that he was already hopelessly in love. Yue looked relieved and gazed off into the distance as she softly muttered her thoughts aloud. I should thank Master then." "I'm not sure if I should thank her or not, personally." The Master that Yue was referring to was the one who had taught her about the world back when she was still a princess. Yue didn't know what had happened to her after she was sealed away, but her master had taken care of her until the day she was imprisoned. The reason Yue was thanking her now was because she had also apparently taught her about how to seduce a man. Because she was royalty, though, she had of course protected her chastity for marriage. That being said, as royalty she had still had a duty to produce an heir. Which was why her master had taught her how to properly please a man. The reason Yue always had her way with Hajime at night was surely thanks to those lessons. By the way, this discussion had started because Hajime had initially thought Yue might not have been a virgin. Thanks to her auto-regeneration, he had considered the possibility that even her hymen had recovered, but Hajime would never forget Yue's expression when he brought the subject up with her. Even the monster of the abyss, the Hydra, hadn't been able to strike fear in Hajime's heart, but Yue's expression at that moment had terrified him beyond belief. The result being that he, of course, apologized. What happened after he got down on his knees and begged forgiveness for ever doubting Yue, who had offered up her chastity to him, was of course more of what had occurred prior. "All right, let's just do one more mock battle. We can go eat dinner after that." "It's okay. Are you all right?" "Not really, but if I don't push myself past my limits, there's no point to training, is there? Sorry for dragging you along with me, Yue." "It's okay." Yue had burned through a great deal of mana too, but she could still keep going thanks to her magic accessories. Hajime was the one who was more exhausted, as continual use of limit break and rift walk had taxed his body immensely. But Yue didn't have the heart to try and stop him after seeing how determined he was. He pushed himself off Yue's lap and walked a good distance away. He then pulled out Donner and Schlag and got into his stance. "Don't hold back. Give it everything you got, you damned monster magician." "Okay, take this. Lots of fireballs." That can't seriously be the actual spell name, Hajime thought, extremely confused. But though crude, the name was rather apt as countless fireballs started chasing Hajime down. The reason she wasn't using her relatively more harmless water balls was because Hajime had told her he couldn't get into it if the danger wasn't real. The barrage of fireballs closed in on him like a wall of flame, and he quickly activated Riftwalk. The world began to lose all color as things started moving in slow motion. His demon eye clearly grasped the location of each ball's core. Each of his bullets accurately pierced through the center of each spell's core. He teleported bullet after bullet into the air, rotating his chamber to make sure each fell perfectly in place. He fired and reloaded so fast that the movements blurred together into one smooth motion. By the time he finished ejecting one round's spent shells, the next set of bullets were already on their way. Donner and Schlag's chambers were spinning almost constantly, giving off the illusion that Hajime was holding a round shield in between them. Both the number and speed of the fireballs gradually began to increase. Hajime inwardly marveled at how much mana Yue possessed, but didn't lose focus for even a second. He ignored his pounding head and eyes and increased the intensity of his riftwalk even further. "Yue, can I ask you something?" "Sure." The two of them didn't let up at all as they began talking. Hajime was slowly getting a headache that had nothing to do with his overtaxed body, but it seemed like Yue genuinely didn't realize she was doing something wrong. "Why exactly are all your fireballs heart-shaped?" Yes, for some reason, all of the fireballs hurtling toward Hajime were shaped like hearts. While she was speeding them up, she also changed how they looked. Each one was crafted with the utmost precision, and it was a marvelous display of useless skill. When asked about her strange proclivity, Yue's response was rather unexpected. "Ah, you shot them down." She manipulated the 100-odd fireballs with just one hand while strangely rubbing her cheek with the other. Hajime naturally shot down the fireballs. Each heart-shaped fireball let out a depressed sputter of sparks before being snuffed out. "I'm taking this training seriously, you know." "So am I. I'm serious about pushing you, beating you down." "You were totally about to say pushing me down, weren't you?" "Your body's at its limit from all this never-ending training, Hajime. You need to rest. But I know you won't stop until you collapse." "I see. You're just going to ignore my last comment, huh? So." "Yeah, that's why I'm going to defeat you and make you rest in bed." "Quit licking your lips like that. I don't think I'm going to get any rest in bed tonight." It appeared Yue was serious about defeating Hajime this time, in order to force him to rest. She still hadn't answered why she was shaping her fireballs like hearts, and the way she was licking her lips suggested to Hajime that while she did mean to put him in bed, she had no intention of letting him rest. Yue grinned wickedly and started getting serious with her magic. She started mixing in extremely fast wind blades, along with lightning balls that curved along strange trajectories, all of which were heart-shaped. Are you holding a grudge because I've been training this entire past week and haven't slept with you even once?" "I'm not holding a grudge. I'm just a little lonely." Hajime felt a pang of guilt as he saw Yue pout slightly, and he quickly realized he was going to be beaten around until he couldn't move. and then toyed around within bed until Yue was satisfied. Hajime was a healthy young boy, so there was no reason for him not to look forward to sex, but he still had his pride as a man and didn't want to be one-sidedly played around with. Therefore, he honed his concentration to the limit, focusing on intercepting each of Yue's attacks. If he could just hold out until Yue ran out of mana, then victory would be his and he could protect his flimsy pride. However, are you kidding me, Yue? And nope. Since this was still precision training, Yue wasn't using any of her intermediate class spells, but she was clearly giving it her all, judging by the force and speed of her multi-elemental barrage. The barrage of spells already looked like something out of a Tauhu game. Yue's breathing was beginning to grow a little labored, but she still smiled seductively as she pushed down on Hajime, and cold sweat began pouring down his back. Even I won't stand for getting beaten down every time. I've got my pride as a man too, you know? Even he wasn't sure if he meant it in the context of their mock battles or their nighttime battles. Hajime's scarlet mana spiraled around him. He activated the skill he'd stolen from the Hydra limit break. His stats all tripled. MNGH, you're good, Hajime. This is the first time anyone has stopped my full-power barrage. I'm honored. Yeah, you always take my firsts, Hajime. Do you have to turn everything into a dirty joke? Hajime's words were punctuated by short pauses as he fended off wave after wave of spells. Yue was taking this just as seriously, though. Her words had even been calculated to try and shake him mentally. She knew he would fall unconscious before long if he continued to use limit break in this exhausted state, so she wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible before he collapsed and needed ambrosia again. That being said, constant use of mana was wearing Yue down too. Thanks to the fact that they were all elementary spells, she managed to keep the barrage going for a decent amount of time, but she'd still been burning mana constantly while keeping up with Hajime's training. And even if her mana could hold out, her stamina couldn't. While Yue's automatic regeneration healed wounds, it didn't recover lost stamina or mana. However, precisely because she didn't want Hajime to burn himself out, Yue pushed her strength to the limit. That wasn't your strongest. Nope, anyone can use limit break as long as they have the power of love. I think that's just you. Not only was Yue's magic overpowered, her love was overpowered too. A curtain of bullets bore down on Hajime with increased speed. Hajime still wasn't used to manipulating his prosthetic arm or using two guns, so he was finding himself unable to keep up even with limit break. Even if he could still see everything, his body couldn't keep up. There wasn't a single monster in the abyss that could pull off such a feat, so Hajime couldn't even count on past experience to help him. It was, in a sense, the perfect training for him. Yue's spells slowly drew closer and closer before being intercepted. She began walking toward him, both hands outstretched as she pummeled Hajime with magic. She licked her lips seductively and tottered toward him like some kind of vengeful ghost. Hajime was determined not to lose, but even with her mana-deprived body, the limit break granted to her by the power of love made Yue unstoppable. Finally. Damn it, stop already. But I refuse. Hajime was defeated. His slip-up was something he could have covered for in less than a second, but the sexy vampire princess wasn't going to give him even that much time. She stepped into his guard and quickly grabbed hold of him. Then, I win, so now I get to take my prize. Hey wa azas. Hajime's scarlet mana dispersed, and not because he ran out. The barrage of spells scattered into nothingness, leaving only faint traces of mana hanging in the air. The monster of the abyss added another defeat to his record today. Had he just switched to dodging, he would have easily been able to escape Yue's grasp, but the fact that he didn't showed just how much Hajime cared for her too. In other words, the real reason he could never beat Yue wasn't because he was physically weaker, but because he couldn't bring himself to mentally. The fragrance of meat and the sizzling noise of food being grilled wafted through the air. The pair were currently standing inside Oscar Orcus' kitchen. As one would expect of a master craftsman, Oscar's kitchen was so well outfitted that it seemed more like a modern-day kitchen than a fantasy one. Numerous artifacts that aided in the process of cooking were installed in various locations. Hajime was currently grilling a massive steak in a frying pan. Next to him, Yue was making a grilled fish salad. She had her hair up in a ponytail and was wearing a white apron. The vegetables added into the salad had been grown in Oscar's fields. There was some kind of artifact in the soil that grew crops at an accelerated pace, so the seeds Hajime had taken out of the treasure trove had borne fruit in only a week. That being said, activating that artifact had required a huge amount of mana, so only someone like Yue or Hajime would have enough to use it often. Hajime hummed cheerfully as he sprinkled salt and pepper over the nicely browned steak. The spices were another thing he'd found in Oscar's treasure trove. He gave Yue a sidelong glance and caught a glimpse of her pale neck. He couldn't explain why, but he found the nape of her neck, barely hidden by her golden hair, extremely erotic. Perhaps the aftereffects of their previous break were still influencing him. The word newlyweds suddenly popped into his mind, and Hajime shook his head, trying to banish the idea. Yue saw him shake his head and tilted her own quizzically. Hajime bashfully turned away, and Yue smiled playfully as she grabbed the hem of her apron and daintily lifted it up. "How do I look?" Really cute." Yue twirled around like a ballerina, and Hajime found himself unable to lie to her. Even though she was the one who'd asked, Yue blushed brightly at Hajime's unexpectedly honest response. Happy at being praised, she decided to give him a little reward. "Then how about I only wear this apron?" An electric shock ran through Hajime's body. "Is this the legendary naked apron I've heard so much about?" Hajime thought, looking at Yue. She was staring up at him, timidly fidgeting with the hem of her apron. The look in her eyes agitated him even further. At this rate, Hajime would end up taking another break, so he reluctantly shook his head. Yue didn't seem disappointed at all, and instead muttered, "I'll save this for another night, then." Hajime pretended not to hear her. Finally, their meal was cooked, and the pair began setting the table. They placed the dishes on a clear table made of crystal and sat down on some nearby sofas. The two sofas had originally sat facing each other, but Hajime and Yue had dragged theirs together, so they sat eating next to each other. This wasn't just limited to the dinner table. Yue refused to sit anywhere that wasn't next to Hajime. It seemed she enjoyed being next to him. "All right, time to eat." "Yeah, good luck, Hajime." Hajime had a look of deep resolve on his face as he stared down at the meat. Yue was looking at it worriedly too. Hajime bit into the meat while Yue watched. "Gyuhagaya?" He groaned painfully as his entire body stiffened. He was biting down hard enough to break through his own teeth and was trembling incessantly. He continued eating despite the pain, and every new bite brought forth new waves of agony. Yue worriedly patted him on the back and poured him a cup of ambrosia. "God, it's been a month, and it still hurts this much to eat, just how powerful was that snake bastard?" Hajime was currently working his way through a piece of Hydra steak. Every other monster he had eaten thus far had ceased to give him pain after the initial meal. But not only was his body still suffering every time he ate more of the Hydra, his stats continued to grow as well. Considering recent monsters had ceased to increase his stats at all, the Hydra must have been something special. That monster really was different. I think all the liberators must have worked together to make something like that. Yeah, it's a miracle we even managed to beat the damn thing. Seems to me like this labyrinth was designed to be beat after conquering some of the others. You'd need magic from the age of the gods at your disposal to beat something like that normally. Hajime was right. Even with his monster-strengthened body, beating something like that Hydra would normally have been impossible. The primary reason they had won at all was because of his weapons. His railgun and explosives boasted a strength that far surpassed his actual stats. Had he fought with traditional fantasy weapons like swords or magic, he would have been defeated for sure. The other huge factor that had contributed to their victory was the ambrosia. Without it, he wouldn't have even been able to make it to the lower floors. He would have died from the wounds the claw bear had given him. If not that, the basilisk's petrification would have done him in. And even ignoring those, there were countless other situations where he would have died if not for the ambrosia. Last, but not least, was the fact that Yue had been with him. She could bring to bear the full force of her considerable mana instantly without having to chant an incantation or use a magic circle. She was the one who had covered for Hajime's weaknesses in Wydaria attacks and had saved him numerous times even before they'd reached the Hydra. In other words, the three main things that had contributed to his victory were not his stats, but his overpowered weaponry, his overpowered healing rock, and his overpowered allies' magic. Hajime finally finished his Hydra steak and looked longingly at the normal food laid out before him as the pain gradually faded. The fish had been harvested from the underground lake, while the vegetables were ones they'd grown themselves. I've only been eating monster meat until now, so even this tastes like heaven, but… Yeah, it would be better if we could get some actual food, Hajime said, a hint of longing in his voice as he stuffed his face full of vegetables. Yue agreed wholeheartedly as she stuffed her face full of fish. Hajime had come from a culture that respected the art of cooking, while Yue was formal royalty that had tasted the bounty of this world's culinary arts before. Both of them were getting tired of simple grilled, boiled, or fried vegetables and fish with just salt for seasoning, and had discovered just how hard cooking truly was. I'm sorry, Hajime. If only I knew more about cooking. It's not your fault, Yue. You don't have to apologize. Besides, you used to be royalty. No one expects a princess to cook for herself. If anything, I wish I'd spent more time learning how to cook. Both of them, one because she was royalty and the other because he was a student, had little skill with the culinary arts. Yue, however, was doubly depressed because she couldn't cook for the man she loved. She frowned, wishing her master had taught her how to cook too, and not just how to please someone in bed. Hajime scratched his cheek as he watched Yue pout and sink further into depression. Well, you know, my mom's a really good cook, so I'm sure you can just ask her to teach you. Yeah. Cooking with your mom sounds like fun, Hajime. Yue's eyes began sparkling at Hajime's suggestion. She envisioned an idyllic scene where she was cooking with Hajime's mom while Hajime and his dad both watched from the living room. Then they'd all eat together, and his parents would praise their daughter-in-law's delicious cooking. Her fantasy played out for quite some time, and her usual expressionless mouth slowly loosened into a smile. Yeah, then I can count on you to make breakfast and lunch. My mom's the kind of person that only cooks dinner, so I always just had leftovers and stuff for every other meal. Yeah, just leave it to me. Since Hajime's mom was a popular manga artist, she was always sleeping through breakfast time and busy with work during lunch. Hajime was usually busy, either helping his parents with their work or playing games, until late into the night himself. So for him, breakfast and lunch were always a groggy affair he paid little attention to. But if Yue was willing to learn how to cook and cook him breakfast and lunch, then he could ask for nothing more. Back when he was still a student, he would never have imagined he might one day eat handmade lunches cooked by a blonde beauty. Though I guess I did once eat a beautiful girl's handmade lunch. She kind of forced it on me, though, so I don't remember how it tasted. He wasn't sure what kind of life he was going to live once he made it back to Japan, but the idea of going to school and eating Yue's handmade lunch certainly did seem appealing. In fact, the mere thought of it brought back faded memories that felt decades old. Memories of when Kaori Shirasaki had offered some of her lunch to him when he had been about to take his afternoon nap. She'd also given him some of her lunch on the fateful day that they were summoned. Rather forcibly, too. Her actions broadcasted that bombshell of an announcement to the whole class. In fact, Hajime had reluctantly accepted the offer. Of course, his classmates wouldn't stand for him eating the school goddess lunch, but they would have hated it even more if he had refused. Besides, Kaori had looked rather dejected as she got ready to put away her lunchbox. He was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. Which was why he had decided to at least accept Kaori's goodwill and had taken her up on her offer. All he really remembered of the time was cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he hurried to eat Kaori's lunch as fast as possible. That, and how she'd smiled as she watched him eat. Suddenly, chills ran down Hajime's spine. He awoke from his flashbacks and realized that Yue was staring at him with a very complicated expression on her face. Hajime, who was that girl? He wanted to know how she knew, but he also realized asking that now would be a terrible faux pas. A woman's intuition was one of the 7 great mysteries of this world, and all excuses were worthless before it. They would easily be seen through, without a doubt. Seen through for the flimsy lies they were. She's one of the classmates I told you about before. Is she the reason you fell down here, Hajime? Well, I guess she is in a way. Hajime wasn't sure how to react to Yue's question, but Yue ignored Hajime's confusion and muttered softly, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Have you eaten her cooking? Kind of have, yeah. Was it delicious? I honestly don't remember that well. I guess it was. She was known for her cooking. I see. Yue stared long and hard at Hajime. She then slowly started leaning forward, her gaze still fixed on him. Yue. She knows a part of Hajime that I don't, and she's even fed you her cooking. Plus, you know her well enough to think of her right away when cooking comes up. I'm jealous. Whoa, wow, you're rather honest about that. Wait, hold up. What does that have to do with you leaning into me like that? Hajime said, feeling cautious, and grabbed Yue by the shoulders to stop her from pouncing on him. But Yue wouldn't be stopped. It's everything. I need to fill your mind with nothing but me, Hajime. No. Shirasaki just popped into my head because of the topic. We're not really. It's okay. It won't hurt. We'll just be taking a little break. How many times do I have to tell you? Those lines are the guy's lines, and if a guy does say that, then you know they're trouble. Restrain yourself a little, you stupid, sexy vampire princess. Don't think things'll always just go your way. I'm a Japanese man that knows how to assert himself and say no. Hajime spouted incomprehensible babble while Yue bore down on him, trying to kiss him. He continued putting up his feeble resistance for the sake of pointless things like his pride or dignity, but in the end, it was all meaningless. Somewhere deep down, there might have been a brooding, edgy Hajime that was stoic enough to refuse her advances, but even if there was, he would never let it surface. Because he himself had already decided to accept Yue, body and soul, so he knew his complaints were all just for show. As proof, ever since that night in the bath, he had never once been able to actually refuse Yue. Every time she had come to him this past month, he had always grudgingly ended up giving in. Even when he had been training his hide presence and sense presence skills, he hadn't been able to escape from Yue. The one time he had seriously tried to hide from her, Yue had spent hours wandering the darkness of the abyss looking for him, crying from loneliness. "Hajime, where are Yaowu?" she had cried like a child, rubbing her eyes. Hajime, who was surprisingly firm when it came to training at least, had still stopped their impromptu game of hide and seek almost instantly. Technically, he hadn't lost, but he might as well have, especially considering what had come after. Once he'd canceled that training, Yue had stuck especially close to him for the next few days. The amount of times she'd pushed him down at night those days were far more than usual too. Her mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of Hajime. When he was busy transmuting new weapons and bullets, she was sitting next to him sewing clothes from the cloth Oscar had left behind and the monster hides they had harvested. And she made sure, regardless of whether they were his clothes or hers, to make them conform completely to his tastes. She made a point of dressing up in all of the outfits she made to show off to him too. At first her sewing skills had been crude, and she'd had a hard time making clothes the right size, but before long she had become very skilled with her fingers. With her skills so greatly improved, she had started making very adult underwear to wear at night too. She would give Hajime peep shows, blushing shyly while wearing the clothes she'd made herself, and those situations always ended in Hajime losing his will to resist her advances. His will thus broken, Yue's next course of action was without fail to then push him down. There was another time that they went to catch fish in the river together, and Yue's swimsuit had charmed Hajime so thoroughly that she seduced him then and there. Ever since that first night in the bath, it had become an unspoken agreement that they would always bathe together too. Hajime was never able to resist Yue's pleadings, and always ended up letting her wash his back. She didn't stop at just his back, though, and soon enough she ended up pushing him down every night in the bath. Also, she grew aroused every time she sucked Hajime's blood, and unable to restrain her instincts, she would invariably always push him down every time she drank it. He would try and refuse, of course, but lately he wasn't sure why he was even bothering to resist, and had stopped even putting up the appearance of rebuffing her advances. Tonight, once again, Hajime's almost non-existent pride and reason were overwhelmed by Yue's boundless lust and passion. Her next words were the final nail in the coffin that finally killed his will to resist. Yue said, with flushed cheeks, "I just want to kiss you, please." Ah. When his lover looked at him with wet eyes and begged so earnestly, Hajime couldn't do anything to resist, like a robot with its battery. Removed, all the power drained from his body. For a moment, his body was afflicted by the charm status, and Yue wasn't going to miss an opening like that. Crap. You're mine." A man's screams of pleasure echoed throughout the stone house. The monster born in the abyss had no chance of ever winning this battle. Hajime walked out to the terrace and flopped onto the couch sitting outside. He mulled over today's defeat while basking in the rays of the artificial moon. Naturally, there was a little vampire girl nestled snugly within his arms. Yue shifted a little in his arms so she was looking up at him. Hajime was breathing softly with his eyes closed. Though he wasn't yet in dreamland, he was quite close to it. She felt something warm blossom within her chest as she watched him rest peacefully. The warmth grew into a burning heat, but rather than being painful, it felt wonderful. Yue let out an enamored sigh as she continued gazing up at Hajime. As far as she was concerned, his very existence was like a miracle. The sight of him glowing scarlet with mana when he had freed her from her stone prison was carved permanently into her heart. Her 300 years of despair were nothing compared to her meeting with Hajime. When she thought of how wonderful their current life was, and how much more happiness surely awaited her, she felt it was worth suffering all those years of torment if it meant she could be together with him. Perhaps to another's eyes, she might seem nothing more than overly clingy or simply dependent on him. They might have thought she was, simply exaggerating how much Hajime had done for her. But anyone who had seen the pair's meeting would have agreed it was enough to justify her behavior. However, regardless of what others might say, Yue would never change her mind. Their opinions meant nothing to her. At that time, he had been willing to die for her, a girl he had just met. During that fight with the scorpion, Yue had decided that she would give herself to this man, the one who had willingly joined his fate to hers. It was obvious, considering Hajime's circumstances and the situation he was in, that the way forward would be fraught with peril. But something deep inside her still told her he was the one. He wasn't someone who would use her as bait to escape his own predicament, nor was he someone who would end up as just a simple friend. It was too cliched for her to ever say it out loud, but if she had to put it into words, she would have said their meeting was fate. To her, at least, it was a fated meeting. Which was why she wasn't going to stop. She was going to keep showing just how much she loved him. She was going to keep cherishing him, and without hesitation, she was going to offer all of herself to him. To the boy she had met after 300 years of imprisonment. Even if Hajime truly loved someone else, even if he made the entire world his enemy, even if he came to hate Yue, she would never stop. Fufu, you'll never be able to escape from this vampire. If one were to sum her feelings up into one sentence, that would be it. Chem, did you say something? Hajime's eyes fluttered open as he heard Yue mumble something. She was half straddling him as she gazed up at his face. Hajime gently brushed a few stray strands of hair off her mouth. He trailed his fingers across her lips and rested them against her. Cheek, as he did so, Yue's neck shivered a little. Nope, nothing, she replied. Finding her reaction entertaining, Hajime started tickling the back of her cheek and the nape of her neck. Her moans slowly grew more and more passionate. Hajime was about to take his hand away, but her eyes begged him to continue. He cast his gaze around the room, looking for some way to escape, but he still gave in eventually. She sidled up to him like a cat, and before he knew it, he was caressing the beautiful girl lying on his chest. Once again, Hajime had lost. No matter how much stronger the monster of the abyss grew, he would never be able to win against the beautiful vampire princess. Though if the saying, "the one who falls in love first loses," really was true, then Yue was the one who'd actually lost the most. They were both losers, but at the same time they were both victors. Such was the relationship between the monster of the abyss and the vampire princess. Afterward, to those of you who picked this up when it became a novel, nice to meet you. To those of you who have been following me since my Siostsu days, hello again. Author of Arifureta, Ryo Shuricome here. Let me first start by saying that this is a work of fiction. Any relation to real people, groups, etc. is purely coincidental. Humans of Earth cannot use magic, I think, and they definitely can't turn themselves into living railguns, probably. All right, now that those stuffy formalities are out of the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for picking up this book. I'm not sure if this book betrayed your expectations or fulfilled them, but I'll be glad so long as you derived some amount of enjoyment from it. I mentioned this earlier too, but this story was originally something I put up on the novel website Seostsuka Nai Naru under the pseudonym Chuni Lover. It's something that's been steadily edited and refined before appearing in the form you're reading now. I'm still very much a beginner when it comes to writing, so forgive me for the half-assed setting, overall lack of plot, and general randomness. I added things as they popped into my mind and wrote a story that was more for myself than anything. Even now, I'm still enjoying writing this story more than anything else as Ryoshurakome, which is why I'm truly thankful to my fans at Naru for supporting this fanfiction tier story all the way until it got published officially. It's not every day that an isekai author gets published out of the sea of isekai stories on there. Once again, I'd like to thank my readers for letting me enjoy myself all the way through. To those of you following the web version, I still plan on posting updates there. We're reaching the end now, so things are going to start getting more and more heated. I would love it if you continue to follow the web series along with the published novel. As I'm sure those of you can already tell by my Seosu pen name, I'm a huge Chuni lover. Enough of one that I wrote an entire novel based on it. Enough of one that I'm going to write an entire second novel about it too. And I'm not the only Chuni out there. I'm sure all Japanese boys know, boys all over the world know, every human alive has a bit of Chuni hidden somewhere inside them. So, to all of you Chuni lovers who have to hide away because of common sense, or your age, or how embarrassing it is, or how society sees you, if this book has helped unleash your burning soul just a little, then I consider my work complete. But please don't go around unleashing it in public. You'll cause an uproar. Now then, I think I finally understand all those authors who resort to rambling for their afterword because they don't know what to write, because that's me right now. I'm out of things to write. Not good. This is just like that time I went to a job interview and blanked when they told me to write my strengths. Anyway, before I start spouting something stupid, though I think I've already spouted quite a few stupid things in this book, allow me to once more thank everyone who made this possible. First, allow me to thank Takeaki for his wonderful illustrations. I've been moved by his drawings ever since he sent me his first rough drafts. To have my work illustrated by someone so skilled is truly a great honor. Thank you so very much. Next, I would like to thank my editor, S., who fought to get the publication of this novel approved against all odds because of his own personal interest in it. I would also like to thank the rest of the editing department at Overlap for all the help you've given me. Lastly, I would like to thank you, the reader who's picked up this book. Thank you so very, very much. Many thanks to both readers of the published edition and of the web edition. I look forward to seeing where this tale goes together with you. May we meet again in the next volume. Bonus short stories. A man's dream. To me, research is whatever I can pour the most of my passion and enthusiasm into. Those were the words written at the beginning of his research notebook. The faded gray binding and peeling yellow pages spoke of the book's age, while the numerous smudges and ink blots spoke of its extensive use. Such wear and tear spoke just as much about its owner's passion as the words written down in it. Every single page was crammed to the margins with neat, slender handwriting. Research results, hypothesis, experiments, they were all recorded between the dull gray covers. But at the very end was a footnote whose very letters seemed steeped in frustration with the way they were written. It told of how the owner of this notebook had been unable to complete his research. Unfortunately, I was unable to achieve the ideal that I sought. I suspect most of it is that guy's fault. Actually, no, I'm sure of it. It's all that damn bastard's fault. Halfway through the note went from being solemnly written to a grade schooler's whining. But if one has the forbearance to ignore such childish writing and turn the page, this is how it continues. To whoever ends up finding my notebook, I pray that you, like me, are one who chases after the truth. I leave all of my research behind in the hopes that you will complete what I could not, that you will be able to achieve the ideals I sought. I beg of you, don't let my research end in vain. A faint broke the silence as the boy reading the notebook finished the last sentence. He closed the book with a slight thump and gazed up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Don't worry, I'll clear up any lingering regrets you have. I'll inherit your will and finish what you started. The boy's whispered mutterings were soon swallowed up by the vast silence of the room, but the determination behind them lingered. From the corner of the room, a pair of lifeless, mechanical eyes quietly watched over the boy. Clanking noises echoed throughout the room. Hajime Nagumo was currently engrossed in putting together a plethora of newly crafted mechanical parts. He was sitting in Oscar Orcus' workshop, located at the very bottom of the Great Orcus Labyrinth. Gouts of crimson mana illuminated the room at odd intervals as he continued transmuting. There was a golden-haired beauty sitting next to him watching the whole spectacle. At the same time, her slender fingers were skillfully sewing something. Said beauty was none other than Yue, the vampire princess Hajime had rescued in the depths of hell. While Hajime was busy checking over his new equipment, Yue was putting the finishing touches on their wardrobe. She had sewed them some sturdy travel clothes, some more comfortable everyday wear, and even some more suggestive outfits for their night adventures. Sewing had become like second nature to her after so many days spent practicing. Perfect, it's done. Hajime's satisfied voice echoed throughout the quiet room. Yue stopped what she was doing to look over at him and saw that he was experimentally flexing his artificial arm. You finished your arm upgrades. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a test run. Wanna watch? Okay. The artifact Hajime had created combined his knowledge of modern weaponry with his game sense and the magic of this world to create something truly fearsome. Because it all used knowledge from another world, Yue found each and every one of his inventions to be fascinating. It had been even more exciting recently, as ever since Hajime had finished transmuting all the necessities they'd need for their journey, he'd been spending a long time thinking about what else to add to his arm to make life simpler. Hajime made a metallic fist with his hand and thrust it out toward one of the practice targets lying around the workshop. Though it was still a bit rough around the edges, his fist boasted quite a large amount of firepower. He grinned playfully as he saw how excited Yue was. Here we go, this is every man's dream. Rocket punch. With a low bang, his left fist burst out of its socket and flew toward the target. It left a trail of sparks in its wake as it rocketed forward. Then, with a thunderous crash, the fist pulverized its target. Hajime grinned like a little boy and poured mana into his left arm. As if connected by an invisible thread, his hand zoomed back into place. There was a satisfying robotic clunk as it reattached itself to his arm. What do you think? Hajime asked Yue. He was certain she must have been just as moved as he was. However, that's it. All he received was a somewhat puzzled reply. If anything, she seemed a little disappointed, even. Her indifference left Hajime nearly speechless. What do you mean that's it? Wasn't that amazing? I just threw out a rocket punch. It's the kind of awesome move that one-shots your enemy and then comes flying back to you. But your railgun's stronger. Hajime was left scrambling, trying to explain the appeal of his rocket punch, but he only succeeded in leaving Yue even more confused. Her unintentionally cutting reply left him mentally defeated. At a loss for words, Hajime could only stare blankly at Yue for a few minutes before going, "Wait, there's still more," and suddenly smiling. It's true that it doesn't have much power compared to the railgun. but there's a huge surprise factor associated with having a fist suddenly come flying at your face. But the railgun's faster too. Wouldn't it be an even better surprise attack? Another flawless rebuttal. Hajime was swaying unsteadily, but he wasn't down yet. He refused to abandon his romantic notions of the rocket punch. It'll come in handy in case I ever lose my weapon. So losing your hand as well counts as coming in handy. Besides, even if you did lose your gun, it'd be faster to use supersonic step to get in close and hit them directly with your steel arm's skill or something. Hajime detached his left hand and threw it to the ground. He then reached into his treasure trove and pulled out a different left hand before smiling dangerously at Yue and brandishing his new hand. Fine, Yue, challenge accepted. What? I'm sorry, Hajime, I have no idea what you're saying. You might be right, the rocket punch might just be a little too weak a weapon for me, though I'm sure for anyone else it would be perfect. But anyway, let me show you my other new weapon. Feel free to faint in awe at any time. I still don't. Yue was only getting more confused by Hajime's nonsensical declarations. But for the sake of a man's dream, he couldn't back down. He started pouring mana into his arm, and his hand started glowing a hot red. His fist was burning bright with the heat of a man's dreams. This was his second new weapon. Heat knuckle? Hajime's expression was as dazzling as his blazing fist. However, so what else does it do? For some reason, Yue was asking for more. She was scratching her cheek awkwardly, and it was clear her soul had not been in the least bit moved by Hajime's stunning display. Hajime's smile stiffened a little. Okay, so see here, Yue. This is a fist that can melt literally anything it touches. Isn't it cool? Why melt them when you can just kill them? A very apt question. Hajime's brute strength and skills would be more than enough to annihilate most enemies. There was no need to add insult to injury and melt the opponent too. In fact, his vibration cannon and railgun were already strong enough. That was why most of his previous additions to his arm had been developed with convenience in mind more than anything else. However, somewhere along the way he had let his boyish dreams get the better of him and had started adding these useless features. Now he had to stare down Yue and prove their worth. Hajime turned off his heat knuckle and put both hands on Yue's slender shoulders. Think about it, Yue. What if we have to fight something that resists physical attacks really well, like that scorpion from before? If I have this, just touching it will still cause it damage. Or if we somehow get trapped inside a dungeon somewhere, this'll help us quickly dig our way out. Okay. Yue could feel the passionate fervor in Hajime's voice. But still, she thought to herself, couldn't you just use lightning field or transmutation or something to get us out of those situations anyway? She didn't say it aloud this time, though, realizing it must be important to him somehow. And because she loved him, Yue smiled awkwardly and tried to reassure Hajime's flagging confidence. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hajime wordlessly took off this hand too, then threw it to the ground. Clearly, he wasn't looking for sympathy. Undaunted, he pulled yet another hand out of his treasure trove. He gave Yue a smile that screamed, "This one'll knock your socks off for sure," and activated it. This hand turned his arm into a drill. Behold, Yue, my final form. Everything you saw before was nothing more than the prelude. Be swept away in a torrent of emotion as you regale my final arm. His speech was getting more and more cringeworthy by the second, though he wasn't aware of it himself. He then poured mana into his arm, activating the third of his Real Men's Weapons series. This is the power of my transforming drill. He looked over at Yue triumphantly while his drill arm began spinning. This time for sure, she has to be impressed, or so he thought. Yeah, it's cool. It's okay, you can stop now. There was an almost cruel kindness in Yue's eyes, as she gently told Hajime it was okay. As far as Yue was concerned, all of his new items seemed pointless. That being said, there was no telling what the future had in store for them, so maybe even useless-looking things might have some value later down the road. Surely their time to shine would come eventually. Deep inside her heart, Yue hoped it would, for Hajime's sake if nothing else. However, Yue's pity only served to put cracks in Hajime's pure heart. Don't tell me I'm actually becoming some kind of delusional idiot. No matter what the truth was, a bullet, once fired, could never be taken back. Half desperate, he started taking out all the other arms he'd developed. Among them were a dragon-shaped hand, one that fired water blasts from its fingers, and even one that transformed his left arm into Squall's gunblade. But the only reaction any of those ever elicited from Yue was a pitying smile. Finally, Hajime crumbled into a sobbing heap, and Yue simply sat there patting his head, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." She comforted him until he finally regained his senses. Just what exactly she had meant by "it's okay" was something he didn't want to think too deeply about. It was late at night. There was a single figure working in the darkness, inside a hidden room whose entrance was covered by a shelf. "It's finally done," Hajime muttered softly. Sitting before him was a silver-haired girl. One could tell with just a glance that she wasn't human. Where her ears would have been were instead metal rectangles that kind of resembled antennas. Her hard, metallic eyes bore no signs of sentience either. That was only natural, though, as she was a cleaning golem Oscar had made long ago. However, her features were still quite human. She had on a navy blue one-piece dress and a pure white apron. There was a headdress adorning her hair as well. In a word, she was a maid. "Oscar, it was because you dreamed of making her real that you strayed so far from reality. That was your mistake. However, I have the knowledge granted to me by the 2D world. By making her somewhat unrealistic, she grows closer to the ideal. This is the answer you sought after for so long." Hajime whispered to himself triumphantly. Anyone who had seen him at that moment would have been pretty creeped out by him. However, his passion for this maid golem was real. When he had first discovered Oscar's notebook and this golem, he had decided to inherit Oscar's pure spirit of inquiry and complete what Oscar had begun. He had worked on her late into every night, making sure Yue didn't find out. He surely deserved a few moments to admire his own craftsmanship after all the hardships he went through to complete her. However, as he was basking in his own handiwork, "It found you, Hajime." Light filled the room as he heard a familiar voice call his name. He jumped with a start, then stiffly turned to look back at Yue. "Yeah, Yue, what are you doing here? I could have sworn I felt your presence in the bedroom still." "I was wondering where you were going every night. Not only did you sneak away using hide presence, you even left behind an artifact that faked your presence too. I didn't think there'd be a secret room here, but fortunately, this artifact helped me find you." "So you used my own artifact against me." Hajime ground his teeth, angry at his own carelessness. In the meantime, Yue gazed silently at the maid golem. Hajime gulped guiltily. He felt like a husband caught cheating on his wife. "Hajime, if you liked maid uniforms, you just had to tell me." There was a little jealousy in her tone. It seemed she really was jealous of this inanimate golem. However, it wasn't what she was thinking. In order to clear up the misunderstanding, Hajime began explaining himself. "Yue, allow me to explain. I don't actually have a thing for maid uniforms. This is about art." "A art?" "Correct. A maid that's also a golem. In other words, a golem maid is every man's dream." Those two factors combined are what make it art. Just a maid or just a golem are nothing on their own. While they may have a certain appeal, only when put together as a golem maid do they become a true object of worship for men worldwide. As he spoke, Hajime grew more and more heated with his words. Yue listened to it all seriously and nodded knowingly once he'd finished. "I understand," was all she said. Hajime let out a relieved smile, but then an instant later a blazing fireball flew past his cheek. There was a thunderous explosion, and Hajime quickly turned around to see his precious golem maid burn to ashes. How could you?" Hajime crumbled to his knees as he gazed upon the charred husk of what had once been a golem maid. Then he turned to Yue, who had started casually walking away, and asked in a voice full of sadness, "Yue, why would you do that? What did that poor golem ever do to you?" "You've been acting weird recently, Hajime. You needed a little trainee, lesson." It was true that Hajime's obsessions with things that were every man's dream was starting to get a bit excessive. It might have been brought on in part due to the dead end he'd hit in regards to his transmutation, but if he didn't drag himself back to reality, he'd be stuck in a fantasy land forever. The fact that he was actually sad at the destruction of an inanimate golem was proof enough that he was already almost too far gone. Having the girl he loved tell him, "You've been acting weird," to his face brought him back to his senses, though. Meanwhile, Yue picked up one of the maid uniforms lying around and brought it up to see if it would fit. She did a little twirl and licked her lips seductively as she looked at Hajime. Her sex drive was in full throttle. Her next words blew away whatever might have survived of Hajime's reason. "Shall I teach you just how much better a real maid is than a mechanical one, master?" A cold sweat ran down his forehead. For hours later, Hajime's screams could be heard echoing throughout the bottom of hell. Thanks to the loving embrace of Yue, Hajime was able to return from the depths of his delusions. The holy goddess, descent unto paradise. The abundance of goods lining every shelf and bookcase made the interior of the store feel rather cramped, despite the rather large amount of floor space. In the background, a popular anime song was playing, loud enough to be heard but not enough to be obtrusive. This store was famous nationwide for its selection of anime, manga, and other such products. Naturally, the inside of the store was filled with pilgrims making the trek to this holy land. Most of them could be classified either as warriors or as gentlemen. A few of them had brought their friends along as well, and the store was filled to the brim with heated arguments about who was best girl or what the anime of the season was. Within that eternal battlefield, there existed a single haven of peace and quiet. At the very back of the store was a special section roped off behind a pair of curtains. A big "No Minors" allowed sign was printed on each curtain. As one may have guessed, it was the adult section of the store. No matter how hardened a veteran one was, their voices naturally grew hushed as they entered, and they instantly began worrying about the gazes of others around them. Even the anime song playing in the background seemed stifled in such hallowed ground. However, today, that tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered. "Well, wait, Kayari, you can't just go in there." "But Shizuku-chan." Two girls' voices interrupted the silence. Their clear, high-pitched tone sounded just like the ringing of a bell. The warriors within all dropped what they were doing and timidly peeked out from behind their shelves. There was a single slender feminine finger poking in from behind the curtains. The men present all simultaneously thought, "Wait, don't tell me she's coming in here. Damn, that means there's no way out." No buts. The Allah Ages version is sold out, so just give it a rest already. But Nagumo-kun's father's company made this game. What if Nagumo-kun also played the U18 plus version of the game? Look here. You wanted to get this game so you'd have something to talk about with Nagumo-kun, right? Are you planning on talking about the sex scenes with him in class or something? I think he's more likely to run in the opposite direction if you try. Though maybe not for the reasons you think. In order to have something to talk about with her crush, Hajime Nagumo, Kaori had come here today to buy the game Hajime's father had produced. However, because of its overwhelming popularity, the Ages version was already sold out everywhere, and there were only a few copies of the 18-plus version left. And even that was only because a few of the stores had accidentally ordered more stock than they had intended. Considering her age, Kaori wouldn't be able to buy the 18-plus version anyway, but straightforward and fearless as she was still determined to try. I know, but still, don't try and stop me, Shizuku-chan. Sometimes a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. Yes, but this isn't that time. Hey, no, wait, stop. There was a collective intake of breath as the warriors witnessed a girl burst through the curtains. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words, but then the muttered whispering began. Holy shit, she's hot, and the like. The first sight that greeted Kaori as she barged into the 18-plus section was a full-size poster of a scantily clad girl. She blushed to the tips of her ears, and then hurriedly looked down when she saw the dumbfounded gaze of every man in the section focused on her. Shizuku, who was standing behind her, grabbed her arm and tried to pull her out. However, Kaori wouldn't be deterred, and with her misguided resolution, she said, I won't lose here, before taking another step into the forbidden sanctuary. Shizuku kept desperately trying to pull Kaori back, but she was too embarrassed to be able to utilize much of her strength. And so, she was unwillingly dragged along behind Kaori, like a little girl lost in another world. Ah, said Shizuku-chan, I found it. What? Can you please stop dragging me further in? Heedless of her pleas, Kaori continued dragging Shizuku, who had tears in her eyes, deeper into the Holy Land until she reached the game she sought. As she picked it up and looked at the cover, Shizuku suddenly let out an embarrassed squeal. The reason, of course, being that there were a lot of girls in suggestive poses plastered on the front. Shizuku quickly averted her gaze, but Kaori nonchalantly flipped the box over to see what was on the backside. As she examined the illustrations, she said something terribly tactless without much thought. Shizuku-chan, don't you think this girl looks a lot like you? What? Don't be ridiculous. I would never get on all fours with my butt sticking out like that. Shizuku, diligent as always, made sure to actually look before retorting, even though it made her blush bright red. However, her voice had been slightly louder than intended, and there was suddenly a spray of red as someone collapsed behind a shelf. That was soon followed by a shrill scream of "Don't die on me, man." Damn, the bleeding just won't stop. It appeared someone had a bit too overactive an imagination. Besides, don't you think this girl looks a lot like you, Kaori? No way. I'd never do something so embarrassing as get on top of a man looking like that. There was another fountain of red as a second man collapsed from behind a different shelf. A second later someone screamed out, "Medic, I need a medic." It was then that a savior descended among the gathering of hardened warriors. Excuse me, miss, I'm sorry, but you need to at least be 18 to purchase these goods. Can I kindly ask you to leave? It was the advent of the manager. The 30-something manager had decided it would be bad for business if a part of his store got turned into a mountain of corpses, and had wisely chosen to interfere. The remaining warriors were all certain his authority would be enough to deter the two interlopers. However, their opponent was stronger than any of them had realized. Shizuku was bowing her head furiously in apology, her words choked with tears, as she tried to drag Kaori out of the section. However, Kaori was not so easily turned away. Even with tears streaking down her face, she still thrust the game box out at the manager and made her request. I'd like to buy this, Preesh. The manager's expression faltered, and he tried to insist that you needed to be 18 to purchase this product. But Kaori came back with a most unexpected counter. It's for my dad. What kind of dad would make their daughter buy their porn? Everyone present thought the same thing. Kaori herself must have realized how flimsy an excuse it was as she then continued, saying things like it's his birthday present, and we were going to play it together. Her excuses only made things worse, though. At this point, Shizuku was so embarrassed that she buried her face in her hands, wishing she were dead. Finally, Kaori ended things with a please, won't you let me buy it? Her puppy dog eyes and pleading drove the manager to his limits. Excuse me for a moment. That was all the manager said before running behind a shelf and spurting out a torrential nosebleed. He was just as much of an otaku as anyone else there, and thus just as susceptible to Kaori's charms. Wails of boss could be heard coming from the few warriors who were still left standing. On that day, in her quest to purchase a single game, Kaori piled up a mountain of corpses of both customers and store clerks alike. A case of what if. There exist an infinite amount of possibilities and timelines in this world. If we were to imagine some of those what-if scenarios in Arifureta, they might go something like: Case 1. What if, when Kuki was fighting Emperor Gahard, he did things a little differently? Prepare yourself, hero, if you hold back again. Goosebumps coated Kuki's arms. The bodyguard's tone of voice clearly conveyed what awaited him if he held back. What the hells? Were Holsher's emperor a bit more like a certain other ruler, then surely all the demons would surrender and begin calling him bro. Case 2, what if, when Kuki was fighting Emperor Gahard, he did things a little differently? V2. What on earth are you doing, Gahard? King Elihade yelled out as he leaped in between the two fighters and blocked Gahard's blow. Gahard was thrown off balance by the fact that Elihade had discovered his identity, but he nevertheless smiled fearlessly and prepared to charge again. Sighing, Elihade realized Gahard had no intention of backing down. All thing of this world turned to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Why stop? No. If King Elihade was actually the captain of the 13 court guard companies, then all the demons would most likely be crying in fear. Case 3. What if the second fight with the behemoth went a little differently? The behemoth, enraged that a pair of mere humans had stopped its assault, stamped impatiently on the ground. Seeing this, the other students took advantage of its momentary distraction. Peerless swordsmanship that rends even the heavens, height Mitsurugi style, Amakakaru Ryu no Haramki. What? If Shizuku Yigashi was a master of the height Mitsurugi style, she would probably be the hero, not Kuki. Case 4. What if Kuki's sacred sword was a little different? Let's go, sacred sword, lend me your power. Moron, this is why I can't handle country hicks. I told you not to bother me during my afternoon tea. Duh. If Kuki's sword was as annoying as a certain other world's Excalibur, then Kuki probably wouldn't be so nice. Case 5. What if things were a little different when Hajime first found the Divinity Stone? This is. The source of the liquid was a basketball-sized crystal that emitted a pale red light. A few days later, after conquering his loneliness, starvation, and pain, Hajime took down his first enemy, the twin-tailed wolf. What a nice sound that was, truly wonderful. Is it not wonderful, O Philosopher's Stone? Had the stone Hajime discovered really been the Philosopher's Stone, he might have ended up like Kimberly. Case 6. What if the scorpion fight had gone a little differently? Thanks for the meal. Suddenly, Yue got to her feet and brandished a hand at the scorpion thing. As she did so, a tremendous amount of mana, golden in color, poured out of her tiny body, chasing away the darkness. Then, clad in a wondrous golden light, with her golden hair fluttering around her, she muttered a single phrase. Forbidden barrage catadioptric. If Yue was actually the little sister to the master of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, then she'd surely be this story's last boss. There are a countless amount of possible timelines for every world, so why not try and think of a few yourself? A nightmare in the abyss. Two people were standing around, facing each other in a vast hall that looked like a grand temple. One of them was wearing flowing silvery robes with matching silver hair and had in their hand a silver sword to match. The other was dressed in all black, had an eye patch, and a prosthetic arm. The black-clothed figure had a revolver in their hands. I congratulate you on making it this far, Madness Parade of the Crimson Fang. Or would you prefer I call you Chaos Disaster? Humph, call me what you will. That name is not but what others have heaped upon me, though I am willing to admit my capacity for destruction rivals such a moniker. You shall meet your demise here, God of Origin. Or would you, too, prefer to be called by your more commonplace name, Chaos of Darkness? Holy crap, why do these names sound so nonsensically cringy? The black-robed man tore off his eye patch to reveal a dazzlingly blue eye. Now is the time to awaken, my steel-clad demonic arm. At the same time as he shouted out, the silver-clad figure grew silver wings from their back, and their silver sword glowed with a distinctively silver light. Very well, I admire your arrogance. Few so brazenly challenge God. As a reward, I shall engrave eternal suffering into the essence of your very soul. That was all the silver figure shouted back. Oh my God, it just keeps getting worse. As their fight began, the black-clad man screamed out an incantation. O Crimson Flash, heed mine call and devour thy foes, Crimson Cutter, sacrosanct resonance. The silver-haired man replied in kind, and shouted how on spell. Humph, pathetic, return all of creation to the primordial abyss, karmic absolution. They continued going back and forth like that for some time, their intense attacks creating a grand battle that would probably be the only one of its kind. I can't take it anymore, make it stop, please. Finally, after the silver-clad man's third transformation, and the black-robed man had awoken to his ultimate true power, after they had unleashed not only both of their trump cards but both of their finishing moves, the black-clad figure let out a resounding cry of victory. He smiled triumphantly, covered from head to toe in wounds no mere mortal could ever hope to withstand. Heth, that was quite the enjoyable fight. In deference to your formidable strength, I shall grant you a gift to take with you to the afterlife. My true name, the name no one else knows, I am the Crimson Flame White Demons. Please just kill me now. Anything to make it stew-whoop. Make it stop. Hajime, what's wrong, are you okay? Deep within the labyrinth, Hajime threw off the sheets covering him and leaped to his feet, his breathing rough. Yue also got up in a panic and gently hugged Hajime in order to calm him down. That was a terrifying nightmare, Yue. Can I ask you something? What? If I ever start becoming one of those delusional crazies, use your azure blaze to bring me back to my senses, please. Yue realized Hajime must still have been suffering from the effects of the nightmare, as whatever he was saying didn't make any sense. Still, she nodded in order to reassure him. Okay, leave it to me. If you ever start becoming one of those delusional crazies, I'll make sure to stop you. Neither of them realized they had been misunderstood by the other. Hajime talking about the sight from his dreams and Yue about him becoming a monster. But Hajime calmed down after that, which was enough to satisfy Yue, so they both went back to sleep in each other's arms. As long as Yue was around, Hajime was safe from falling over to that side, probably. The Liberator's game. Flame Master on 12-4 attack the Swordsman on 8-6. Flame Spear, magical attack, fire element. Ahem. Within the depths of the Great Orcus Labyrinth, inside Oscar Orcus, private room, a young boy smiled triumphantly while the girl next to him sunk deep into thought. Her voice was oddly seductive. The two people were, of course, Hajime Nagumo and Yue. The two of them were sitting on sofas across from each other, with a transparent table laid out between them. There was a square metallic board on the table, and around 64 pieces lay out on various parts of it. They were enjoying a game of otherworldly chess before bed. As one might have guessed from the different number of pieces, the rules were slightly different. For one, there were 256 squares on the board. For another, the board was split up into various terrains such as mountains, rivers, forests, hills, plains, and the like, and the pieces were categorized either as magical or physical fighters. Each piece could learn various skills, and the damage they dealt with each attack depended on the skill and element. Players also had to keep track of various resources such as mana as well. The most fascinating aspect was that thanks to some magical contraption, the pieces all played out their actions. Even now, Hajime, who was still a beginner at the game, marveled at how his flame master fired a mini-spark at Yue's soldier, who then doubled up in pain screaming, "Huh, how can this be?" before collapsing. In response, one of Yue's mages moved all on its own to carry the defeated piece off the board while screaming, "So this is how your side does things, huh?" I've been wondering, but is there any way to take off these little cutscene type things? If you can't do it, Hajime, I don't think anyone left alive can. This is probably the joint work of all the skilled liberators. It certainly was impressive. A colossal waste of skill, but impressive nonetheless. Hajime's impression of the liberators had changed a little when he'd found this. Now that it was Yue's turn, she sent her knight charging forward to cut down Hajime's flame master. The knight made a splendid show of spearing the flame master on his lance, crushing him to pieces. A few seconds later, the destroyed pieces of the flame master regenerated, and he cheerfully walked himself off the board. When his flame master was destroyed, Hajime flinched a little. Not because he was sad at losing a piece, but because there was one other interesting feature built into this version of chess called Pain Trace. Each of the two players would register their mana on the game board beforehand, and whenever one player lost a piece, they'd suffer a small static shock. Assassin to 13-9, attack the enemy crusader. /skill increased critical. Zenha. Hajime's assassin sneaked up behind Yue's crusader and mercilessly beheaded it. As the crusader's head rolled to the ground, Yue's queen cried out in despair. "My dear knight." Next to her, the king bore down on her in an accusatory tone. "What, my dear knight, and just what did you mean by that, huh, dear?" And so, the queen's adultery was exposed. After a few more turns, it was discovered that the king had his own bastard son, and the mother was none other than the other side's queen. Jealous, Yue's queen had an affair with her court magician, but then later on it was discovered the court magician had a secret lover of his own, and that he was a man, and that man was none other than Hajime's army's court magician. Love blossomed between them, and the whole royal family got involved. Honestly, it felt more like a drama than a chess match. "Yue, how come you moan like that every time you lose a piece? It's not that painful, is it?" "You just keep attacking all of my weak points, Hajime." "Liar, there's no such, no, wait. For some reason today the shock's always been focused on my. Phew foo foo, that was all my doing. I turned on the feature that probes the player's subconscious and stimulates the one place they feel it the most. I found out about it in the user's manual. By the way, you can control the voltage output too, and I set it to max today. Hajime suddenly shivered. The user's manual was 500 pages long, so he hadn't had the patience to read more than a few of them. He wasn't sure if she just read through the whole thing, or if she found all the features she wanted by accident, but Yue now had an advantage over him. But what was truly frightening was that every time he lost a piece, Hajime could feel his family jewels tingle. So that's what she was after. Thanks to his resistances, the shocks had been mostly mitigated, but with how seductively Yue was moaning every time she lost a piece, it was only a matter of time before his little man decided to poke its head out. No matter how superior his army was, he wouldn't be able to win at this rate. Thus, Hajime raised his voice, eager to end this as quickly as possible. Earthmaster to 16-7, line attack from 16-8 to 16-10, rock slide, magical attack, earth element, advanced skill. He was sacrificing his ability to move for a few turns by carrying out this AoE attack. As the attack went off, Yue moaned once more, falling limp on the sofa after the shock finally ran its course. She was twitching a little now, and her black one-piece shuffled up a little to reveal her bare legs. Sorry, Yue, but I'm taking this one. I can't afford to lose when my dignity as a man is at stake. So you're finally coming at me seriously. Beads of sweat were forming on Yue's forehead, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. After thinking for a moment, she proposed something interesting. If you're so sure of this game, how about we make a little bet? Hajime warily questioned her for further details, and Yue said that the winner could make any one request they wanted of the loser. Apparently, Yue's request would be that they were a matching set of clothes one day after they made it back to the surface. While the mini-soldiers down below were yelling death threats at each other and waging a violent war for survival, Hajime and Yue were discussing their next date. It felt utterly surreal. It also really broke the tension. For his part, Hajime didn't want to do something so embarrassing, so he made an audacious move. Queen to 14-5. Activate the queen's special ability, Ruler's Blessing. He risked sending his strongest piece into the line of fire in order to allow all his nearby pieces to do a coordinated simultaneous attack. All of his units within a certain amount of tiles began attacking at once. The king's illegitimate child died during the battle. Yue's king and Hajime's queen both lamented his loss greatly, but the battle still raged on. And lastly, Yue's moans grew louder than ever before. That battle ended up becoming the turning point for the game, and eventually Yue was defeated. Yue's king and Hajime's queen's love story continued, and they ended up impaling each other on their swords. Finally, Hajime's king, who hadn't spoken a word during the entire play, declared his side's victory, and the game was over. Hajime breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wouldn't be embarrassing himself on the surface anymore. But because Yue was pouting, he ended up compromising anyway and agreed to wear any one outfit she requested of him, improving her mood instantly. So this is what they mean when they say you've won the battle, but lost the war. As always, Hajime could never win against Yue. Dreams of family. The pleasant aroma of grilled meat and soy sauce wafted through the air. There was a 40-odd-year-old lady standing in the kitchen, an apron wrapped around her waist, and her hair tied back in a ponytail. The woman, Sumair Nagumo, was busy skillfully preparing a meal. She raised her head up to the ceiling and yelled, "Hajime dear, it's feeding time." After a brief silence, a pair of footsteps could be heard heading down the stairs. Can you please just call it dinner like a normal person, Mom? Hajime Nagumo displayed an annoyed face as he entered the kitchen. There were dark bags under his gentle eyes. He took a peek at what his mom had made while helping her set the table, and his eyes began to sparkle. Awesome, you made Hamburg steak today. No wonder the house smelled so good. Hajime's father, Nagumo Shu, popped in with his 2 cents. He was a slender man with short, cropped hair. Like his son, he too had bags under his eyes. The pair finished setting the table and eagerly dug into the meal Sumayer had prepared for them. They stuffed their mouths with Hamburg steak and white rice as if they were starving men. Sumayer giggled as she watched them eat and muttered words of disagreement. No, I think feeding time suits you two just perfectly. Well, did you two manage to meet your deadline with that debugging? MMMGH, yeah, somehow. That game's really cool. Gulp, it better be. The future of my company's riding on that game. Do you have any idea how much we poured into development? I'd be out of a job if it game wasn't cool. Though I guess if I lost my job, I could spend all my time playing games trying to figure out where I went wrong. Dad, they call those people neats. Not a neat, son, a shut-in. Shut-ins that can make a living for themselves are what we call winners in life. Shu riposted brilliantly. Such was his philosophy. The mother was no better in that regard, however. Indeed, she replied. This was the result of having a father who ran a game company and a mother who was a shoujo mangaka. Their mindsets weren't exactly normal. In fact, when they had learned that Hajime was being bullied at school, their advice, if it could be called that, had just been along the same lines. Do what you want. If you want to transfer, transfer. If you want to fight back, fight back. If you want to become a shut-in, become a shoot-in. Hell, get yourself expelled for all I care, I'll hire you. It doesn't matter if you're a high school dropout or have 10 PhDs, the ones making money in the end are the winners. Hajime was of a more practical bent, though. It's important to have backup plans to secure financial stability, so school's super important. Only in this household would you find a child telling their parents the importance of staying in school. But well, I'm glad Mom and Dad are like that, because it would have been awkward if they made a huge deal out of the whole thing. Meanwhile, his parents were having a truly absurd conversation. I'm starting to think our son's got some lolicon tendencies in him. He certainly does like lowly characters. He quickly brought his thoughts back to the present and gave his parents a glowering glare. Hey, no need to glare at us like that. You're the one who added a blonde, lowly mage to the game, not me, said Shu. So, that doesn't make me a lolicon. You're a grown man, you should be able to tell the difference between games and reality, Hajime replied. True, you're into animal ears too, especially rabbit ears. I'm glad my son grew up to be a patrician of such fine taste, Sumayer also chimed in. Hajime sulkily returned to his dinner while his parents grinned at him. They ganged up on their only son like that pretty often. I guarantee you'd party up with a lowly if you ever got summoned to another world. Just remember, attacking underage girls is still a crime. I'm sure even other worlds have laws against sex with children. They've been cracking down on it in games here recently, even. Don't just go around making your own assumptions. And can you please stop calling me a lolicon? Fed up with his parents' teasing, Hajime got a little testy. Realizing he went a little too far with his teasing, his father apologized while laughing. But you're a healthy young boy, so I'm sure you're interested in all those fantasy worlds with swords and magic. Isn't going on adventures with a cute heroine, falling in love, and finally defeating the gods or the demon lord or whatever something you dream of? That does sound like the kind of thing a lot of guys would like. And those reincarnated into another world and summoned into another world light novels are getting pretty popular recently. I wouldn't want our son to get summoned, though. What would we do if he couldn't ever come back? Sumair sunk deep into thought, taking the idea of Hajime being summoned rather seriously. Both of them had an overactive imagination, which Hajime supposed were just occupational hazards. He smiled awkwardly, while watching them seriously worry over his potential disappearance into another world. I don't think I have what it takes to save the world anyway. Shu wasn't happy with his son's self-deprecating attitude. You could at least pretend to be the strongest in your head, you know. Hajime's smile grew even more troubled, but he responded with confidence. I'm sure all I'd be capable of is making it back home. And if I found someone important to me, I'd probably just bring them back too. I might not be able to save the world, but I'd definitely come back. His parents suddenly brought their heads together. He shrugged his shoulders to hide his embarrassment before continuing. Besides, I only like other worlds when they stay inside books and games. For once, his parents didn't bully him and simply smiled kindly. That's right. Staying safe is more important than saving the world. But if you were strong enough to save it on your way back, you might as well, right? Maybe I should make a game that has a protagonist like that. Oh, that does sound like a good idea. There's a kind of surreal aspect to it when the protagonist's only interested in going home, but he beats the demon lord and the gods and all that along the way. Their creative urges got the better of them, and their conversation turned toward how they could use this idea in their works. While he might sometimes lament that his parents only ever thought about their hobby jobs, he too was their son and started contributing ideas of his own to their discussion. That was just another day at the Nagumo household. With a faint groan, Shu opened his eyes and looked up at the moonlight streaming through the window. What's wrong, dear? Sumair, I had a dream about Hajime. It was about when we were talking about other worlds a few days before he disappeared. Sumair propped herself up on the bed and reassured her depressed husband. He'll come back home, I'm sure of it. No matter where he went, even if it is another world, I'm sure he'll find a way home. Sumair, trust me, he normally just tries to get by without rocking the boat, but if there's something he really believes in, then he'll chase after it with all his might. That's why I know he'll be fine. You're right, I'm sure he'll be fine. The two of them huddled closer together, thinking about their son who'd vanished along with an entire class full of students. Around the same time, Hajime groggily opened his eyes deep within the abyss. He stared off into the distance, his features illuminated by the light of the fake moon. Yue sidled closer to him, her gaze questioning. I was having a dream about Mom and Dad. I can't believe all those ridiculous things we joked about really came true. Hajime, it'll be okay. As long as we're together, we can do anything. We'll return to your world for sure. Yue smiled reassuringly at Hajime, her voice full of conviction. He patted her head lovingly, then nodded back. Yeah, you're right. We're going to make it back for sure. For just a moment, an image of his parents hugging each other flashed through Hajime's mind. They were hugging each other sadly, both of them thinner than he remembered. For some reason, they both looked up when mentioned his resolve, as if they'd heard him. The image of his parents smiled a little, and it seemed like they'd gone back a little to their old selves, or so he thought anyway.